I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Boy, it's been a tough couple of weeks for the Nationals. They lost again last night, a ninth-inning loss to Colorado, 6-4 for their ninth straight loss. 4-3 lead, lost in the final inning. Kyle Finnegan had not given up a home run all season. Rockies homered twice off the Nats' closure to come back and pull it out last night. So the Nationals' losing streak reaches 9, trying to avoid double digits for the Skid tonight as they take on the worst team in baseball again, Colorado Rockies, 6:45, first pitch here in the Fan. Also on the diamond, Shohei Ohtani made his much-anticipated return to the mound last night. The series opener, he started against the Padres, tossed one inning through 28 pitches, hit 98 or more on half of his pitches, 100.2 on one of the fastballs. So Ohtani back on the mound and working his way back now to full starts for the Dodgers. Actually, the first time he's played since signing that big deal with the Dodgers. First time he's pitched for the Dodgers, just working as a DH for the first year plus. Hockey, Stanley Cup Final, Game 6 tonight, Florida. Panthers look for the clincher against Edmonton at 8 p.m. The Oklahoma City Thunder now one win away from their first NBA title as they knocked off Indiana last night, 120-109. Thunder take a 3-2 lead now in the NBA Finals. Jalen Williams led the way last night with a career-high 40 points. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. All the boys are back together. Professor Landini, the whitest Brian, crazy-ass Jeff, Brian Mitchell, Super Bowl winner, and me, J to the P. What up, B? How we doing?
Dog? I'm chilling, man.
You had awesome golf tournament yesterday for the intentional charity out at Woodmont. How did it all go?
Everything went well, man. Hit the ball very good.
You said you shot a 30 on the back?
Well, nah. When you play the shamble and you play your ball in, you hit best drive, play your ball in, and it's just how you go from that point. So you play it like didn't have a lot of anything but pars and birdies. Say it like that.
Well, I mean, that's a tough track, dude. I played Woodmont a lot.
And if you get above the hole, you got problems.
Dude, I'm telling you, in that member guest, I lived above the hole. And weren't a lot of birdies and pars on the card. It really didn't go great. That's a tough track over there.
Oh, it is.
I'm glad. I'm sure you guys raised a ton of cash.
Yep.
And then Landfill, prepare the lasers. Maybe I think that might be appropriate.
Pew, 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 pew.
I went to Men's Warehouse. Shout out to me.
About damn time.
My man Cody's
because
wedding's
everything
coming
is
up
next week.
Yeah,
you needed to get there.
But I told my guy at Men's Warehouse, just like I'm telling people, I'm off the rack, baby. I'm easy. 42 regular, 34-30. Like, I don't need alterations. I'm about as basic as it gets when it comes to my suit measurements, man. Dude was cool. Shout out to Men's Warehouse. It was easy.
Oh yeah.
We have to return that stuff the next day though.
Oh no. I told the dude, I said, you won't be seeing me probably Sunday. You might see me Monday.
Yeah. Like, we're gonna have to pay a late fee or something.
No.
There's no chance. We're gonna be in Erie, freaking Pennsylvania. Like, I'm not making it back to Rockville on Sunday,
get it Monday,
homie. Yeah. So we'll figure that out. So Lauren and the girls are at the beach, and yesterday I had to go help the junior golfers, which was kind of fun. I just drove around.
Uh-huh.
I got to drive that big ass cart, like the 6-seater
Where
cart.
you carry a lot of kids.
Yeah. And then, I was solo, So I went and met my buddy Ed for dinner. You know Mathers.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned something about myself. You know the rule.
Something we probably already told you. You just figured it out.
Well, you know the rule. You only have one martini. One martini's all you have.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, I know that's your rule.
Yeah.
But you have to count the other stuff
No.
that you have too.
Well, here's what I've learned is Martini Monday might not be the move for me. You start your week on a hell of a pace when you have a martini on a Monday.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm like a Martini Thursday guy. I think that's what I've learned. And then
it doesn't match, Jay.
I'd come in here and Jeff is like, "Yo, I'm so happy to see you guys." And then 30 seconds later, y'all are just wrestling.
Well, Jeff always think he's gonna run up on somebody, man. Everybody gonna be playing that.
Landfill, were you surprised to see the boys wrestling on a Tuesday morning?
Like I caught him when he was breathing. I'm gonna put him to sleep one time too.
You caught him pretty good in the ribs, dude.
I was not. Beamish just he's a very truculent guy and he likes to fight people.
In B's defense,
I was sitting here doing nothing.
Sitting here.
This Bama runs in here and say what he's gonna do.
No, that is facts.
No, that is not fact.
It is fact.
What had happened was I walked in, instead of giving you the ritual middle finger salute, I gave you a peace sign and said, "What's up, bros? I'm not even gonna do that today because I'm happy to see y'all."
And
then hold on.
I don't think that's what happened.
And then you gave me the salute. Then you gave me the salute.
I'm always giving you the salute.
And I said, "See, I was trying to be nice. Now I got coming in and beat you up." And then I beat you up.
I don't think that's the way it worked.
I think you went, ooh.
Yeah, I didn't know you was firing that one.
Yeah, that right to the ribs came in hot.
It tastes good though. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yo, pause, Jeff. So there were a couple sporting events last night. The Thunder played, and
did they?
The Pacers didn't.
There you go. Yeah. Pacers did. Halliburton, what happened to him last night, Jeff?
Halla, no buckets.
I mean, he had no field goals.
I think he was hurt, right?
He wasn't hurt before. He had already missed a lot of shots before that.
Hey man, everybody have an off game.
I don't know.
Pacers and 7.
I ain't ever seen
Pacers and 7.
I never seen the great ones have 4 points and don't hit no buckets in a final.
Yeah, dude, it's funny because
now I'm about to go hate and find somebody.
Go find somebody.
The conversation around Halliburton has been that fellow players think he's overrated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that. The story from The Athletic was not. That was players voting. Right? That was players saying he's the most overrated player. And then he hits big shot after big shot, series after series in these playoffs. You're like, that dude, how's that dude overrated? And then last night, he drops 0 for 6 from the field, 0 for 4 from 3. I mean, he did have 6 boards. You know what his plus minus was last night?
What?
Minus 13. You know what Shea's was?
What?
Plus 9. My man Lou Dort was a plus 14 last night.
Dort's a defender, dog.
Dude,
he makes people upset.
Of the Thunder's 5 starters, 4 of them were pluses. Dort was plus 14, SGA's plus 9, Jalen Williams plus 14, Chet Holmgren plus 12.
All right.
I mean, when Jay Will goes for 40, the Pacers are just cooked.
Oh, yeah.
Just
dude was hitting everything, man. No matter if he was off balance, falling, whatever, he was making everything.
Wiggins, Terp chimed in with 4 threes, rather.
Yeah.
It was
early on, bro. It's like he was doing layups when he was shooting those threes, man.
It was outside of what, Jeff?
Michael Jordan had a 0-point game in the 1997 playoffs against the Miami Heat.
Was it in the finals?
That was a first round series where they probably rolled.
We said playoffs.
I say finals. I specify finals.
Okay. Well, either way, great players have off days too. We're not gonna sit here and act like this man ain't carry his team since the All-Star weekend.
He has not carried his team because he hadn't even been the leading scorer on his team.
What?
He hadn't been the leading scorer on his team. Check it out.
B is a Siakam truther.
No,
check it out.
Hold on. It's Pascal Siakam, but the thing is, without Halliburton and his effectiveness as a point guard, they don't score those points.
Overrated.
He opened up a lot. He opened up a lot of opportunities for his team
Last night.
No, I'm talking about before this. We're not going to sit here and say he's overrated because of one game, one bad game.
I'm going to say it. You can say what you want to say.
Crazy.
All I'm going to say is Michael Jordan won 6 championships. How many Halliburton got?
Hey, that's fine. But
None.
The question
How many
was,
have? None.
The premise was players have an off game. We can't sit here and call him overrated just because he had one off game.
Well, if I put out he was in the finals at the great, and you went found a playoff game when he wasn't in the finals. Find me one in the finals.
Well, I think a lot of things can be true here. Jeff, do me a favor. For all of our sanity, stop looking up Michael Jordan statistics to compare to Halliburton.
No, I didn't look up Michael
Halliburton doesn't belong in that conversation.
I searched lowest lowest points in a playoff game by an NBA player, and it just popped up with Michael Jordan. I didn't search him.
That's fine. Let's stop the madness before it gets too far gone with any sort of Halliburton MJ conversation. Let's stop there.
Oh.
But multiple things can be true.
He had 4 points last night.
Has Halliburton been really good and really, really clutch in some big moments this playoff run?
In moments.
Absolutely. But when you can have a dud like that in big moments, you can see why other players sometimes might call him overrated. Like that entire sentence can be true.
The players that probably called him overrated probably is not even as far as he is in the playoffs.
I doubt that seriously.
I mean, that may or may not be true. There's only one other team playing, but like you can see why people question sometimes. Like when I watch,
we looked at a game prior. He had 13, 14. He didn't have no points. So he had like 3 points and 3 rebounds all the way up to the fourth quarter. He was doing nothing. And his team keep him along. Yeah, he makes big shots. And just like my man Robert Horry. Robert Horry made a lot of big shots late in the game. Bob. I'd be damned if anybody ever thought he was carrying it.
I think Halliburton, I love his game. He's like an old school point guard. He's still like he's a modern version of a pass first guard, like as much as anybody passes anymore, right? But like there's some duds in there. And when you watch, I mean, really in this series, the fact that it's SGA on the other side, there is not, I don't want to overstate this because obviously he misses shots, but there is not many shots with SGA where I'm like, no chance. Halliburton throws some stuff up where it's like, you can tell pure shooters. Yes, Landfill. Professor.
I have a stat correction.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan against Miami in the 97 playoffs. Here are his point totals. 37, 23, 34, 29, 28.
So what the hell is Jeff talking about?
It was AI.
And you argued about that. Like, you were serious
are you
about
blaming
that.
this on artificial intelligence? Or are you saying Allen Iverson
we literally just, before Landfill wanted to go, and I was going to correct myself, but Landfill wanted to be a jack. But
you know what? I didn't believe it. That's why I was
quite
right now. I didn't believe it, so I was Googling it right here.
Look, it's right here. And it says according
Jordan
to
was the lead scorer in every game, except for one where he was joint lead scorer with Scottie Pippen.
Hey, I'm sorry. I take it. Apology accepted.
Jeff, that's just a left hand up. I messed up situation.
Yeah, but I was going to do that, but Landfill had to drag me. It's okay.
You deserve dragging in that situation.
But
that's deserved.
I was
dragging.
admitting to it. I didn't have to get dragged. It's okay.
Jeff's not allowed to answer this question. Okay. Does anybody think this series is still in play?
I think it is because I watched the referees last night, how they do sometimes and what they do on both sides. I'm like,
we'll see if Scott Foster's coming to where are they going next. Indy?
Sometimes I am totally wondering what they're looking at. And it's not just against the Pacers or the Thunder. It's against everybody. In this series, I'm looking last night, I'm like, this referee got to be damn blind. Like when they tried to say the ball was off of Chet Holmgren's hand, like he never touched it. And then the other one, when they were like, oh, Siakam, he was out of bounds. Yes, he was out of bounds because he got shoved out of bounds. It should have been a foul call. They didn't see that.
I don't know that the Thunder win it in Indy in Game 6, but the Thunder are going to win this series.
Yeah, they're not losing the Game 7 in Oklahoma.
That Oklahoma crowd is loud. It seems like a really good home court advantage.
That is the most college pro crowd I've ever seen in my life.
Totally. They're all wearing the different T-shirts and stuff. Good for them. Certainly, SGA is that dude. Jay Will going for 40 is just an absolute
Jay Will's
killer.
a bad man, dog.
I like Holmgren's game too. I mean,
yeah, but you know what?
That dude is skinny as a rail.
Chet needs to gain some weight.
Yo,
Like last night, the whole complaint was every time he sets a pick, which Shea gets no separation. Well, when the other guy comes in, Hartenstein, he gets separation like hell. If anybody else does it, and then you watch him, every time he has a battle with anyone for the ball, Chet's not coming up with the ball. And if they really decide to bump with him, he ends up on the floor every damn time. He needs to put about 25 on him.
You wonder if Chet Holmgren played in like the late 90s against like Charles Oakley.
He would die.
Charles Barkley.
He would die.
I mean, I think he might get like
they would have a couple of officers coming on court to handcuff him for murder because he is too damn skinny.
Meanwhile, Hartenstein's built like Drago, like just all muscle. That one's over. Who knows when the next game is? When's the next game? Next Saturday? I have no idea. Whenever
the next game is in a couple of days, dude.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So they're actually all right. We'll watch that one.
Yeah.
There was another ball game last night, B, and I know you well enough that you probably weren't listening yesterday when my man Toby Alterheiser went ballistic.
Did he tell you how you did? Did they bring up how you spelled the dude's name?
On my in my phone.
I'm serious. You sent it to me. I was like, "Who the hell is this?"
I'll send it to.
I said, "Toby, how you spell your name?" He said, Altizer. I'm like, "Look what JP spelled." Can you let the people know how you spell? I couldn't remember exactly.
So in my defense,
AL.
When I first met Toby, was when he was working in Milwaukee, and he used to book me for their shows, and I just tried to save his number real quick, and I didn't really know his name. So that's how I saved it.
Well, how you spelled it?
I just put it in the group thread. I'll let Landfill read it.
Alberhauser.
Altizer does not sound like Alberhauser. When I saw it, I was like, who the hell is this? So I called Toby. I like, Toby, how you spell your name, bro? Because he said ALT. I like, yeah. I said, I'm going to send how JP spelled it.
I spelled it ALBERHOUSER. Toby Alberhauser.
That killed me there, dog.
Well, I'm not changing it now. He's Alberhauser to me. There's big trouble in Natstown, Brian. We had this lady calling yesterday, Anna. Shout out to Anna. I believe she was from Falls Church. Does that sound right? Maybe it was Fairfax. Forgive me. Anna was pissed.
At you?
No.
At the Nats.
She likes the program. She's a big fan.
Okay.
She's very mad at the Nats.
Okay.
I tell you what, Anna, if you're out there, 10:45, we're going to make Anna bat phone. We need you to call in. So the Nats have now lost 9 in a row.
Okay.
Including being.
That was a 7 in a row earlier.
Yeah, but they rebounded from that. But this was supposed to be their get fat stretch. This was supposed to be, really, really easy, chill set portion of the schedule here. Because they had 3 at home against the Marlins, who are terrible, and then 4 at home against the Rockies. Well, the Marlins came to town and swept them. And there was all sorts.
And we thought they were going to get a win against the Rockies. We really thought that.
Surely they're going to rally the troops to beat the Rockies. And that did not happen last night. They lost 6-4 to the Rockies. Do you know how many wins the Rockies had before last night, B? You know what their record was? They were 14-57 coming to town last night.
Okay, now they are.
They
won 3.
What is that? Is that 40 under 500?
17-57 now.
No, they only won 1. They
only won one
last
game?
Night. Yeah. I mean, it was the first game of a four-game series. The pressure from the phone lines, when we did the phones yesterday, B, on Davey, is significant. And I honestly wonder if they can outrun this storm. And I don't, I'm a big believer in if you're going to make a major change like that, is it going to make you better? Like, is promoting your bench coach to the top seat, does that make the team better?
Mm-hmm.
And people love screaming, fire the coach, fire the coach, fire the coach. I don't know that firing the coach will do anything with the Nats roster.
Yeah.
But at the same time, at least according to Anna and others, like, there's significant question if Davey has lost the clubhouse. And if that happens, then you do have to make a change. And I think dropping the first of 4 to Colorado, who came in on a historically bad pace, is a real rough way to start a series.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be real now. When they were going on their little stretch, we were praising the same team. When they had their little 9 of 11 and something like that, and we talked about the young talent. Now the coach has lost the team. Sometimes we got to blame these players for not living up to their hype too, right?
I mean, that's what Davey said, and that's what got everybody in an uproar is that he said, it's not the coaching, it's on the players. And
because I believe in players when it comes to certain things, but you know what? Eventually, players have to play. You're a professional athlete. You're not someone teaching you something. And I think they got to live up to their hype. They got to be into it. Hell, we could go through stories. We already heard a lot of young dudes like to do everything else but be ready for baseball on that squad. So, and I'm not trying to take up for Davey, but I'm saying they can't just slide on away.
Sure. And then I think you look at roster construction. I think you look at what they're allowed to spend.
That's a problem. I mean, they could be putting the pickle.
But, dog, you got to be Colorado. They were 14-57. I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm not suggesting anything, but if anybody involved in leadership with the Washington Nationals, they might be looking for a realtor, man. like this might be happening. You might need somebody to talk about selling a house. And if you need to talk to a realtor, it's funny, dude. There's a house on my street. My neighbor, you've met my boy Nate. He just bought a whopper house in Chevy Chase, so he's selling his house. And I think they got that joint sold. They had an open house, and now the sign's off, right? There's another house around the corner down towards Mass Ave that's been sitting. And it tells you the difference in pricing things right and having the right realtor. These are two houses 2 blocks away. One's sitting, one's not. I mean, maybe one's got a nicer dishwasher, but some point it's about who you work with. That's why I would call John Leahy.
Just like a recent seller did, they were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over their asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? If you want to get that, you check out John Leahy and a guaranteed offer right there on their website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Heard about our good friend John Leahy and the fine living group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
There's so much you can learn just by going to the website, johnsellsdmv.com, because I think a lot of people are sitting on a lot of equity in their home, and they're just unsure if they want to make a move. Say you want to move closer to your grandkids down south or move to the Eastern Shore, just get a quieter pace of life. Check out the website, and you can find out your home's value in seconds. From there, maybe you can get the instant cash offer from John, or you can just talk to John about selling it, see how much more you can go over asking. Whatever it is you want to do, John Leahy and the fine living group of eXp Realty can guide you through it. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. The NBA Finals down to now a single win possible for Oklahoma City to win their first title since the move to OKC. Thunder last night knocked off the Indiana Pacers 120-109 to take a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. Jalen Williams led the way, career playoff high, 40 points for him. And the Thunder in great shape historically. Teams that win Game 5 in a 2-2 NBA Finals go on to win that series 74% of the time. Hockey Stanley Cup Final, Game 6 tonight in Florida. Panthers look for the clincher against the Edmonton Oilers. They start at 8 p.m. Nationals suffered another loss last night, 9 in a row. Kyle Finnegan gave up 2 homers in the ninth. Colorado Rockies come to D.C., knock off the Nats 6-4. So the Nationals, still the June swoon for them continues. They'll try again against the Rockies tonight, 6:45 here on the Fan. They did welcome one of their new prospects, though. Third baseman Brady House called up from AAA. He went 0 for 3 with a strikeout and a walk last night in his big league debut. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Throughout the offseason here, we've been trying to catch up with all of the opponents Washington Commanders are going to face this fall. Mm-hmm. And when we get to week 6, Monday night football, Chicago Bears again coming to town.
Wow.
I think this is the third straight.
They may be tired of coming here by now.
Yeah, I think it's the third straight year the Bears are coming here, and they've all been primetime. Or one was a Thursday night, one was the 4:30 national game of the year, the Hail Mary, and then this one's going to be Monday night. Mm-hmm. Helping us make sense of all of it is our friend Brad Biggs from Chicago, covers the Bears for Chicago Tribune. Brad, what's up, man? How you doing?
But he is a Washington fan.
Yeah, guys, I'm just glad that Landover is such an easy place to get in and out of for those primetime games. Should be great.
Do I recall? Are you a Reston native, a Herndon native?
No, Falls Church.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm that's a big mistake, and I'm very sorry.
Well, I mean, back when I was a kid, like Reston was like you were headed out about
to the boonies,
the whole way to the boonies. Yeah.
I mean, I remember as a kid, the first time I went out to, I guess, what is the current Redskins Park or Commanders Park for an Art Monk football camp, and I thought we had driven to the end of the earth, just driving to Ashburn. Yeah. Now it's Data Center USA. I mean,
like
y'all still think that. Everybody live in Maryland think that.
You had to go through the middle of nowhere for a while to then get it changed a little bit, boys.
It certainly has, and a lot has changed for the Bears. You're done now through OTAs and mini camp. What is the vibe with the Bears now with Ben Johnson in charge and a really big offseason of change?
Yeah, like energy's high. There's optimism. Although I'll tell you what, these guys, like, I don't know if it's in the building or the fan base or both, but they're a unique ability to regenerate optimism on an annual basis is pretty impressive. Because it hasn't been good here for a while, right? They haven't won a playoff game since after the end of the 2010 season, right? And they've been particularly bad for a while now. And you know, last year it was Caleb Williams and the new offensive coordinator, and obviously this year it's Ben Johnson in place, and they're just hoping that things take root with Caleb Williams. But people around these parts have a tendency to kind of compartmentalize the organizational issues. And when I say that, I mean the offensive coordinator sucked and he had to be fired. And when they fired him, what they did was they took all the problems ailing the organization and they put them in the cardboard boxes that the guy took with him, right? Mm-hmm. And the head coach stunk and he had to go too. And everything that was wrong about the Bears was put in very tidy order in those cardboard boxes, and he took those with him. And it's like they replace all these people on a regular basis, and some of these overarching problems still continue. But I like Ben Johnson, guys. I think he did some fantastic work with the Detroit Lions. He's definitely brought a new intensity, I think, to the organization, and there's an opportunity for them to improve. But this is a tough division, and they've got a difficult schedule this season, and so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how it plays out.
But Brad, I think it's easy to just, you got a new coordinator in as a head coach. He's the head coach now. You're bringing some other people, but the quarterback was part of the problem last year. He did nothing on schedule. You could see his receivers getting pissed off. They showed frustration. Will he all of a sudden throw stuff on time?
Well, that's a great question.
I mean,
and you're right that he struggled to kind of play on schedule, and I don't know that it would have looked dramatically different if someone other than Shane Waldron was the coordinator last year. And Ben Johnson I don't believe is going to try to fit Caleb Williams into everything that he did in Detroit with Jared Goff, right? You're talking about talented quarterbacks with different skill sets, and he's going to take full advantage of the offensive pieces that they have. You look at the wide receivers. You talk about the tight ends with Colston Loveland joining the group. He's going to need to play on schedule with a more consistent rhythm week in and week out. And they better hope to heck they can run the football better with a completely retooled interior offensive line, because if you can do that, maybe you give a guy like Caleb a chance to have a lot more success in the play action game and doing some other things.
Specifically with Caleb, what is kind of the vibe with those two right now, with Ben and Caleb? I imagine, if everything's not great right now, you're going to have much bigger trouble down the road.
Yeah, I think it's good. Everything you hear, you're hearing the right things. Like you're hearing the players say, I want to be coached hard, right? And you're hearing Ben Johnson. Yeah, you're hearing Ben Johnson say, we're taking this all the way down to ground zero. Like, they've altered which foot goes forward when he's taking a snap under center. I mean, the most basic rudimentary details, they're on that stuff. And so I think it's probably wise to expect some bumpy roads in August and maybe even into September, with the hope being that things smooth out a little bit as they go. Like it would be shocking to me if this thing was a dynamo out of the gate, like week one. Like that just really doesn't happen very often. But I think the quarterback and the coach have said all the right things to this point.
Well, so we're talking with our friend Brad Biggs here, covers the Bears, Chicago Tribune. Brad joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Brad a follow at Brad Biggs, Biggs. One story I heard out of there that I found curious, at least. I'm a Terp. I always take up for my Terps. What's up with DJ Moore? He seems not happy. I don't know what. I don't know.
Did you watch last year?
Yeah, I mean, you're there. What is up with DJ Moore?
Yeah, like DJ always, you know how all these wide receivers are. If they're not, if they're not getting 130 yards every week, like, it looks like somebody performed, some sort of felony against their dog, right? Like, it's sad. They look forlorn. A lot of players had poor body language at times last year when these guys were struggling offensively, which was pretty much the entire season. DJ was a member of that. Ben Johnson's addressed it. He doesn't want the the body language stuff to be an issue on the field, on the sideline, that type of thing. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to me to see how they kind of do this with DJ Moore, with Roma Denze, with they take a second round pick shot with Luther Burden, the kid out of Missouri, who some people thought would go in round one. Like, this pick's got boom or bust written all over it to me. Like, this could go really big or it could go the wrong way. But so you got a lot of talent there. How's he going to move those guys around? Who's going to fill specifically, what role? Like, when Ben Johnson was first hired, a lot of Bears fans thought, oh, DJ Moore he'll be Amon-Ra St. Brown. And I'm like, looking at him like, well, Amon-Ra St. Brown's a pretty highly technical route runner, right? And like, DJ, as successful as he's been, I don't know that that's his jam. Like, that's not what he's known for. Like, he's a strong, physical, explosive guy who, when the ball's in his hands, can look like a running back at times. I think St. Brown's a more technical route runner. So we'll see, kind of how it shakes out. And I mentioned earlier, they got Colston Loveland, the first-round pick from Michigan. Cole Kmet has been a productive pass-catching tight end before last season when he didn't get the ball at all. And, oh, by the way, that some of that's on the quarterback too. Like, that's not one of those issues you can just place squarely on the offensive coordinator. So it's going to be really interesting to me to see, because there's only one football to go around, and if they're winning, right, that takes care of all your issues. If they're not winning,
you got problems.
You got issues, right?
Totally.
Oh yeah,
winning takes care of everything. What if any hangover is there from that Hail Mary game?
Oh,
is that corner still there?
Yeah, Tyreek Stevenson.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, I'll say that they hired Al Harris as their cornerbacks coach. Okay, longtime Packer, Eagle,
my teammate.
I think Al, if someone's going to break through to Tyreek Stevenson and kind of mentor him into, hey, this is what you got to do day in, day out, week in, week out, in the facility, outside the facility, to be a pro. Like, Al's the guy that's got a shot to do that with Tyreek. But like, there were cracks in the cement, guys, before that play, before that disastrous ending of that game. And hopefully it was a humbling experience for not just players, but people in the organization who, talking to folks, like, even before that game, like, oh, you wouldn't believe what you're hearing in the building. Now, they've got things rolling now. And you're looking at it and you're like, well, they beat a crappy Jacksonville team in London, and they've got a couple other wins, but nothing really stands out. And they got they beat themselves at the end of that ball game.
Brad, we appreciate it, man. We'll see you in Landover. Man. I know you're thrilled.
Yeah. You guys enjoy the summer. Football season will be here very soon.
I know, man. Hey, thanks for the time, dude. Always appreciate it.
Take care, fellas.
Bye, man.
Brad Biggs covers the Bears. Chicago Tribune does a great job. We come back. We're going to open these phones for Natstown to be mad. Anna, if you're out there, we want to hear from you. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, this is the week where I'm going to be riding to Dewey Beach, Bike the Beach on June 20th. Me and 5 of my guys from the Riding 30 crew are going to be riding a 100-mile ride. And we're riding to support autism and disability inclusion. And trust me, this is a great ride. It all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just a block away from the ocean, right in the heart of the action. So let's ride together, make a difference, and kick off summer in style. Want to join my team? You still can. Go to biketothebeach.org. Look up Team Riding 30, RIDIN apostrophe 30. Go to biketothebeach.org. You can join today. Let's have a great ride.
The song goes out to Natstown right now. There's pain.
Yes.
All right, so I'm just going to read some tweets from my man Mark Zuckerman, Masson Sports, about last night's game. Jake Irvin gave up an early home run. I think Stallion, or maybe it was Toby, might have said you should always bet on Jake Irvin giving up a run in the first inning, which I didn't bet on, but I should have. Zuckerman tweeted last night, Jake Irvin's first inning ERA is now 10.8. After that, it's 2.77.
Yeah, but
so you just get Jake into the second, you're grooving. He gave up an early home run. But the Nats, James Wood hit a 2-run shot, his 18th. Nats are on top last night. And Kyle Finnegan's been good. Nats had a lead going into the 9th against the Rockies. You should win this ball game. The phone is open to Anna and only Anna. Anna, if you call, you're coming right on. Kyle Finnegan gives up a home run to Hunter Goodman. Game tied 4-4. Then a person by the name of Mickey Moniak takes Finnegan deep. Nats trail 6-4. Final. Rockies 6, Nats 4. I got to remind people, the Rockies had won 14 games prior to last night.
yeah, and again, the guy that's starting tonight is 1-10.
Now,
The Rockies.
Zuck also has a story that I just read. The Nats have now lost 9 in a row, okay?
Okay.
Do you know what has happened every other season? The Washington Nationals have had a 9-game losing streak.
They missed the playoffs?
Yes, but worse than that.
What?
They've had 100+ losses. So this 9-game losing
They're
streak.
right now at 40-something?
Right now, I think they're 30-42. Yeah, 30-42. A 9-game losing streak is a really, really bad precedent, man.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a 100-loss team. I like to think they'll get their head kind of turned around here. But this is a June month here that is just completely submarining their season.
Yeah.
You've been on some bad teams. Football's such a different sport than baseball, but like, what, if anything, can be done to turn things around?
The one thing about baseball, when do they have time to practice and correct stuff? They have so many damn games. They're always playing. When do they have time to practice and correct? Something's going on with their pitching, their bullpen. It's not good. When they gonna correct it? How will they correct it?
I believe we have Anna. Is that right?
Anna, what's up?
Jeff, is this Anna? All right. Anna from Fairfax.
Yes, same story as yesterday. I mean, I told you. He's lost the locker room. He needs to be gone. Davey Martinez needs to be gone. That was pathetic last night. Did you read some of the tweets? People are dressing up as empty chairs now. I mean, really? It's pretty sad.
Anna, how did you feel when Finnegan gave up the 2 home runs in the 9th?
Oh, okay. In real life, I'm like, well, it wasn't unexpected. You knew it was going to happen. I mean, I felt bad for him because it was just odd. Like, you've never done this in all of these games, and today you pick this? Like, were you doing it on purpose? I don't know. I felt bad. I really did. I felt bad for him, but not bad enough that I'm going to support Davey Martinez.
You think it? Are you concerned now? 9 losses in a row. Whenever the organization has had a 9-loss season, Anna, they've gone on to lose 100+ games.
Oh yeah, that won't surprise me in the absolute least. I don't see them turning this around. I mean, when you're losing to Colorado, I mean, really? I mean, Colorado must have felt like they won the World Series yesterday.
Do you go to a lot of games, Anna?
No, I do not. I mean, as real as it is, I mean, I watch them. I love watching them. I go into games sometimes, when I can get tickets, when I can go. Right now, I can tell you I won't pay to go watch any of these.
It's a tough time. Davey's a good person, but if he's lost the clubhouse, I don't know that you come back from that.
Right. I just feel like that's what's happened. I really do. I mean, it's like there's no energy. You don't see the energy, and I understand teams go through all this bad stuff, but it's like, come on, guys. After a while, it's like it's like an old record. It's like it's getting old now. But again, get rid of them. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? Bring up the AAA coaches? I mean, how much worse could we actually get? Let's think about that. How much worse can we get?
9 in a row is bad.
9 in a row is bad.
You got to win tonight. The opposing pitcher is 1 in 10.
You watch it and you're like, oh my God, we've got the lead. And then you think in your head, well, we're going to probably screw this up. I don't know. I mean, I was having fun watching. I don't know if you watched any of the World Series, the College World Series. That was like amazing watching a kid throw a no-hitter.
Yeah,
it was
the
like,
Arkansas
holy
kid.
shit.
Oh, man, take it easy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But, you're watching a kid go. I mean, you're watching that, and then you flip over and you watch the Nats and go,
well,
wow.
You would say exactly what you said.
I mean, that was the thing. It's like, there's it's her first no-hitter in 65 years, and I'm laughing at my husband. I said, not anybody out there, unless it's a grandparent, was even alive when that happened the last time, for the College World Series. And I'm like, this kid has given it everything he's got. Everybody's doing their thing, and you're like, and now we're going to watch the Nats. Okay.
Anna, what if I told you I bet on the Nats last night?
Oh, to me, that's a sucker bet, honey. But that's me.
Oh, he's very much that.
I mean, I'm sorry, JP. That is a sucker bet to me. But, and again, miracles happen every day. But, okay, so they win today. Okay, again, you're playing Colorado. If you're playing the Mets, the Yankees, the Dodgers, that would be awesome. You're playing Colorado.
Anna, we appreciate you responding. Anna. You're like Batman. We put the sign up and you're there for us.
Well, I was out doing errands, and I said, "Oh my!" My husband laughed. He said, "Oh my God, you said your name out loud."
All right.
Listen, you guys have a good one. I enjoy listening to you guys because you just make my day, and you have a wonderful day. And maybe the sun will shine at some point again. So.
You do the same.
Thank you, Anna. Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. We love Anna. She's pissed.
Oh yes, she is.
Barstool Nate out in Vegas.
Think he's gonna be pissed?
The tables are running cold for Nate Dogg. So
Nate is like the Nats.
We'll get an update. Nobody go anywhere. It's
Nats, Nate, same thing.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Let's start with the Nationals, and the issues continued last night. Looked to be headed towards snapping that losing streak until they weren't. Kyle Finnegan gave up his first home runs of the season, 2 of them in the 9th inning as the Nats fall to Colorado 6-4. So the Nats will try again tonight against the Rockies. 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. Nationals now, by the way, only 3 shy of their longest losing streak since moving to D.C. That was 12 in a row back in 2008. NBA Finals close to being done. Pivotal Game 5 last night. Oklahoma City beat Indiana 120-109. Thunder take a 3-2 lead now in the series. Game 6 Thursday back in Indianapolis. Thunder trying to win their first NBA title since relocating to Oklahoma City in 2008. They did win another one when they were in Seattle. We should all remember that. Well, that was 1979, the Supersonics beating the Bullets 4-1 the year after Washington had won the NBA title. Hockey Stanley Cup final could come to an end tonight. Game 6 in Florida. Panthers look for the clincher against the Edmonton Oilers. That's at 8 p.m. WNBA Mystics on the road in Chicago tonight, 8 p.m. for that one on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Me. You're always love me.
Our vision.
You were the one. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Now I'm.
We're going to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's taking us to Vegas, baby. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and our reliable guy, Barstool Nate, is in Las Vegas playing some cards, playing some poker. Hello, Nate Dogg. How do you do?
I'm doing terrible, guys. How are you?
So what happened, Nate? I mean, you told us you were ready, you had practice, you one of the best, and now I don't know, man. You playing like the Nats.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. I don't know what's happening. It's been a bloodbath out here. It's gone not well. It's gone as unwell as possible. Nats have lost 9 in a row. I've lost 2, 4, 6 in a row. It's bad.
All right, let's we're all going to talk our way through this. So this is not the main event. You still got the main event to come. So your eyes on the prize, right? You cashed in it last year. You have the talent and ability to do it again. Yeah. What are you playing right now, and why is it going so poorly?
So the main event is the big one, the $10,000 main event that everybody watches on TV and knows.
Real quick, Nate, so all our listeners know, Barstool Nate's out in Vegas playing in the series of run-up events to the World Series of Poker main event, but there's a bunch of other World Series of Poker events that you're playing in.
Yeah, so that's what I'm playing right now, and I got out here on, Friday of last week, and just playing the smaller events that lead up to the main event, and just nothing's really gone my way. It's kind of par for the course. Like, you need a bigger sample size, blah, 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 to, accurately, all that other nonsense. But, you come out here, you hype yourself up, you feel good about it, and then you sit at the table and just nothing goes your way, and it's super depressing. But them's the breaks, as they say. It's kind of, it's not out of the ordinary. It's not anything crazy. It just, you really want to come out here and make something happen and do something cool, and the opposite has happened for me.
How do we turn it around? When's the next event?
Today. So it's 8 a.m. right now, Vegas time. I think today's event starts at noon. It might start at 10 a.m. actually, but I think it starts at noon. And we're just going to fire again, and hopefully stuff goes well today. And if not, I will be on a plane back to New York City tomorrow.
You remember This guy used to play football, and he would have the trainer or the strength coach slap him in the face real hard before he went out for the play. You remember that guy, Jay?
Yeah. You think
Get somebody to slap the hell out of you and get you woken up, man, because right now you're asleep, dude.
No, I think I'm playing good, though. That's the issue. You can play good and you can play your game and just, it's poker. And
so in other words, you're not getting cards. That's the excuse.
No, it's so like the best players in the world, they'll cash in 15% of tournaments. So if you play 100 tournaments, you're only cashing 15 of them. I've played 3. I've played 3 tournaments. So it's not nothing like it. Nothing out of the ordinary is happening. It's like we're fine. It's just it's unfortunate.
Nate Dogg, are you familiar with the term slump buster? Do you need to just
brother? Am I ever?
Like I know you're staying at fancy hotels. Maybe like cruise down Fremont Street, one of the cheaper spots, and just meet somebody, have a couple drinks, and change your luck.
JP, I'm a gentleman. First of all, how dare you say that I should do that? But second of all, it's not the worst idea I've ever heard. I do think that I do think that I could change some habits and maybe luck will turn around. I don't know. I'm open to ideas and interpretation of those ideas. But that being said, these are the small ones. The eyes are on the prize in July. I believe July 5th, possibly July 6th. I'm not positive which day it is that I'll play the main event. And I think that's when things will turn around.
I think you need to go to like the Golden Horseshoe or something. Find like a 65-year-old lady with a margarita and a Virginia Slim in her lips and just see how the afternoon goes.
Well, Nate, someone asked you, are you playing in the seniors no limit or the high roller PLO?
No, today is the 1500. I'm not a senior like you, and I don't play that much PLO, so I will be in 1500 today.
I don't know what that means, but I think do they legitimately have a seniors division in poker?
Yeah, they have seniors. They have super seniors also for the really old guys.
That's the chicks you need to go cruise. Go hang out at the super seniors table and change your luck.
Yeah, I'll let you know how they go. Hey, some of them are kind of hot. Don't hate on them, JP.
Now we're talking. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. If you want to check out Nate's work, it's at Barstool Nate. Dude, let's talk about you have been trying to get Portnoy to play you heads up in poker forever. You guys now have a match set up, right?
Tentatively. So 9 years ago, he challenged me. I think like 9 years ago.
And he's been running that long?
Yeah, I made a final table 9 years ago, and he said that if I can make a final table, anybody can, which honestly isn't the worst take I've ever heard. But he then challenged me to play heads up, and he's been kind of pushing it off for the last 9 years. We tentatively have there's actually a meeting about it today. We have a date possibly scheduled for this summer, but it all depends on tech issues and travel and scheduling and all of that. So I would say there's a 20% chance we actually play this summer.
What is his hesitation? He just doesn't want to. I don't think it's money. That dude's got all the money.
I don't know, man. He doesn't like getting involved in situations where he's the underdog, and I think he knows that he's the underdog in this. That being said, it's heads up. Anybody can win, and
this is your boss. So in other words, you gonna just go whip him, or you gonna think about that as you play him?
I would love to win. He said $20K each. So
do you have 20 grand lying around to throw in a poker match?
Do I have $20,000 to my name? Yes, JP, I do.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Like it's a very good spot to put $20,000 if you feel like you're a heavy favorite in the match. It's not the smartest financial advice that I would ever give someone, but I'm willing to do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game.
Love of the game.
All right. Let's talk a little Nats baseball. Have you been watching at all? Are you aware they've lost 9 in a row?
Oh, I'm very aware.
Like he's been on the call.
Throwing the whole team under the bus. It's terrible.
What do
Terrible
you-
times in DC.
People are mad, dude. People, like, we open the phones. We got a lady named Anna that calls in. Anna's very upset. She just cursed on the radio.
Can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Landfill got to it before it went over there.
Landfill's quick with the button, if you know what I mean. But people are mad, and a lot of people want Davey gone. I am not necessarily in that camp because I don't know how it makes them better unless Davey's actually lost the guys, in which case maybe a change helps. Where do you land on all this?
I mean, getting swept by the Mets and then getting swept by the Marlins and then losing to the Rockies while throwing your entire team under the bus, it doesn't look great. It's if this was, the Yankees or Red Sox or whatever, and the manager has lost 9 in a row to bad teams in division and then blame the entire roster, I think that manager is fired. So I understand Anna's frustration and her cursing on the radio about Davey. I get it. This team is young. This team is hungry. This team is full of young talent. I don't like calling for people's jobs because we don't know what's happening inside the locker room itself, the conversations there, and how the general feelings are. But if he's losing the team, you have to get rid of him before he loses these young guys who are 21, 22, 23 years old, who are the core and foundation of the future. If they're not vibing, if there is internal strife, I'm not saying you have to bend the knee to like these rookies, but I'm saying if the people in position that are supposed to make these guys better aren't doing their job properly and they are blaming the rookies instead of helping them, that's a huge issue. And I trust ownership and management, maybe against my better judgment.
Do you
but
trust
I do
ownership?
Really? Yeah, I trust management, maybe not ownership. I don't.
We all
think
trust
there is
Riz.
ownership. Yeah, I don't think there is ownership at this point, but it's a tricky, dicey situation. Hopefully, it's taken care of in-house properly. But I understand frustration. You don't want to lose 9 in a row. You don't want to get swept back-to-back series, and you don't want to lose at home to the Rockies coming out of, that whole situation where Davey is blaming everybody besides himself. So I will say it doesn't look good. And, game today against the Rockies could, if we get blown out or something like that, heads have to roll. You can't lose 10 in a row with 2 of them being to Colorado. You just can't.
Quick question. Does any blame fall on the players in your mind?
I mean, you see this across all sports every year, every season. People have to take blame and responsibility, both sides. The coaching has to prepare the players. The players have to live up to expectations and perform on the field. The coaches can't make, a player swing at the pitch and hit the ball. It's that simple. Like, the players have to execute their jobs. The coaching has to execute their jobs. What you can't have is both sides just butting heads, blaming each other, and have all this fallout, and have the players not want to play for the coaching and the coaching not want to make the players better. You can't have that. That's fairly obvious. So whatever the issue is, if it's not solved by 6:45 Eastern time today, something has to change.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. You're right, dude. If this was Boston or the Mets or whatever, it'd be crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be leading Sports Center.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Instead, they're just talking about Dak Prescott's legacy.
He has none. His
there is no
being
What
legacy.
is his
dude.
legacy?
Yeah.
Hell.
I did want to ask you quickly about the puck. Panthers have a chance to close it all out tonight in Florida. You think they're going back to Edmonton, or you think it's done?
I'll say this: I'll never forgive the Bruins for trading Marchand to the Panthers. That Marchand on the Panthers is like a match made in heaven. He fits perfectly there. He plays their style of hockey. Everybody feeds off him. He's 37 years old, playing his best playoff hockey maybe of his life, just putting the whole team on his back. It's so awesome to watch, but it just makes me so angry because I ended up really wanting Edmonton to win this cup for McDavid. I mean, and then McDavid, he's just not playing selfish enough hockey. I compare it to Giannis skill-wise, like what McDavid is to hockey. I feel like Giannis is like the NBA comparison. But McDavid's playing unselfishly. He's always looking for the extra pass. He's not putting Edmonton on his back. And I know it's silly to question the best player we'll probably ever see outside of Gretzky play hockey or Ovi play hockey, but McDavid is not using that killer instinct that he should be using. Panthers at times this series, despite losing 2 games, have looked completely unbeatable, have looked just absolutely incredible, and they're at home tonight. I would love to see McDavid just go, what do the kids say, JP? Sicko mode, killer mode, whatever they say. I would love to see McDavid just find another gear, a new level of playoff intensity, and just will Edmonton to victory. But I think Florida closes it out at home tonight. I think Edmonton's goaltending this entire playoffs, never mind this series, has been shaky at best. And Florida, they just have all the confidence. They have the full head of steam. They've just looked so good. It would take a lot for Edmonton to beat Florida at home tonight. So maybe I'll take the coward's way out by just picking Florida in 6 tonight, but I'm gonna.
I don't even think it's a coward's way. I think both these series, the Thunder look inevitable and the Panthers look inevitable. I'd love to be proven wrong and get some dope game 7s. I don't know that that's going to happen.
I will say if Halliburton's healthy, the Pacers have proven never to count them out. Like, they just make miracles happen out of nowhere. But I agree. If Hallie is not at 100%, it's Oklahoma City easy.
Mm-hmm.
Last thing, Nate Dogg, and I want to spin this into a bigger conversation for us here on the program.
Of course.
Sam Fortier is a good reporter over at the Washington Post, covers the Commanders. And I'm just seeing this now. Maybe he dropped it yesterday or something. But Fortier has a story asking how much luck was a factor in last year's Commanders' success. And luck's hard to quantify, but there's a fella by the name of Tom Bliss, who is a sports data guy that tries to quantify luck. And he says Washington by far got the most good bounces, got the most luck of any team last season. A significantly higher good luck ratio for the Commanders, if you will, than any other team in the NFL.
Okay.
When you think back to last year, how much would you say the Commanders got lucky?
I think we've kind of talked about this before. And the Commanders, the Hail Mary against the Bears, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe we had the most, last.
They went 9-4 in one-score games.
Yeah. So is that luck or is that preparation, right? Is that luck or is that putting yourself in position to win the game when it matters? Is that luck or is that executing at the end of the games, which we saw Jaden do so much of? I don't know if you can – I understand his job is to quantify it and all of that. I don't know if you can, because so much goes into that. Getting the ball back and executing and converting all the fourth downs and putting yourself in position to win the game isn't luck. It's execution. Now, did bounces go our way, this and that? Sure, whatever. But also, did Jaden throw the most accurate ball of all time all season? Of course he did. Did players step up when they needed to execute to win the games when they needed to? Yes. I don't think that's luck. I think the coaching, we talked about this all last season, coaching put this team in position to win games that previous coaching staffs weren't able to do. I don't think that's luck. I think that is great coaching, great preparation, and players executing their jobs. Is it luck at your job when you do a good segment? Well, maybe for you guys, but for most radio shows, no. That's just being good at your jobs and just being good entertainers. I feel that's
Hang up
what
on him, JP.
the Commanders team did last year.
He talks too much sometimes.
They were good at their jobs. They executed. They did the correct things at the correct times. I don't know how that can be called luck.
How about this? A couple good bounces never hurt nobody. Let's hope you get some on the tables. All right, buddy? Good luck out there.
Great way of wrapping that up, JP. That's why you're a professional.
It's not luck. This ain't a hobby, dog. Appreciate you, Nate, dog.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, good luck out there.
Thank you. See ya.
That's our boy, Barstool Nate, calling in from Vegas. I want to dive deeper into this luck conversation, I want to look at the actual numbers that this dude Tom Bliss is a data scientist for the league has put together. And I want to point out two things that I see and know out there that I think make a big impact on why the Commanders are so good late in games. We'll do that next right here on B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Dude, I got new systems too. The Rude systems are incredible. They're so quiet. You don't get any of those noisy interruptions when it cuts on or off or clangs around. It's really, truly just peace of mind. They do it because Rude has the variable speed compressor, which ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It balances comfort and performance perfectly. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Start with the Nats. The losing streak is now 9 in a row, 3 short of the longest skid since moving to D.C., 12 straight in 2008. Nationals give up a couple of home runs. Kyle Finnegan, particularly in the ninth last night. Colorado came back to beat the Nats 6-4. They will try again tonight. Nats and Rockies once again in D.C., 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. NBA Finals, Oklahoma City close to winning the NBA title. They knock off Indiana last night, 120-109, to take a 3-2 lead now in the series. Game 6 chance for the clincher for OKC is Thursday in Indianapolis. And hockey Stanley Cup final resumes tonight, Game 6 in Florida. Panthers looking for the clinching win against Edmonton at 8 p.m. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center, hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Really interesting article from Sam 48 today. Trying to look at luck. Luck is incredibly hard to define. It's hard to put your finger on. Sometimes things go well, sometimes they don't. And is that some predetermined outcome that at the universe's whim? Maybe. Maybe there's factors to it beyond what we can imagine in the moment. B, you played in the NFL for over a decade. That's incredibly hard to do. You didn't really sustain injuries. That's incredibly hard to do. Did you consider yourself lucky along the way?
Not necessarily lucky. I'd say if you put in the work, it doesn't guarantee that nothing's going to happen. Nothing's not going to happen or whatever. But if you don't put in any work, you're damn sure not going to have any luck. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as I look at last year, if things had happened like one here, one there, they were doing this stuff weekly. And it comes back to preparation, I believe. So anytime something happens and, at a certain moment, people are going to go, oh, that was good luck. But let's go beyond that. Let's go before that. Do they put the work in? Are they taking care of business? Or you have people that in some practices I've been around where they're just BSing all day, not putting in the work. They don't get any luck. It's amazing to me that season they had last year, we saw them repeat stuff. And people kept saying, you get to a point where when things become like just second nature to you, you can do it over and over again. But it seems like everybody is trying to just not give them any credit for last year. As if they just showed up on the scene and didn't work and just everything good happened for them. They put that work in. You at practice, I was at practice. We watch it, and their leader in Jaden, hell, do put in more work than anybody out there.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But we could call anything luck.
Right.
Everything could be called luck. But it ain't all about just the luck.
So we'll bring this up because some data was released from a data scientist that works for the league that compiled a list of information. And the Commanders on this luck matrix, for lack of a better word, luck is determined or attempted to be determined by 4 factors. Dropped interceptions. So if a corner has a clear interception and they drop it. A dropped pass. If a receiver has a clear catch and they drop it. missed field goals, and fumble recoveries. Of those things, drop picks, drop passes, missed field goals, it's hard for me to only weigh that in as luck because there's there's such a massive human involvement in that you wonder if it's preparation, whatever it might be. Fumble recoveries, that's an oblong-shaped piece of leather. That thing bounces wherever it wants. I can hear it on fumble recoveries.
But the whole thing about it is still when does the effort come in? I'm watching the game last night. Oklahoma City and Indiana. At one point, Indiana was getting every loose ball. Was it luck or was it more hustle? Then all of a sudden, down the stretch, Oklahoma City got every damn ball because they worked a little harder. They played better. Down the stretch, they didn't make mistakes. Is that luck or is that effort?
Well, I think about, to me, if you're going to have a conversation about luck for the Commanders, the Hail Mary's at the top of the list, right?
Yeah.
And that Hail Mary, does that require an incredible bounce for Noah Brown to make that catch? Mm-hmm. Yes. But you know what else happened on that play? The Bears DB's jawing with fans on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah.
Is that dude prepared?
No, he wasn't.
Is that a team in that moment that is locked in for that play?
He wasn't.
So if you want to be super you could discount the Hail Mary as a lucky play. Yes. But one team was clearly locked in for it, and one team clearly was not. How does that tip the scales? And so in Fortier's story, there are some moments. I mean, I think of the comeback win against the Eagles when, granted, it was Kenny Pickett in there, but I think it was Devontae Smith dropped what would have been a first down.
Mm-hmm.
I think of that moment, right? I think of the two mentions Fortier puts in his story are against the Saints when Washington got bullied in the second half of that game. They held on for dear life and they got a win, right? And Juwan Johnson, the big tight end, had a chance to catch a 2-point conversion and dropped it.
Mm-hmm. But is that luck or is that just lack of concentration on his part?
So Dan Quinn was asked about this. I assume Sammy asked him. And DQ said, when you're competing hard, I don't know if that's luck or if that's Noah I hanging on you. It's not like you're giving catches away. There is defensible.
Or just a bump here or there or something throwing your timing off. See, sports is not about just luck. It's about what do you do to hinder a person? If you and I were to go out, you run a route, you run it perfectly. Quarterback throws the ball where it's supposed to be. I happen to grab your jersey just a little and tug you. Ref don't see it. You just missed the ball by that much. Was that luck? Or was it me throwing off your timing? And a ref missing the call. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think football is that simple where we can just say good luck or bad luck.
So let's think about the Giants game, week 2. There was a massive factor that unfolded in that game in week 2. Washington was 0-1. They needed a win.
They kicked 7 field goals?
There was a massive factor for the New York Giants in that game that affected the outcome. But you also wonder if the New York Giants could have done something about that before it kicked off. I'll explain what I mean when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an apple taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Really interesting concept of luck in life, in football, with the ladies, whatever it is, right? What constitutes luck and what constitutes making your own way, forcing your own breaks. In the Washington Post today, Sam Fortier has an article. The Commanders, according to the data, they were the luckiest team in football last year by a wide margin. Their total luck margin was plus 185.5%. Next closest team was the Chargers at plus 126. So that's a big delta. The data here is compiled by dropped interceptions, dropped passes against your defense.
That's the only way they count luck, though?
Missed field goals and fumble recovery.
Let me ask you this question. When Jalen Hurts got hurt and he came back quickly, was that not luck? They didn't get hurt more seriously? When your team go through a season and you lack a lot of injuries, is that considered luck? You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't just pick out what you think is luck. It's luck all over that crap. When you don't have injuries, that's lucky. Because football, guess what? It's a game where injuries will happen to everybody 100% of the time, eventually.
So one thing I wanted to point out, week 2 against the Giants, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Giants kicker got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Giants had to keep going for it on 4th downs, had to go for it on 4th and 4 near the end zone, didn't get it. They couldn't kick field goals because their kicker got hurt. You and I were also told they were worried about the kicker coming in.
Yes.
They had an extra kicker on their practice squad. They did not elevate that kicker Saturday night.
So we consider that luck for Washington because the Giants were relatively stupid.
I don't know that we can determine what it is.
I'm talking about the person that's doing this. You know, so he considered that luck. Because, but what if they had made every one of their 2-point conversions?
Now, Malik Neighbors dropped the ball on a 4th down. That was huge.
Somebody hanging on him?
Malik Neighbors, though, in that game, made 10 catches. Some of them were outrageous.
Yes.
Are some of those lucky, or is just the drop lucky for Washington? I think there's a few things that I wanted to point out. And I pointed this out last year. Whenever this conversation comes up, I point this out. I think Washington last summer, specifically, I want to credit Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, whoever it was that had this idea. There's a fellow by the name of Dave Gardy that worked at the NFL league office up in New York for over 20 years.
Yep.
For the league, he was senior vice president of football operations. So his job with the league was actual how games operate, right?
Yep.
Washington got him to leave the league office to take to my understanding, maybe other teams have this, but I know Washington had never had this. He was, you've heard people talk about, they need somebody to tell the coaches when to use their timeouts, when to go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
Like, they hired a dude to do that.
Yep.
That's what Dave Gardy's role was. From the official website, it says Gardy will handle a number of in-game management duties and will support the coaching staff and front office on compliance with league protocols, officiating trends, and health and safety guidelines. During the game, they have a dude whose job is to be like, when you use your timeouts, going into or out of a 2-minute warning, when you go for it on 4th down. You know how good they were on 4th down last year? That wasn't an accident.
Yeah.
You have a coach that's aggressive. You have an incredible quarterback who's poised and can use his legs. And they are diving into the numbers of this stuff in advance all the time.
Yeah.
Gardy worked for the league for 20 years. He was a quarterback at Brown. So you've got an Ivy League smart dude that played quarterback and worked for the NFL for 20 years.
Yep.
That's his job, is to help you in close games finish them out. That's not an accident. That's not luck. Now, you doink a field goal in the wild card round. Okay. It bounced in instead of bouncing out. Maybe that's luck. But everything that led to that moment to win your first playoff game in 20 years on the road was preparation.
Yeah. But like the thing of it is, you may have luck in certain moments. eventually what work you put in is going to be paying off, right? And for them to be in their third playoff game in the year, that luck had passed by already. It was now who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they ran into a buzzsaw at the end, point blank. So were the Eagles lucky that they had all those turnovers? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, let's stop trying. I mean, I don't know. It seems to me like I've read more stories and heard more stories about why they shouldn't get any credit than I've heard about, damn, they really put in work.
I like this. This is a tweet I got from David Bovey. He said, there's a difference between luck and clutch. And I would say clutch is another thing that's really hard to define. But I do think
luck rarely happens. Clutch consistently happens.
Well, I think Gardy's role is important to point out. I think the way they practice. We were out there for mini camp.
Mm-hmm.
This is June mini camp last week. The level of intensity in the 2-minute drills at the end of practices with referees there, that wasn't luck. That was June.
I'm going to take you back a little bit.
That was June.
I'm going to do a little back pedal here. Remember, I came down. I usually not go to the training camp down in Richmond.
Yeah.
And then one day I rolled in and I told you I came because I kept hearing all the people writing these stories about how physical they were practicing, how tough the practices were. And then when I got there, what did I say? Like, this is what they call physical? I saw more physicality and intensity in that 2-minute thing we talked about from the other day than I saw in some of the full padded practices when they were down in Richmond under other staffs. You know what I'm saying? So just that, working like you're about to play a football game and not just going through the motions makes you better and make you have a better chance of winning. Is that luck?
And then there's one, I mean, the way they practice end game situations, they practice 2-minute. I think if you look, maybe somebody can run these numbers, but they were so good at the end of first halves stealing points.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got 58 seconds. Let's get 3 here. They were so good at getting the field goals, touchdowns late in first halves. That's not luck. That is coached.
Game
that
plan.
is taught. That is planned for.
Yeah.
And that makes a big difference when you get to the end of the game. Oh, we got that extra 3 just before halftime.
Yeah, I can take you back, Jay. Remember, I used to always get mad when Jay was here that they always came out the game, start off the game slow,
mm-hmm.
and they started the second half slow. Remember that?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on in practice at halftime if when you come out of halftime, you are looking worse than you did going into it? This team doesn't do that. It's what you put into your practice. There are a lot of people that go out to practice and they just really believe that just going through those simple motions is practice. When you practice for specific things, like you said, they game plan certain situations. When you do it at a high level, when you have to do it, it's not a problem anymore. It's just second nature. You don't have to build up something to get there because that's what they're already gone through. So I don't think I'm going to lean more towards preparation than I am towards luck.
There's one other factor we haven't discussed. His name is Jaden Daniels. I want to get specifically into this dropped interception metric. We're going to open the phone lines up. We'll hear from Commanders special teams coach Larry Izzo at 12:30. The Commanders get lucky, or did they just practice for this? 800-636-1067.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Colorado Rockies are not just the worst team in baseball this season. Historically, they're one of the worst teams of all time, going back to 1901, the modern era of baseball. The Rockies are 2-2 against the Nationals this season. Last night, Nats blew a late lead, 2 homers for the Rockies in the ninth to win at 6-4 in D.C. Nats suffering their 9th consecutive loss, only 3 away now from their longest skid since moving to D.C. That was 12 in a row in 2008. Nats try to snap it, get things right tonight against the Rockies. Once again, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. NBA, Oklahoma City beat Indiana 120-109. Pivotal Game 5 win in the NBA Finals. Last night, Thunder in front 3-2 now in the series. Chance to clinch Game 6 Thursday back in Indianapolis. Hockey Stanley Cup Final Game 6 tonight in Florida. Panthers looking for the win and a second straight Stanley Cup final and second straight Stanley Cup as they play Game 6 of the finals tonight, 8 p.m. against Edmonton. WNBA, Mystics on the road, Chicago tonight. That's at 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? We'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I see what you did there, Landfill. High noon in the District of Columbia, and we're having a conversation, somewhat philosophical, I suppose, about luck. Luck's pretty hard to define or determine when you're due for it or when things come, when things go. But according to a data scientist with the NFL, the Commanders did have the most luck last season, determined by 4 metrics: dropped interceptions, dropped passes, field goals missed, and fumble recoveries. What's luck? What's preparation? It's hard to define. But according to these numbers, the Commanders got the luckiest in the NFL last season. I'm curious what fans think. Kenny is in Largo. Kenny, did the Commanders get lucky?
Absolutely not, man. Why do we have so many haters in the world, man? I don't understand. Like, did they not in the press conferences, y'all? Like, did they not, like, Jaden Daniels, DQ, Terry, all of them were saying, preaching winning time moments every press conference? Am I right?
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Like, so they, man, look, they just hating, y'all. People just hating. The only luck of them was probably Hail Murray, and that was it probably, because every other time was winning time moments, like they've been preaching.
Appreciate the call, Kenny. Thank you.
Yep.
I got one question, JP, and B-Man, just one, if y'all man.
All
right, go ahead.
So I understand, like, the delay with Terry and his contract. What y'all think is, like, really the hold up with that?
Guaranteed money in the third year.
Yep. Negotiation, that's it.
I think they want guaranteed money in the third year, and the organization's probably a little hesitant to do so. We'll see. Thank you for the call, Kenny.
Thank y'all.
One thing Kenny said there that I want to address. I think you'll see people deep in the content game come up with these, like, Commanders got lucky last year. They don't stand a chance this year.
Uh-huh.
I don't think this piece is that. I think it's worth pointing out. I think this is balanced, and it's based on real data. Like, if some joker with a podcast is like, oh, that was a fluke, like, that is just hater content game trying to stir the pot. This is real data, and they went across the whole league. It's not like this was an attempt to besmirch a really good season for Washington.
I understand that, though, but I'm saying there's no such thing when it comes to scientific data that means luck.
Right.
Luck is just something you throw out there. So it may not be that, but it is that. Because the toughest game that we have out there is called golf, right?
Yeah.
Tiger Woods was lucky as hell by how many years straight? But did anybody work better than him? Work harder than him?
They just played the U.S. Open this weekend.
Spawn.
The unluckiest thing I saw over 4 days of golf was when J.J. Spawn hit the flag stick on the second or third hole of the final round of the U.S. Open, and it rolled 80 yards back off the green. That was the unluckiest moment of the U.S. Open. Perhaps the luckiest, I don't know, but he hit a 65-foot bomb to win the damn thing. Maybe the universe just evens things out.
Hey.
Rusty is in Delaware. Rusty, do you feel like the Commanders were lucky last season?
Fellas, thanks for taking my call. No, to quote the great CM Punk, I know you guys do a ton of wrestling talk. Luck is for losers. If you're going to kind of just rest everything on the whole luck thing, you're a loser. So my opinion is, I believe that we had one fluke play, and that was the Hail Mary. But I think the rest of it is what's the phrase when talent meets preparation? That's what you get. Yep. And if I could just share a quick story about our football team. So my son's 9U football team lost in their Super Bowl. The team that beat them scored a touchdown with 43 seconds left. And when we got the ball back, we couldn't do anything. In the post-game speech, our great head coach told the boys, he said, guys, that was not a lucky play. It is on me that I did not have you prepared for that situation. So, no, all the way around, you can make numbers look any way you want to. Luck's for losers.
All right, brother.
Thanks, Rusty. Appreciate it.
You, Russ.
Yep.
Professor Landini, you're not big on the BS. You like to kind of cut to the chase in conversations. Where do you land on the luck matrix?
I think they had a couple lucky moments, but I bet if you went back and you really looked at any team in the league, they had, their fair share of luck too. But I do think, playing that game against the Giants, that one where they didn't score a touchdown, that's a lot of luck just because the Giants had a terrible head coach. And they were very lucky to play against.
They brought him back.
A guy who sucks.
Right. What if go to the NFC title game? 3 fumbles in that game. What if one of those balls bounces a different direction? Really, the fumble, the third quarter fumble, I think it was Eckler, that was the killer.
Yeah.
That was
they were
game
going
over.
in.
Because then the Eagles scored 3 in a row after that.
How about this? Tom Brady is considered the best quarterback ever in many, many cases. How many times did Adam Vinatieri kick the game-winning field goal because they couldn't score a lot of points, and he had to win the thing for him? How many times did their defense stop? I hate when people try to put everything on one particular thing. Football has too many things going on. Offense, defense, special teams. You got 80-something plays on each side, and you got another 20, 30 all plays with special teams. It's too many things going on to try to just say, oh, they were just lucky. They were prepared. They worked their asses off. They believed in each other. They changed the mindset. And that doesn't just fall on luck to me.
You're going to hear from Larry Izzo in about 20 minutes here. In my time being out there, there was significant resources and scrutiny and belief in the value of special teams.
Yeah.
That hasn't always been the case. And I think that, dude, pro football is a game of razor-thin margins. The league is designed for parity. The league is largely designed for every team to go 8-9 or 9-8. That's how it's built. A couple teams get a couple great quarterbacks. That tends to skew their win totals. But by and large, there's a reason we see new teams win the division every year. We see a team go worst to first every year. That is the design of the league. Think about the amount of moving parts. You got 70-man rosters. This isn't about having one superstar with 4 other players on the court.
Yep.
70-man rosters. Typical snap. There's usually about 100, 120 snaps in a game. Things can go haywire all the time. So I don't want to discount luck and good breaks. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. But I find it hard to believe, and I don't believe Sam's assertion is that they did get like that. Luck is what determined things, right?
Yeah.
I think a fellow by the name of Jaden Daniels, pretty big factor in all this too.
I think it's who handles situations better. And that's not luck. How do you handle the good and the bad? You know what I'm saying? I think ultimately it comes down to that because we have watched people have a big play and then they go and do something stupid because they got a little bit overwhelmed. They got too happy. We watch people who have a bad play, and instead of just going back to their norm, they try to do something that they wouldn't practicing, and the other team has a big play against them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the teams that normally stick to what their fundamentals are, they're there at the end, and then it comes down to can you make the play or can the other team not make the play or stop you from making the play? It ain't luck.
Craig is in
It's
Baltimore.
management of situations.
Craig, where you at on the luck matrix?
Well, this JP and JP, Mitch, how y'all doing?
All right, man.
Good, buddy.
When I played college football, we won a game that people weren't expecting us to win, and they said we were lucky to win. And our coach defined luck. He said, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So if we were lucky, yes, we were lucky because we were prepared for the opportunity. So, yes, we were lucky last year because they were prepared.
Well said, man. Thank you, buddy.
I am with it.
Jeff, you're in there excited.
Cuz B was right on it. It can't be luck when, for instance, let's go to the Hail Mary pass. People wasn't on their assignments. The guy who tipped the ball back, he didn't tip the ball. Even I knew in that situation, you go up with two hands and bet the ball down. He went up with one. That's not luck. Yeah. That's a player making a bonehead play, running from the fans because he's talking to them and not doing what he's supposed to do.
And nor capitalized.
Exactly. Also, let's go to the Philly game. We turned the ball over 5 times. Devontae Smith dropped the ball. Jaden take us right down the field. We scored. We beat them. That's not luck. That's Devontae Smith that's him not capitalizing on the moment and Jaden capitalizing on the moment. The thing is now, what I'm starting to realize, just being out here in life, being on the internet, talking sports with random people, we are not the fans.
Being on top, being on bottom?
No, not you wildin'. We are not the fans who you could no longer be like, oh, you're a Redskins fan. I don't even know why you're talking anymore. Now, because we have shown that we're getting our organization together, everything we do will now be considered luck because the people can't expect Dallas fans, Giants fans, Eagles fans, they can't fathom to see Washington up now because of the fact we have been bad for so long. So everything we're going to do is going to get diminished to luck. And it's not that. Our boys showing up, our team is finally starting to play like a team. You can see that the mindset and everything around those parts in Ashburn is totally different.
You raised something interesting there. Let's go to White Brian on this. As a Giants fan who, worked with us all football season, like White Brian, as somebody that watched Burgundy and Gold games through the prism of being a Giants fan, do you feel like they were a lucky team?
No, I don't think so. I think Jaden Daniels is just that dude. The last game against the Eagles with Hurts getting injured, that was probably the luckiest they were.
I mean, Jaden got hurt and had to miss the game against the Panthers and was playing hurt for a month.
And they won.
So I find this interesting. Of the 4 categories of this luck matrix put together by Tom Bliss, Senior Manager of Football Operations Data Scientist for the NFL. This dude is he's smart. Went to Columbia University.
So some people be so damn smart that they can be stupid.
Just what I think is important to point out here. The 4 pillars of this luck matrix are dropped interceptions, dropped passes, missed field goals, and fumble recoveries. I'll give them fumble recoveries. That ball bounces anywhere it wants. That maybe fumble recoveries are true will of the universe, right? The dropped interception thing I find really interesting because Washington got really helped by dropped passes, by their opponents dropping passes. We could think of some. Neighbors, Devontae, Juwan Johnson. Like, I could think of those off the top of my head. Now, maybe that's undermining the defense's role in that, right? field goals missed by an opponent. The Falcons missed an attempt to tie it in that Sunday night game where Washington clinched the playoff spot. It was also kind of a bomb. Fumble recoveries did break Washington's way, but they sure as hell didn't in the NFC title game. But this one, I think, this is not luck. Okay, so the Chargers and the Chiefs and the Cowboys all ended up plus in dropped interceptions. The Cowboys ended up almost a 20% on the plus side of defenders dropping interceptions. Patrick Mahomes, 22% plus side of defenders dropping what should have been interceptions. The Chargers, plus 42% in opposing defensive backs dropping interceptions. Okay? That's massive.
Yeah.
You know how Jaden landed on that?
Right.
-6.
So he didn't have a lot of interceptable balls that were dropped.
Right. Not only like he didn't get the breaks of defenders dropping them, he got hurt by defenses getting improbable interceptions where a ball gets tipped or something.
Yeah. What's this
that
guy
to me
name
is
again?
a huge factor.
What's the guy name that did this?
He's just running the numbers.
I understand he running numbers.
Tom Bliss.
But he came up with this crap, okay? See, you know I can't stand this analytics world because they act like life don't really happen. It's just about numbers. Every damn thing is not about numbers. You watch passes being thrown in pregame, do you not?
Yeah.
And there's nobody checking the guy, and the quarterback is just throwing it to him. Do those balls get dropped sometimes? Yes. So now when you throw a defender on the field and they're harassing them and pulling at them and poking at them and they drop a ball, or you know what else happens in football? You get your ass hit sometimes. So instead of focusing on the ball, what are you focusing on? Where's he coming from? So you do this. You take your eye off it a little quicker and you drop the ball. That had nothing to do with an interceptable pass. It had nothing to do with anybody. Had all of that to do with somebody not being focused. When I called you last week, what I say? Slow down and focus. So if somebody doesn't focus, you're going to say, I was lucky. No. That's on him. Because I watch people passing against air and they drop balls all the time. So when it happens in the game, we're going to make this now into, because that guy dropped the ball, that team was lucky. What if he had caught it? And then they got the ball, they went 1-3 and out, and then you score a touchdown anyway. What does it mean?
Jay, last one, be quick. Were the Commanders lucky?
Nah, man. Nah, this is just analytics. Somebody, just pulling up another category. I'm gonna give you a real quick example. The Hail Mary play, right? Nobody talks about this when on the play before the Hail Mary, we ran a 20-yard out to Terry on the sideline. Pass completed, he gets out of bounds. Without that 20 yards, then the Hail Mary is, of course, 20 yards
It's a great point. And the Bears played awful
we
defense
worked to
on
get
that.
down the field, and we got in place, and we made it happen.
Good call, Jay. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. I think that was a very solid conversation. I try to examine things from all sides. I also think we're going to have Fortier on tomorrow, so we can let him kind of examine how he landed on this topic. When we come back, you'll hear from Larry Izzo, Commander Special Teams Coach, and a guy that I would say has a significant impact on whatever that borderline might be between luck and preparation. What I'm going to tell you about right now is my garage door. That's right. I love it. Everybody knows. I was kind of running late this morning. Shocker. And I had to go out through the basement and shocker, forgot to close the garage door. I'm sure our millions of listeners are just shocked by these events, but wasn't a big deal because I could just close it on the app. Got to a red light, pulled the app up, close that joint. Take that, burglars. Seriously, if you need a new garage door, I had an old clanky loud one and it sucked. I got a new one. It's sleek. It's quiet. I love it. And you get the MyQ app and you can open and close it wherever you are. There's no need to stress when you work with the pros at Door Pro America. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options for the new garage door, and the install was awesome. They kind of cleaned up my garage. Shout out to Door Pro America. They're based locally. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. And it's not just new garage doors. Say yours is just loud or kind of not working that well, hit them up because they could just maybe do a repair or some maintenance and get you ready to rock. If you call today, you could save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store in the East Coast is now open. Nationals came close to snapping the skid last night, had a 4-3 lead heading into the ninth, but Colorado Rockies hit 2 homers off closer Kyle Finnegan and came back to win at 6-4, so the Nats losing streak has now reached 9 in a row, 3 shy of their longest skid since moving to D.C. That was 12 straight back in 2008. Nats try again to snap it tonight against Colorado, 6:45. First pitch for Nats baseball here on the Fan. NBA Finals, Oklahoma City beat Indiana 120-109 to move within a win of the NBA title. Thunder in front 3-2 in the series. Hockey's Stanley Cup Final could end tonight, Game 6 in Florida. Panthers with a win. Win it for a second straight year. They're looking for the clincher tonight against Edmonton at 8 p.m. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Hey.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, here's where we're at. I think it's last week. One of my favorite days being a reporter in the football universe is once a year we get to talk to all the assistant coaches. And I just think if you want to shout about how much football you know, that's fine. But I think in my position, the best outlook is to try to learn something every day. And assistant coaches are just like these wealths of knowledge about the game. And we've been running different interviews on different days. Larry Izzo is a guy you know well.
Yep.
Didn't you guys fist fight on a sideline once?
Kind of one way. No, we got into it. We got into it.
You know,
he say well, Larry basically says when everything started up, and then all of a sudden he just felt somebody choking him. That was me.
I mean, when you think about guys that you and Larry's a fairly undersized guy. They listed him at 5'10", 220. He's obviously shed a bunch of weight post-playing days. You and Larry played 13 years, maybe 14. I never want to shortchange anybody. You played about the same.
14.
You guys made a career as special teams stars. That's incredibly hard to do. And I've joked about this because I see it in your eyes. Like, you maintain it well, but that crazy's in there. Right. To be a special team star, you got to be kind of nuts.
And I realized that rather early.
And, dude, I see the same thing in Izzo's eyes. Like, it's in there. You got to.
If you're going to be good at special teams, you cannot be sane. I'm just being real. Because, okay, I'll use this analogy. When you were young, you'll swing and jump out the swing when it was high. You'd jump out of trees, try all kind of stuff. When you got a little older, you wouldn't do it anymore. If you're a completely sane person playing special teams, you shy away from a lot of different things. When you're a little off, you slam into something that you probably shouldn't, then all of a sudden, boom, you come out the other side. And people go, that guy, man, he's great. No, he's crazy as hell. It just happened. It worked out for him.
Here's my conversation with Commander Special Teams Coach Larry Izzo. Coach Izzo, I think one thing we really learned about the Commanders last year is that you guys didn't take any play for granted. And I feel like in a lot of ways that started on kickoff coverage. Like, you guys want to cover kicks. You don't just want to blast it out of the end zone.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a lot of pride in that phase. It starts with the top, from the top, DQ. Our identity as a team, a lot of it comes from the guys on that special teams unit rolling down there. We start the games, we answer scores, and so that kickoff unit for us really fueled a lot of energy for the sideline and the stadium, and we chose to be aggressive with the play. And we had a good core group that was out there running and hitting like the way we want to play, and we were really happy with that unit in terms of what they brought. And at the end of the day, though, it comes from the top, the support that we get from DQ. We're just trying to go out there and put his vision, put it into life when we walk out on the field.
For sure. I mean, he talks about aggression, arrive with violence. Like you see it, those dirty kicks. I mean, and sometimes it's yards, right? You're talking about maybe you stopped him 2 yards short of where the touchback would have been. But when that accumulates over the season, is that kind of the idea?
Absolutely. You just go out there and bang a touchback. You walk off the field. There's been no shift in energy, no momentum. But you go down there, you make a big hit on kickoff, sets the tone, energizes everyone on the sideline, energizes the stadium, or quiets the stadium when you're on the road. So like that unit really played an integral part with how we played as a team in terms of wanting to be aggressive, no fear, cut it loose, all of those aspects. That's what you saw when our kickoff team was out there last year.
You have 2 players on your special teams groups that have been recognized nationally, Pro Bowls, All Pros, all that. Jeremy Reeves, Tressway. I'm not asking you which one's the better player, right? Who's the more unique individual? Because those are 2 very interesting, highly motivated, but I imagine they keep you busy, those 2 guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel very fortunate to be able to coach that level of player. We got with Tress, been around forever, understands exactly what needs to be done and always comes through in the clutch. And then Jeremy Reeves, our leader, sets the tone for us. We got Nick Ballore. So all 3 of those guys really are kind of the guys that our younger guys look up to in terms of setting the tone. And each of them are all individually unique. So to answer your question, I can't pick one in terms of who is the, most unique, but all 3 of them bring a little bit of that to the table, and they're all wired a little bit differently. And that's kind of how you got to play on special teams. It's like you got to be a little different to go out there and do what we do. And for Tress, he's kind of the calm, calming type in terms of he kind of brings everybody. And like when he's going out there to execute his job, I feel everyone kind of can have the confidence that that's going to get done. Just the way he carries himself and the way he acts. He's a great teammate.
As good as specials were last year, the punt return spot was there were some hiccups along the way. Looks like I couldn't help but notice the team posted a video when in the draft room when you guys selected Jalen Lane, and you looked the most fired up of anybody in the room. Everybody's got to compete. Obviously, do you feel like he really gives you a good chance to be your punt returner day one?
Yeah, we were really excited to have the opportunity to have him here with us. We identified that was a guy we wanted to target in the draft, and then AP was able to get it done. So obviously I was very happy about that. And he's come in here and not disappointed in terms of just his approach. He's a young guy. He's a rookie, but he's got a kind of vet's mentality in terms of understanding what he needs to do each week, each day. Comes out here, works hard, and tries to get better, and really intentional with how he practices, which is cool to see for a young guy. And so, yeah, we're excited to have him here, and looking forward to just seeing his growth. He's going to get better and better, and look forward for those opportunities to come for him.
Last thing, new kicker in Matt Gay, a guy that's really made some big kicks in his career. How do you guys go through that process of finding the right guy, and what made you land on Matt?
Matt's been in the league a while, obviously, Pro Bowl level kicker, has had a great career. And so we were really excited when he became available for us to be able to add him. AP went out and got it done, AP and his guys. So really feel good about that. He's come in here and just gotten to work. This time of year, it's about building that chemistry with the operation, and with Tress and Ott, we feel we feel really good about that crew working together. They've done a nice job of building some chemistry and a connection right from the jump. So excited to have him here. He's a pro, understands what needs to get done, and this time of year, it's June, but he's doing all the things that you'd want him to do in terms of preparing for the season.
Hard not to like Izzo, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says the same thing you do. They're different.
Yeah. That's the word you use. Different. And we know what it means. You know what it means.
I do.
Most people that ask the question about it, they don't know. They don't know what that different really means. They think they do. But if they were to see it in action, they will cower and run away and say that something's wrong with that guy.
As crazy as he is, obviously, Jameis Winston,
Mm-hmm.
like his description of catching a punt.
Yeah, that was the funny stuff I heard.
That kind of like, in a way, opens the door for people to understand how nuts special teams in the NFL is.
Yeah. Everything you do is at high levels of speed and ends in a collision. Like football, the offense, defense, so most guys, like the offense, defensive lineman, they're 7, 8 yards. 12 inches to 2 feet from each other. They don't get up to enough speed when they hit. They're the bigger people. Yeah, I understand all that. But the guys run 40, 50, 60 yards to come hit you. And you're running full speed back at them. Those collisions are different. And it takes a different, special person to get used to liking that. No, loving that. Revo's the nicest dude you're gonna meet.
I know.
Till you step on the football field.
I know.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned Revo again. So I just pulled it up. Revo's All-Pro year was 2022. And I remember where I was. It was because it was, I believe it was the last NFL stadium I had never worked a game. Week 11, late November in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
You remember we went out the night before that steakhouse with Biaggi, and it was a wild night. Working the game in Houston, down on the field pregame, talking to a coach I know that's on the Texans staff. And just kind of, shooting the breeze.
Shooting the breeze, Louise, telling Root the truth.
Yeah, Houston was having a tough year. And the coach, this is week 11. He goes, man, 39 is just destroying it. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, 39 in red. Dude is a killer.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow. I was like, and I think sometimes you got to be honest. And in this moment, I was a little naive.
Uh-huh.
And I said, all the tape you're watching and special teams that are popping, he's like, the way he's playing it, it impacts every game.
Yeah.
And I think that is the mindset of this staff is pro football's a game of razor thin margins.
Hell yeah.
And if you can win the margins, you can win the game.
Totally.
Nobody go anywhere. Al Koken, Smoking Al's going to join us at 1:30 for a little Stanley Cup preview. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an apple taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Oh, yeah. Excited to talk to Al Koken at 1:30. I do fear I'm going to owe Ahmet $100 before midnight,
Why?
before the clock strikes midnight.
What y'all bet on?
Oilers, Panthers.
So he took the Panthers?
Yeah.
You took the Oilers?
Yeah.
You know what? When you do that, you sound just like Greg, and you spell like him too. So y'all might be long lost brothers.
Toby Alberhauser. I think we had Chase on yesterday, B, and talked some. The NBA draft is only a couple weeks out, I think. More and more mocks are dropping, mock draft season. How great is it that we are now out of the mock draft football business starting around Halloween? What a new world that is. But Chase had some really good information, and there's starting to be this theory that the kid Ace Bailey from Rutgers could fall to 6. This is the latest ESPN mock draft has him falling to 6. Now, I don't know that everybody watched a ton of Rutgers basketball, and Bailey, I think, missed some time, right? White Brian, can you confirm that for me? Didn't Bailey miss some time this season?
Was he hurt?
I think he was hurt. I'm just going to give you what I know. He's 6'7.5" without shoes on.
Okay.
Weighs 202 pounds. Dude, when I have a bad week or two, I weigh 202 pounds, and I'm almost 6 foot. That guy's skinny. But basketball players are. This is crazy. Just standing up, he can reach 8 feet and 11 inches into the sky.
Okay.
And his wingspan is over 7 feet long.
Well, that's a special dude right there.
Here's what I can tell you about my guy, Ace Bailey. He cannot buy off the rack at Men's Warehouse. Those are unique measurements.
Yeah. They were like, oh, nah, dog, you got to go somewhere else. We can't get you nothing.
White Brian, tell me why he missed time at Rutgers. I know he did.
He played in 30 games.
Okay, so did Harper miss time then?
I think Harper missed like a week.
Because Rutgers had these 2 studs. One of them wasn't playing a lot. Okay. I'm reading now from ESPN.com. I don't know a damn thing about Ace Bailey other than the fact that Ace is a cool nickname.
Mm-hmm.
His government name is Arius. A-I-R-A-I-R-I-O-U-S. Arius?
Arius.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he goes by Ace.
Arius or Arius. 1, 2.
Sure. This seems perplexing to me, Brian. Bailey's pre-draft workout strategy has perplexed some observers, as he has yet to conduct a single known workout to date, having declined invitations from several teams within his draft range. Sources say Bailey's camp has informed interested teams that they believe he is a top 3 player in the draft, but also seeks a clear pathway to stardom, perhaps feeling comfortable that a team will trade up to get him at number 3 or 4 should he drop. Some teams question whether Bailey has received assurances of being selected by a team currently outside the top 5 to a situation deemed more advantageous from a geographic and playing time perspective. Bailey is scheduled to conduct a workout with the Sixers later this week, but it's unclear if he plans to visit any other teams at this stage. Should the Sixers pass on him, he could very well slide to the number 6 or number 7 picks, 2 teams in Washington and New Orleans that are said to be highly intrigued with the 18-year-old's talent. And both are situations in which there appear to be plenty of minutes and shots to be had. How do you feel about that?
If he's been assured and told certain things, I can understand doing what he's doing. But if nobody said anything, then I don't understand that. I would probably bet that there's someone that already told him some stuff.
I almost hope that's
basketball is so much different, bro. They let guys know ahead of football. They play their games with you unless they got the number 1 pick. Then you already know and things like that. But basketball is a little different.
I'd like to lean on the professor for this. Landfill, you have a PhD in BSology. I'm going to read again, and then I'd like your reply. Some teams question whether Bailey has received assurances of being selected by a team currently outside the top 5 to a situation deemed more advantageous from a geographic and playing time perspective. Geography is entering the chat.
Maybe I want to play in certain areas.
It's an indoor arena.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
gotta,
but you gotta live in the
live in the
place.
damn area.
Nobody wants
You
to
gotta be
live in
outside.
Minneapolis. That would suck.
I suppose.
I don't know about sucking, but
You could live in Miami instead.
Indianapolis not bad.
Stephen A, though, for whatever it's worth, he said that players don't want to play in Memphis because it's too dangerous.
Well, maybe some of the players are dangerous.
At least one of them might be.
Yeah, Morant.
The Ringer has the Wiz taking Derek Queen. Would you be in on that, B?
Yeah, I guess. I asked this question. I know he played in Maryland. Is he gonna make the Wizards a contender? That's the question I would ask.
His game is so unique that I think the NBA has space for unique players. I'm not comparing him to Joker, but like Joker has carved this path where you can be a unique body type player. And I think that's Queen's path. I'm not saying he's going to be Joker, but like I think that's the path for him.
Does he have that
I don't know that
offensive
being
skill
here is the
set?
best thing for him either.
He has that offensive skill set.
He's pretty gifted. Now, I don't know that he'll ever be the shooter Joker is, but like the way he can handle the ball and get to the rim and
Yeah, I mean, these are questions that you see him play in college, and yes, he did some magnificent things. But that next level, bro, you got to be able to take that game to another stage. Just what he did in college won't work. Something else has to come with that.
Sure. I mean, for all these kids, you got to get better every day.
All right, and that's I know, definitely.
The ESPN mock draft has Knipple going 4th overall.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This kid, Trey Johnson, a lot of folks are excited about, the guard out of Texas. There's also the guard out of Oklahoma. People are really excited about. Fears. I'm intrigued by the Malawach idea. Give me now. Granted, he's skinny as hell too, but he's not rail thin.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see Hartenstein and Chet, and you think of Malawach and Sarr, like I'm intrigued by that. Chase yesterday mentioned this kid, this person. I hate saying kid, and I don't mean it derogatory. Igor Demon.
So you old as hell. That's a kid.
Igor Demon, B, is a 6'9" point guard from BYU.
Okay. How old is he?
I don't think he's like a.
Some kid BYU might be 30 already.
BYU is now in the basketball space. They're not worried about the missions and all that. Missions, Jeff, not missionary.
So, when they signed their little scholarship down, they tell them, "Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about the missions."
Yeah. Perhaps I don't want to misspeak. Perhaps Igor Demon is Mormon. I don't know, but he's a 19-year-old from Russia.
Okay. I would probably say he's not Mormon.
They got missions everywhere. I don't know.
I'm just saying. I'm gonna go out on that limb.
I'm excited for the NBA draft. I just want the Wiz to nail it at 6. I feel like they'll end up taking someone we've never heard of.
No, I think the new people involved now, Jay, are going to make the right move, bro.
I do too.
Things are just not what they used to be. At least right now, we know what they're doing. Prior to the new crew coming in, we didn't think they were ever rebuilding or doing anything. We always thought they just was retooling. How can you retool you when you're not even very close?
All right. Here's who I think they'll draft. Just because I've never seen or heard of this dude, and that tends to be who they draft. Noah Asenge.
From where?
Germany. His team is called the Ulm, 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 and they're going to the BBL finals against Bayern Munich.
Okay.
He's 6'10", barefoot with a 7'1" wingspan. Versatile athlete.
Well, you got to ask Jeff and Landfill about that dude. You know, they know about Bayern Munich.
Landfill, what you got on Noah Asenge? You're the expert.
They always voting. I mean, they always betting people in those areas, so they may know
Oh,
something.
yeah. Did Guatemala win last night? They were a lock. Nobody go anywhere. Al Koken joins us at 1:30.
I'm Roll Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with baseball. The May momentum has turned into a June swoon for the Nationals, who suffered their 9th straight loss last night, falling to Colorado 6-4. Nats were in front, 4-3. Dalen Lyle hit his first major league home run. James Wood hit a 2-run shot. That gave them the lead in the 5th. It would stay that way until Kyle Finnegan was hit for 2 homers by the Rockies in the 9th inning to pull it out. Basically, things are going well until they weren't, as Davey Martinez and the Nats suffer their 9th straight loss.
You get a chance to put your closer in the game in the 9th. That's what you want. Today, we came out on the wrong side of the field today. So this was a tough one.
Latest call up, third baseman Brady House up from AAA Rochester, 0 for 3, strikeout and a walk in his big league debut last night. Nats will try again against the Rockies, who, by the way, are 500 against the Nats. 2-2 against the Nats this season. Nats and Rockies again, 6:45 tonight on the Fan. NBA Finals, Oklahoma City now in front 3-2 in the NBA Finals with a win over Indiana, 120-109 last night. They could clinch things. Game 6 back in Indianapolis on Thursday. The only other title they won in franchise history was the Supersonics win over the Bullets at the NBA Finals back in 1979. Also, hockey season could end tonight, Stanley Cup Final. Game 6 in Florida. Panthers looking to capture the cup for a second straight season if they can win tonight against Edmonton. That starts at 8 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Roll Forsey on the Fan.
All right, Big Richard Philly, 106.7 The Fan. The rankings, NFL put out the top quarterback wide receiver rankings in the NFL. And, every time we hear those type of things, we immediately start thinking about our guy, Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. And a lot of times when these things would come up in the past, we got no respect whatsoever. And at this time, I think that things are starting to change a little bit. So I'll just go through a few of them. I'm going to start at the back and start coming up. And when Jay get here, we'll get into the rest of it. But the 32nd duo, right now they're saying Mason Rudolph and DK Metcalf. Don't understand how you can put it out there. They never played together. I don't know what you can say. Mason Rudolph, when he's played by himself, hadn't been spectacular. DK Metcalf, we know what he can do. But I believe he has to get more route running in this game to begin to take that next step for me. He's a deep route runner, and that's what he does most times. And until he gets better running the intermediate routes, he's going to have problems. Go on to number 31, the New Orleans Saints. Tyler Shook and Chris Olave. Tyler Shook, he's the one that threw the ball in the dirt, right?
Is that Cody's brother?
No,
Cody Shook?
Is he the one that threw the ball in the dirt when nobody was checking him?
Yes.
I don't know. That's why, like, when they do these rankings and they put people in it that have never played with each other, haven't thrown a pass, I don't know how they could get there. Just now, Mason Rudolph and Metcalf. Now Shook and Olave. Olave is good. We don't know what Shook's going to be able to do.
How can you put Shook ahead of Rudolph?
They're just telling you how bad they think Rudolph is. But I think it's not necessarily him ahead of him. It's a combination of the two. And DK Metcalf, if you could throw the ball deep, he can go get it. He's going to have to become better at route running to, I think, take his game to the next level. They paid him because of what he's been doing. But if he can start running routes and do the things like that intermediate game like A.J. Brown, he'll be unbelievable.
That's a lot of.
All right, where we at now?
My man Shook's got all the opportunity here.
Number 30.
30-30.
Cleveland Browns. Flacco and Jerry Jeudy. They haven't played together either, haven't they?
Did they not? Was Flacco not there last year? I guess he was in Indy last year.
I thought Jeudy was somewhere else before.
He was in Denver, but I think he's been in Cleveland for 2 years.
Okay.
This will be his second season in Cleveland, but I think Flacco last year was in Indy. So, yeah, they haven't played together.
All right. Indianapolis Colts.
Flacco's also my age.
Anthony Richardson. And Josh Downs. Anthony Richardson checked out of the game. I don't know if he's quarterback material for the NFL just yet.
Who do you think has a better chance of starting week 1? Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones?
Based on the stuff I've been hearing, Daniel Jones.
Who do you think has a better chance of starting week 1? Flacco, Gabriel, Shador, or Deshaun Watson?
Deshaun got too many injuries. I don't know if he's going to be ready. I'm going to go with Flacco or Shador. I'm not going with Gabriel.
Over under 2.5 starting quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns this fall.
Over.
I would hit the over on that too. See if those odds are available, White Brian. See if we can get odds on the number of starting quarterbacks for the Browns. I would imagine almost league-wide, those numbers are probably set at 1.5. Guys miss time.
Yeah.
But
they have 4 quarterbacks on that roster. They have one that can't get healthy, and he they got a guy who they picked after they picked the guy that's never going to play quarterback for him, I think. And Gabriel. Flacco he's still hanging around. I think that experience will get him on the field eventually.
How old do you think Flacco is?
Probably about 39, 40.
He's actually 40. He turned 40 in January.
Mm-hmm. A little younger than you.
A little younger.
All right, man, let's get to this. We got to keep going up here to get to where.
All right, go.
I don't mean 29.
To disrupt you.
The Tennessee Titans have Cam Ward and Calvin Ridley. Just jump it on up real quick.
Don't put the parlays in, Calvin.
The New York Giants, they say Russell Wilson and Malik Neighbors. We don't know if it's going to be Russell Wilson. Malik Neighbors will be there, but I think he's going to catch the ball from like 3 quarterbacks this year, too.
Over under 2.5 starters for the Giants.
I'm going to go with under because I think no, I'm going over. I think my man
Jameis
Crab Legs getting there eventually too. All right, let's go 26. The Patriots, Drake May and Stephon Diggs.
Of that twosome, who do you feel better about going into the season?
I gotta go with Drake.
I kind of think so too.
Yeah.
I mean, Steph's missed a lot of time, and you wonder what, if anything, might happen.
They want the NFL try to come after him by that little whatever. Because believe me, they have somebody investigating.
I mean, maybe
the NFL has so many people, dude, in the FBI and the CIA that do stuff for them, that used to work for them, that work for their NFL security. They are researching that one. Now, believe me.
Diggs only in 2023, he had 107 catches for almost 1,200 yards in Buffalo.
Yeah. All right. 25, Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young. And I'm going to say T. McMillan.
That's the rookie out of Arizona that folks are really excited about.
Tatero.
I think people call him T-Mac.
That's what I'm going to call him, T-Mac. And I'm not talking about you, T-Mac. All right, New York Jets, Justin Fields, and Garrett Wilson. I'm going to move this thing a little bit. Number 23, we got Denver Broncos, Bo Nix, and Cortland Sutton. They got them down at 23.
That's low.
But Bo Nix played great last year.
Yo, you're next to Fields and Wilson. That's low.
Yeah. And in Seattle Seahawks, they got Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith in Jigba. I can see why he's down there because he woke up late in the season. Sam Darnold. That's Danfield's best friend. 21, the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams and DJ Moore. If Caleb get on schedule, DJ Moore may be still there and not lose his mind. The Raiders, Geno Smith and Brock Bowers.
First tight end on the list.
That's first tight end. The Minnesota Vikings, we got J.J. McCarthy and Justin Jefferson. It's kind of low, I think, whenever we get. If Justin Jefferson's involved, I think it'll be a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they're sleeping on a kid that's never played in the NFL and coming off a big injury.
Yeah. The Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen and Khalil Shakir.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is low.
Yeah.
This is all based on PFF grades, though. So
Yeah. Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray, Trey McBride. Number 18, the Baltimore Ravens. No, number 16, Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers. You think that's low, high, what?
I think you got to question the list when Lamar and Josh Allen are ranked after Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I was going there next. Brian Thomas
he's a baller.
All the ball got to do is be in this area.
LSU wideouts, man.
Yes, Louisiana, baby. San Francisco, we got Brock Purdy and George Kittle, second tight end.
Interesting. I mean, Debo's not there. Ayuk's coming off injury.
This one here
Jawan
tells
Jennings.
me a story right here. The Kansas City Chiefs are ranked 13th. Pat Mahomes and Rashee Rice.
When
you don't put Kelsey there, what are they saying? That he's starting to fade out?
When Rice is healthy, he's really good. He's just got to stay healthy.
He's a crazy one too, isn't he?
I believe he had something.
Yeah.
I believe he had something.
All right, the Green Bay Packers, Jordan Love and Jaden Reed. Jaden Reed, he just got there, right?
No, they drafted the kid Golden, I think, from Texas. I think Watson is hurt again.
Well, I think Washington about to be out the league if he's sick. He getting hurt. All right, the Los Angeles Chargers, Justin Herbert, Lad McConkey.
McConkey can play, man. He'll route you up.
He's more of a slot guy, but he'll get you, bro. Atlanta Falcons, they got Penix and also Drake London.
Like, can I call a quick 20-second?
Go ahead.
What is this list that Josh Allen and Lamar are significantly below?
They're talking about the combination, the quarterback receiver duo. And like you said, it's off of PFF grades.
Yeah.
So,
okay. I like Penix.
All right, the Los Angeles Rams, Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua.
That one I got no argument.
No, because Puka Nacua, I don't care. You can put Jeff out there. Puka Nacua gonna catch the ball.
He's a fullback playing wideout.
That dude is good, man.
He's strong, man. And Stafford's just I said this on I was doing a radio hit in Philly or something. And people are like, are you worried about a Jaden Daniels regression? And I'm like, did people say that about Stafford? Because Stafford's just a pocket passer that beats you, right? With his arm. That's what Jaden is.
Yeah.
Like everybody wants to make these Jaden comps to other dudes. He's an all-world athlete and can run. He's a pocket passer.
Yeah. All right. Number 8. The Miami Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa and Tyreek Hill. That's high.
If you get the healthy, good version of both those guys, it's probably not high enough.
This here, I think it's high. Number 7, the Dallas Cowboys, Whack Prescott and CeeDee Lamb.
Jeff, what were you saying about Dak earlier?
Yeah, y'all were asking what was his legacy. I said
we weren't.
Yeah, well, that was the conversation, and I said
First Take was asking.
Yeah, and I said his legacy will be the Black Tony Romo. That's just the legacy of Dallas Cowboys quarterbacks from here on out. For me, until I think they under the same curse with us. Until their owner gone, they ain't gonna be good. And I say that because on paper, Dak looks amazing. The Cowboys, we've seen it. We've seen a 13-3 season. We've seen 12-5.
And they be fishing the next week with us.
Exactly. So, and that was the same thing when they had Tony Romo. We seen the botched field goal. We seen, I used to get, man, well, at least we in the playoffs all the time. And also, what is Dak done? Nothing but choke. Well, I'm gonna take some of my fandom out of it, and I'm not even gonna. Last time it wasn't Dak's fault. His team was dropping balls and all that, so I'm not going to say it like that. But that's what he is in my eyes.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep moving. Detroit Lions at number 6 with Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown. But I think that
they're good.
You got your other guy gonna be stepping in there. And Amon-Ra is a route runner, but that other dude can blow a game. Jameson can blow a damn game open.
Oh, yeah.
Number 5, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We have Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield.
Both perennially slept on.
Yeah. Okay, and number 4, guess who falls there? And I think this is respect. Like I said, normally we have these lists, they don't give us a lot of respect. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. They are ranked number 4, and people want to question Terry's skills. Why?
McLaurin cracked the top 10 of the wide receiver rankings. What puts this duo even higher on this list is, as a collective, is the fact that Daniels earned an elite 92.9 PFF passing grade when targeting McLaurin, and Marcus Mariota earned an elite 93.2 PFF passing grade when targeting McLaurin.
In other words, target McLaurin. And if both quarterbacks are very high at targeting McLaurin, that would have to mean everybody that try to claim he's not a top receiver, shut the hell up. All right, number 3, the Houston Texans. They have C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. I think Nico Collins can play some ball, dog.
Sure.
And C.J., now people want to knock C.J. from last year, talking about he took a step back. His top 2 receivers were hurt. Do you expect him to be much better without his top 2 receivers? Nico was hurt, and Diggs was hurt the whole year, wasn't he?
Diggs, I think, played like 6 games.
Yeah. So that's why. Number 2, the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. I guess Jalen can use this and tell people shut the hell up. You talking about he can't throw the ball, can't pass it. Bam. Is it more A.J. or is it more Jalen? Which one is it? I'll ask you, Mr. Finley.
I think they're both pretty good. I think Hurts has weird spurts where he doesn't play that well. I think both those guys are really good.
Well, we're left with one more team.
This is correct.
The Cincinnati Bengals, and it is Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
I got no argument.
Yeah, but they threw a lot. They had a lot of yards, a lot of stuff last year, and were they in the playoffs?
No.
So shouldn't that factor into it? If I just throw the ball to one dude all the time and he has a astronomical amount of catches and numbers, and we don't go to the playoffs, what does that mean?
I don't know. This PFF, man. PFF likes Washington. That much is clear.
I'm just asking the question, though. I just like to throw stuff out there. But both of them have shown to be good. But if our team were to have 5,000 yards passing and Terry have 1,600 and they sitting at home, I would have a problem with it.
I get it.
Yeah.
Team sport.
Yeah.
It all matters. Smoking Al Koken joins us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Another tough night for the Nats. They suffer their 9th straight loss, losing to Colorado 6-4. How it happened was even tougher to take. Rockies get it done with 2 homers off closer Kyle Finnegan in the 9th inning.
You know, both fastballs, you know, that was the right pitch, just didn't execute location and missed where they like it and where they do damage, and that's what they did.
Nats and Rockies again tonight. Nats with another chance to snap the skid. 6:45 first pitch here in the Fan. NBA Oklahoma City over Indiana. Game 5 last night of the NBA Finals. So the Thunder 1 win away from winning it all. Hockey could end tonight. Stanley Cup Finals Game 6 in Florida. Panthers look for the clincher against Edmonton tonight at 8 p.m. Looking to upgrade your office game? We'll come to you and design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture. When you call today and score 15% your purchase, get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Might be gone for Edmonton, along with my $100. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend Smokin' Al Koken. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And, of course, you can watch all of Al's work on Monumental Sports Network, covering the Caps. Smoke, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
JPB, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, brother.
Are you in Los Angeles? I know you're going out there for the NHL draft now or soon.
No, that'll be next week. Heading out there next week for the NHL draft, see what the Capitals do. If they use the pick, they're going to get another prospect to add to a rather large list of really good prospects, or could they be dangling that first-round pick to do a little immediate upgrade to the roster? So it's going to be kind of intriguing out there. We'll be covering it for you on Monumental Sports Network next weekend. But this weekend, you, me, and B and JP, we're all going to be together out at Norbeck on Friday.
That's right. It's Locker's golf tournament. It benefits the Lachlan Family Foundation, right? Hopefully I have that right. And
yes.
Awesome event. We were out there last year. How many guys you got? You fired up for it?
Absolutely. We've got a few foursomes still to go because we want to really try and get this thing as big of a sellout as possible.
Okay.
One of the things we've tried to do is limit, we don't want to make this one of those 6-hour cherry rounds where nobody wants to come. So we want to sell it out, but we don't want to oversell it, if you get what I'm talking about. But the proceeds do go to Craig and Linda Laughlin's Lachlan Family Foundation for rare cancer research. One of the things that I've always been kind of intrigued about when, you're trying to get some people to sign up for these events, I just actually looked online not too long ago at one of the very nice daily fee courses, up to $70. I think a lot of us know it. It kind of has part of one of my favorite drinks at night attached to its name, and you can get out there.
Whiskey Creek.
You can get out there to play on Friday if you can get a tee time. There was only a couple early ones for $159. Well, for a little more than that, and certainly less than if you combine an entire foursome together, much less than 4 times $159. You get lunch at Norbeck. You get the 1 o'clock start on a beautiful course. It's in outstanding condition.
Yep.
There's going to be beer on the course. There's going to be a full dinner afterwards with cocktails served, beer, wine, the whole thing. So when you add it up, if you really want to go out and play on Friday, come out. Sign up for the Norbeck Charity Classic at Norbeck, BECKCC.com. Come on out, put your foursome together, and my understanding also, too, if we can believe the weather, men and women, and they're reporting up until, right now, Friday is supposed to be absolutely the best day of the week. So
I sure hope so.
Excuses. No excuses.
Last year, I ended up eating about two dozen of crabs.
I remember they gave you all those crabs.
It was hot. It was hot last year too, dog.
Yeah, hey, they had some Father's Day crabs, and they may still have some for you too. But yeah, it's great. Listen, I hope everybody comes out because we want to raise as much money as possible for the Laughlin Family Foundation.
Absolutely, man. It's a fun day. We'll be out there. We've done it a couple years in a row now. Norbeck's a fun track, and if I know Norbeck and I know Patrick, there's plenty of beer, dude. There's plenty of beer
and a little brown.
Yes, you will enjoy yourself. You definitely will enjoy yourself. And I know, I hope everybody also too is going to watch Game 6 tonight with the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's been a really good series. Safe to say, guys. I obviously haven't paid as much attention to the NBA playoffs as I, would like to because of, there were so many conflicts with what's going on. But the every other night, watching the NBA last night, you get to watch the NHL tonight. They've been rotating. I gotta say, it's been so much fun to watch. I gotta ask you guys though, do you honestly think in BC, at MSG, at Crypto out in LA, could you get an entire crowd to dress the way the OKC people did last night?
No chance.
Nah, look, and Al, that's not just last night. They do that.
Well,
they did that damn near every game in the playoffs.
Last night, they did it in, you're wearing blue in this section. You're wearing white in this section. Now this section's wearing blue. I'm like, you've got to be kidding. There's not a chance in the world at any of those arenas I just mentioned. The people who are going to get dressed to go out to the NBA Finals are going to then put on a giveaway T-shirt from Buddy Lee's, Dodge Buick Subaru dealership, and sit there and watch the game. Right? It's not going to happen here, and I admire the fact that they actually are doing it. It's been really cool to watch the two cities and the teams, the defense being played and the clutch shooting. God, has it been just fantastic, and it's been a carryover too. If you've been watching the NBA and not watching the NHL, you're doing yourself a disservice because both have been really, really fascinating.
Well, it's one thing I always say because I think older fans know that you used to cover everything. I think younger fans think Smokin' Al and they just think hockey. And Smoke is like a super sports fan that watches everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that you brought up. B and I were joking about OKC's like a college crowd.
Yes,
and you don't
is.
get that in the NBA.
Right?
Really,
you do not get that. And these are even the people in the front row seats, right? They're wearing the T-shirts. It's really impressive. But it just strikes me also too. And I use this when I see what Florida is doing, when I see what Edmonton has accomplished, then how do you kind of translate to, what more could the Capitals do? It's the exact same thing. When I watched these two teams last night and I watched the Wizards, these guys are at it defensively. You can talk all you want about how great, SJA is and Halliburton and the role players. I get it. There's some marvelous shot making and execution. But every single player on both teams get it on the defensive end.
Yeah.
And that's what's missing to me when I look at the Wizards. And let's also be honest too, the Caps could, use a little more of that defensive intensity that we're seeing in the Stanley Cup Finals too. But when I look and see what's going to be next for the Wizards, you can tell me all you want. Yeah, we need to draft this, we need to draft, but it's got to be done on the defensive floor. And until those guys get it, and I know Brian Keefe tries. He talks about it all the time. But until those guys buy in to stop people, I mean, how many games this year did they give up more than 130, right? Every time I look up, it's like, they're giving up 130, 140. It's unsustainable, and I hope the Wizard players who are watching these NBA Finals understand, okay, if we're going to take the next step, it's not me scoring more, it's me stopping more.
Yeah, totally. Talking with our friend Al Koken. You can follow him on Twitter at Real Smokin' Al. Smoke joins us via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Smoke, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like at least Brian and I think both feel that OKC and Florida are going to win their respective championships. Do you think either of these get to a seventh game? And do you think either of the now trailing teams, the Pacers or the Oilers, can turn it around?
JP, my selection was Edmonton coming in, and I thought they had learned a lesson last year of, okay, we finally realized how to play Florida. We got it to a seventh game after being down 3-1, and then Florida was just better. I thought Edmonton learned their lesson. was so angry at them the way they played Game 3. They tried to come out and bully the bullies.
Yeah.
And that can't get it done. When they turn their back on that nonsense, when they just play hockey, when they keep Florida off the power play, they can beat this team. They can do that tonight. I would not be surprised if it goes to a seventh game, because you've got guys like McDavid and Draisaitl who are truly elite athletes. And if they get any kind of goaltending, they can do that if they play a smarter game of hockey. I think it's more likely, though, to be honest with you, that we're going to see a seventh game in the NBA than we're going to see a seventh game in the NHL, just simply because it just seems like Florida has got the mojo going. But if Edmond plays a smarter game than they played, if they get off to at least a decent start, they're trailing all the time. Yeah. Now they've got the firepower to come back. They made that unbelievable comeback down, 3-1, and then won it with the Draisaitl overtime goal. So they were capable of doing it, but I just don't know if they've got their head put on the right way, where I can definitely see Indiana going home and forcing a Game 7 OKC.
What is it that makes Florida so damn good? Because when you watch them playing 5-on-5, it looks like they have a power play.
Yeah, they are relentless, but they also they've from the very first day of training camp, this is all they think about. How do we play as a team in the Stanley Cup Finals? Now, they understand you got to get through the regular season to get there, but they save their best for when it counts the most. And that's what I was saying earlier. Their defensive structure is outstanding. They're on you relentlessly with their forecheck, but they've got guys who can jump up on the plate from the back end. They really push the attack all the time. But when it comes time to play defense, it's no accident that their captain, Alexander Barkov, won the Selke Trophy as the best defensive forward in hockey. And you can see how great McDavid is and how much trouble he's having scoring, particularly when Paul Maurice at home can get the matchup with Barkov and his line out there. But they buy in. Everybody buys in. And I also will give their general manager credit. A lot of times we see at the trade deadline teams, and understandably so, going for it, giving up multiple first-round picks, giving up assets, going for it to get the right pick, and it blows up in your face. They went out and got Brad Marchand. They went out and ponied up the dough to get Seth Jones. And, boy, those two guys have contributed and made their team even better. Two areas they needed to shore it up. And not only did they shore it up, they got two guys who are delivering at the highest level. So I have to tip the hat to the general manager, Bill Zito, who went out and gave up a lot, but it looks like it's going to pay off for him for the second championship.
It really does. Smoke, last thing for me, I want to circle back to something you said at the beginning there. NHL draft is next week. You mentioned the Caps. Obviously, you love adding young players, but they could use that pick in a trade to get somebody that helps them now. How realistic do you think a draft trade is for the Caps?
They're more difficult than they've been. There have been a lot in years past, and for some reason, I don't know why, it doesn't seem to be as prevalent. But my gut instinct was that the Capitals were willing to use their first-round pick this year in a trade at the trade deadline if they could get the help they were looking for. I think they were involved with Brock Nelson, who ended up going out to Colorado from the New York Islanders. The sticking point was then general manager Lou Lamoriello of the New York Islanders was asking for a first-round pick and your top prospect. When Lou says, okay, your first-round pick and Ryan Leonard, the phone conversation ends. Colorado was willing to give up their top prospect, Callum Ritchie, along with their first-round pick. Now, they did recoup a little bit of it because they re-signed Brock Nelson. But if the first-round pick was out there being offered at the trade deadline, that's why I think the first-round pick could be out there at this draft, too, to see if they can get the right deal to maybe do something to shore up that third line or maybe add something on the back end as well.
There you have it. All right, we'll be watching. We will see you Friday at Norbeck Country Club for the Charity Classic benefiting the Lockland Family Foundation. I tweeted out information. If you're looking for it, go to my Twitter, go to Smoke and Al's Twitter. I'm looking forward to it, Smoke. We'll see you there, buddy.
All right, Smoke. Take care, brother.
Greatly appreciate it, guys. Looking forward to seeing you on Friday.
All right, man. If you're a Caps fan or just a sports fan or you're just a golfer, it's a fun day, fun opportunity. Get to hang out with Smoking Al. Joe B will be there. Locker will obviously be there. There's usually some other Caps folks milling about. I mean, hell, Bickle and Cakes are members over there. Maybe they'll be around. Fun day. If you're looking for a fun day to play golf, maybe tip a few back. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. What do you have?
Hey, summer is here, and I'm kicking it off the right way. As an avid cyclist, I want you to join me and my team for Bike to the Beach this Friday, June 20th. We're riding to support autism and disability inclusion, and trust me, this ride is an absolute blast. It all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just a block away from the ocean, right in the heart of all of the action. So let's ride together, make a difference, and kick off the summer in style. You can still join my team if you're a willing bike rider. You like to have a little fun? Come on out. Go to biketothebeach.org. Join the team Riding 30. RIDIN'30. That's biketothebeach.org. Hope to see you out there.
Love this bit, Landfill. What a banger. One of my favorite podcasts, I listen to SV Pod, Scott Van Pelt's podcast with Stanford Steve. And Stanford Steve said on the pod last week, he just thought Leonard Skinner was a dude, like a singular person named Leonard Skinner. But the irony is, I believe the band's name is a dude named Leonard Skinner was like their high school gym teacher or something.
Really?
Landville, I might try to get my friend Anna Spiegel from Axios on the program on Friday. So we got some crabs for Father's Day, and they were quite good. They were pricey. Now, obviously, it's good to be B. Mitch. I'm sure B's got a plug. Somebody driving them straight up from Louisiana. Dude, a container.
I want 'em good. I better get them from Louisiana. What was that?
A container of jumbo lump crab meat right now, $60 a pound.
Yeah.
That's significant.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cash.
Yeah.
Jeff, stop fishing. Start crabbing. Get rich, bro.
Crabbing a little bit more tedious than fishing.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You
gotta have the equipment for that.
You don't have the equipment for crabbing?
You have to have you can't just drop on the pier. You got to go different places.
You
You
need a
got to
boat.
run a boat. Yeah. And unless I could carry all that stuff on my kayak.
Nah, I ain't gonna work.
I want Jeff to go crabbing in a kayak right
You
now.
can
though.
actually crab in the kayak.
Yeah, it's
You gonna get. I guarantee a crab gonna be biting you. Be clawing you up somewhere.
One person that can't crab, Chris Russell. Let's make some bets.
Holla. Gather around.
I can't believe I bet on the Nats and they lost. White Brian, fire away.
Everyone lost except for me.
Fake news.
I'm trying to think Brian might be fibbing a little bit, y'all.
What'd you have last night? Mets?
I didn't play.
I took the Thunder 9.5.
They covered that, no problem. All right, what do we like tonight? What happened with Guatemala? They won, right? Landfill bet against Guatemala. Hater?
Yeah, he took Jamaica.
Hater. Fire away, boys. I don't know that I have the heart
I
to bet
bet
on the Nats.
B. Mitch beat you by more than 15 strokes.
I'm taking the Rockies plus 1.5 and over 2.5 goals in Canada, Honduras.
Soccer or hockey?
Soccer.
I'm going down swinging. I'm taking the Oilers plus 1.5.
I'm also taking over 2.5 goals scored by Canadians tonight.
Is that a triple leg parlay?
Give me the Rays.
I think Landfill just put in a triple.
Oilers.
I'm going with the Panthers.
Jeff, you got B beating me by 15 strokes. Let's say B shoots at 80 today. That would put me at 95. That sounds pretty fair, honestly.
No, it don't.
Like, if you make it 17.5, I might take it, but that 15 sounds about right.
Panthers.
Boo, Panthers. Let's go, Oilers.
Hell with the Oilers.
Do it for Canada.
I think it'll be over 17.5 because I know B. Mitch is militant about counting the strokes.
Only person got to worry about really counting this goal is Jeff.
I don't come on these airwaves and say I'm going to beat them.
That's true.
I have an honest approach to golf. I understand the sport.
Let me get the Tampa Bay Rays also. Give me a parlay, baby.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show. Thank you to Brad Biggs for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Smoking Al Koken for joining us. Thank you to Anna for calling in and cursing on the radio. We got to go. Grant and Danny up next.
Smoking Al Koken.
Let's hope the Nats can get a win. If you made it this far, Jeff owes you a back rub.
What?
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Boy, when things go badly, they really go bad, don't they? Nationals suffer another loss last night, their 9th consecutive setback, losing to the worst team in baseball, 6-4 to Colorado. That doesn't really tell the story. Nats led it 4-3 until the 9th. In comes the closer. Kyle Finnegan had not given up a home run this season. Rockies homered twice off Kyle Finnegan to win it in the 9th. Certainly a frustrating finish for Finnegan and the Nats.
I mean, I don't think it's a secret what's been going on with our team, and just really wanting to get a win. We played a great game. The team did everything that we needed to do to win, and my job was to come in there and get the last 3 outs, and I wasn't able to do that today. All I can do is show up tomorrow ready to go.
So we're nowhere near the longest losing streak in franchise history. That's back when they were in Montreal as the Expos, 20 in a row, 1969, but getting close to the all-time mark since they moved to D.C. That was 12 straight losses back in 2008. Nats hoping to snap things here at 9. If they can get it done tonight, Nats and Rockies again, 6:45, first pitch on the Fan. NBA, pivotal Game 5, won by Oklahoma City last night over Indiana. So the Thunder just one win away from the NBA title. That could be Game 6 Thursday back in Indianapolis. Hockey Game 6 Stanley Cup final tonight. Panthers look for the clinching win against Edmonton. WNBA Mystics on the road in Chicago. That's 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon, June 17th, 2025. You're listening to Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15. Pregame of the Nats and the Rockies and Nats baseball tonight. Logan Paulson joins us when he get his detailed breakdown on minicamp and some of the performances he saw. What does he think of some of the members of this draft class and this free agency crop? We'll talk to Logan coming up in 1 hour. Danny, what's up?
Hey, buddy. You couldn't write a script like last night for the Nats, dude. Like if you submitted that as here's the low moment of the montage of the movie where right before the inspirational speech is going to happen from the main character to get us out of this muck and mire. I mean, you can't predict that. The guy that hadn't given up any home runs all year gave up 2 to the worst baseball team we've ever seen, pretty much, or at least this millennium. It's so bad over there right now. It's so bad.
I want to get into the Nats in a minute. We should start with the NBA Finals, though. Last night, the Thunder take control 3-2 over the Indiana Pacers. It's kind of happening, I think, in front of our eyes, the thing we all expected all along, that we anticipated. Oklahoma City proving to be a little bit better. And in the meantime, the Pacers, with Tyrese Halliburton dealing with a calf injury last night, scoring just 4 points, not making a field goal from the floor 0 for 6, just hit his free throws. They're in big-time trouble.
Yeah.
Losers by 11 last night, and now with a Game 6 and a banged-up clutch best player, they are going to have to come out swinging with their backs against the wall. But the story last night was Jalen Williams, a career playoff high 40 points, and the MVP of the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, playing Robin, scoring 31 as the Thunder got to within 1 win of a championship.
So this was playing out a lot like Game 1. If you remember it. I mean, I know that was like 7 months ago because they spread games out by so far. But Oklahoma City was the better team most of the time. Indiana, they don't quit. Even without Halliburton 100%, I don't know what he is, 40%, 61%. I have no idea. Clearly wasn't himself. Siakam was dazzling. McConnell was really good there in the fourth quarter. I thought Toppin had a couple important buckets on some dunks. Miles Turner was active. They played Tony Bradley, I thought, who was really helpful for them. They closed it to 2.
Yeah, it was an 18-point deficit in the fourth. They were plus 16 at one point to cut it to 2 behind, as you said, Siakam who had 28 and McConnell who had 18. and they were on the brink. It looked like a repeat performance where they were going to steal the game just like they did in game one.
And we forget this Oklahoma City team is so young, right? So the first time that happened, and Indiana deserves credit, so don't get me wrong, but you could see the tightening, right? Where it's like, who's going to make the shot? I guess it's Shea. He'll go one-on-one, and then if he misses it, oh, crap, what do we do now? That wasn't a problem this time.
And it wasn't just the youth, I don't think, either. Remember, one of the stats that we talked about when this series started, the Thunder only played 24 games this season, all season, where the game was within 5 points in the final 5 minutes, the fewest in the league by far. They had the largest margin of victory in NBA history this year. And so while they were so dominant and so great, and they're one of the best teams statistically we've ever seen, they didn't have to really bow up at the end of a game and kind of in crunch time deliver the way the Pacers have over and over and over again. And so those games, when you cut it to 2 in the fourth quarter, actually, for the first time all night, start to favor Indy.
Yeah, we don't know what to do exactly because we haven't done it very much. Well, this was different. I mean, I talk about this all the time with basketball. You could look at a box score and go, this guy had 20 points and that guy had 20 points. Who had the better game? Not all buckets are created equal.
No.
When Siakam drills that 3 to put Indiana down 2, and Jalen Williams, I'm so calm and relaxed, drills that 3 to put him back up 5 before another stop in a bucket to put him up 7, just like that, Carlisle timeout, he knew, I think, in that moment, right? Indiana had done everything right, had gotten right back into it, and you try to force some of those puckered moments, those lack of execution moments, the uncertainty, no problem. Hand never shakes. Jalen Williams was incredible down the stretch. They only turned it over 11 times in the ballgame and forced 23. Caruso was instrumental with a couple of those, diving loose balls, change of possession things. This is Oklahoma City, man. It's like that vice grip.
Game 5 of a best-of-7 NBA Finals series, when the series is 2-2, the winner to go up 3-2 has won 23 of the previous 31 times, which is a 74% clip. Bodes well for Oklahoma City. If you just look at 3-2 edges in the series, it's actually a lot bigger than that. It's 40 out of 49, which is 82% of the time. The team up 3-2 wins. A little bit lesser success rate when it's a 2-2 series and you win game 3, meaning that someone could come back and win 2 in a row. But to see the Pacers, especially with Halliburton not healthy, beat a better Thunder team than them in multiple games, including one in OKC here down the stretch, I just don't see it. It's a matter of time. It feels inevitable at this point. The Thunder are going to hoist a title. They're going to win the O'Brien. They're going to have the banner ceremony to start next year. And I think if you're a Wizards fan, you should take some solace and you should probably enjoy that because you've got an executive that came from there and they're trying to do some things in a comparable way. Now, I don't know how similar the build here is going to be because you got to luck box your way into SGA in a trade and it's just hard to replicate, but it is proof of how it can be done and that there's a team that thinks like an executive running the Wizards does who's pulled it off.
Because you look at them and they don't look like a lot of teams look.
No.
They find the unusual guy that can be effective, right? The Lucas Dorts of the world get overlooked by everybody. Is he a 2? Is he a 3? Is he a 4? I have no idea, but he's physical and a pain in the butt, and he fits in very nicely. I mean, same with Casey Wallace and Caruso. I mean, they traded away a really gifted player for, hustle guy Alex Caruso. And of course it fits what they do and what they want. So you get people that think outside the box a little bit that are willing to find the commodity that's overlooked. And yeah, you get a guy that's the other team doesn't know what they have in SGA. You trade for future MVP for a bag of donuts. That helps too. But, it takes those kind of really smart people to identify that and go, that guy over there can do a lot more than he's doing, and we'll have him do it for us.
You got to hit that home run.
Yep.
You could do a lot right, but if the SGA second deck grand slam doesn't happen, then the build probably doesn't work.
Right.
They're going to have to find theirs along the way here, and they're going to have to hit in the draft over and over and over again, like the Thunder were able to with the number of picks that they put together. Stanley Cup final tonight could end. We've got a 3-2 series lead for the Florida Panthers over the Edmonton Oilers. Game 6 tonight. If Florida wins, they go back-to-back as Cup champions in the National Hockey League. I bring this up for 2 reasons. One, this series has actually been amazing. The games have been great. You've got one of the best players in any sport on the planet right now, and Connor McDavid playing for Edmonton. Hall of Famers abound. TV numbers are not great. I don't know if that's... I don't really know why that is, honestly. I guess it's a hockey thing in the United States of America. I'm not sure. I'd like more people to be watching the Cup than have. We were doing a story last week where the Women's College World Series in softball had not quite even with, but similar
We're
enough
close, yeah.
numbers that if you're the NHL, you're going, what do we got to do here? Florida's great. Edmonton's awesome. And these games have been epic. But I bring this up because we could get resolution, Danny, on the better that we've talked about, who we call Cash Out Bro. Okay? I told you about this guy last week. So for those of you that didn't hear this story, there is a fresh out of college, young 20s bro, like some kid you'd bump into in Arlington wearing Sperry's this spring, who made a $13 bet on one of the apps that you might have on your phone. Just like any other dude gets on an app. I'm a big FanDuel guy. $13 bet, right? He bet on 6 different champions, of which 4 have already won. We're talking about the Super Bowl, the WNBA, the national championship. He just ripped off 4 straight successful title predictions in his 6-leg parlay. Dodgers, Liberty, Eagles, among them. He's got 2 legs left on this parlay. Now, it doesn't sound that crazy when you take mostly really good teams to win their championship, but when they're all somewhere between like 12 and 20 to 1, and then you string together a half dozen legs, it turns out to be a crazy odds return.
Could be wildly lucrative.
His $13 bet, if he hits it, will pay him $270,000. $270K for Cash Out Bro. He has been offered several opportunities to cash out, including right before the series has started. He took the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the NBA Finals, who are probably going to. And he took the Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup. They are facing elimination tonight, down 3-2. Right before the series, he was offered $107,000. He made a $13 bet. You now have a $107,000 offer, which basically means, Danny, that's how much money you have in the bank if you walk away.
Yeah, $106,987 profit on that bet.
He said he was not doing it. And it just became a game of deal or no deal, where after every one of the games played in either the NBA or the Stanley Cup Finals, the app comes back to him and they say, okay, now we'll offer you this. And so after game 1, 107 went down to 96. So at rock bottom here, previously, before last night, he was down into the 20,000s in his cash out. It almost doesn't even matter, though, because he has been steadfast in saying he will not take a cash out offer. So the cash out he's being offered today, before the possible elimination of the Edmonton Oilers, is $39,902.75. You handed $13 to the app.
Yep.
It's going to give you back $39,900, a $40,000 winnings. He's still saying it's not happening. We're riding it out. But he's now, despite winning the NBA Finals likely with Oklahoma City, needs 2 straight wins from the Oilers, including tonight. He'll be in the barn.
He's going to get nothing. And I hope it was worth it. Like,
are you rooting for or against him?
Ooh, great question.
I'm rooting for him. It seems like a Houtier thing to do to root against him.
Well,
because you're going to say that he's dumb and he should take the
I think he made the wrong decision. So I don't like people that make the wrong decision getting rewarded in general. So I don't think I'm actively rooting against him, but like I think he's wrong. I thought he made the wrong decision. I don't think he's a bad person. You know what I mean? But just like it all depends on philosophy, right? I mean, we talked about this a bunch. If you're the kind of person that would take, I think one of the offers was $123,000 in there somewhere, by the way, right?
That was the max he could have gotten when it looked the best during both series, was around $120,000.
So if you take that money, you like for a lot of us, you go, I just made the single greatest investment in human history.
Yes.
Like it's $13 I gave away, and I received $122,000, $987
in a
back.
few months, by the way.
In a matter of for doing nothing.
Yeah.
0 effort, 0 energy, just pick some favorites.
Bitcoin ain't got nothing on me.
It is astounding. But half the population, roughly, goes, I potentially left $150,000 more on the table.
Yeah.
So there's a moment in the movie War Dogs with Miles Teller and Jonah Hill, where they realize they win a contract with the Department of Defense, these 2 guys that are shady arms dealers. They're going to make tens of millions of dollars. And they find out that they underbid for the contract against like the regular big boys of the defense contracting by like tens of millions.
Right. They were willing to do it for $5. Lockheed Martin said we'll do it for $18 million.
Yeah, or whatever. So they're still going to make Again, tens of millions of dollars and have more money than anybody else could ever spend in their lifetime. And Jonah Hill's character can't let it go. He's furious and like hits his head against the wall and like breaks his hand. And the other character is Miles Teller. In this situation, I'm Miles Teller. We're making so much money. He's going, I can't believe we lost that money. You know what I mean? And that's at its core.
Well, he's going to get zero, it looks like.
Yeah, he's getting nothing.
Because I have a hard time believing the Oilers come back with consecutive wins. I hope he gets a Game 7 out of it, and he gets to push this thing to the brink, and it gets more.
That'd be the best story.
Excitement, and the 15 minutes of fame continues. I don't know why his dad or someone didn't start advocating, hey, bud, we got to do this.
Mm-hmm.
We got to bail. His dad's like, we're just so proud of him, and whatever he wants to do, we're fine with.
Oh,
it's perfectly cool if he wants to see this thing through. That's basically the comments I saw.
Wow. Mr. Cash Out Bro, sir?
That would not be how I would handle this if it was my kid. Now, he's a grown-up. It's not like he's 14.
Yeah.
And this guy's fresh out of college.
You got to be allowed to make your own mistakes, I suppose.
Absolutely. So you can't force him to do anything. But we're having some long conversations about how much $120,000 can help.
I might hit dial on that phone and say, would you like to have no debt? Wouldn't that be nice to have zero debt at this point as you start your life? You can just pay everything off.
The last video I saw this kid, his name's Drew Hirschman, post on his social. He was on a flight last night en route to the Stanley Cup for Game 6, watching the Thunder close out the game on the tiny screen in front of him on the seat back. And he kind of flips the phone to himself and he goes, Thunder in 6, we're good. He's ride or die.
Yeah.
He has had so many offers, and he keeps saying, we're not taking offers. We're not doing it. So it's deal or no deal, and he's just going to find out what's in that suitcase. The briefcase, I guess.
Yeah, the briefcase.
Eventually, they're opening that briefcase, and he better hope it says $1 million. For him, that would be $270,000. I guess in the hypothetical from War Dogs that you talked about, I'm probably more Jonah Hill than I am Miles Teller. I would have taken the buyout for sure, but I would always kick myself if the Oilers come back and win that I left the $130,000 on the table. I would not celebrate as much the 140 as I would be mad about the 130. Maybe that makes me a pessimist or an idiot or both.
I don't think it makes you anything. It's just that. Yeah.
Philosophically, that would be how I think. A lot of people keep saying to me, because I'm getting tweets about this guy from time to time, they're like, I just don't understand why he doesn't hedge. Well, when we hedge, me or the guy that's saying this, I won't guess what your unit is. But when I'm possibly going to win, say $300, $400 on an amazing win for me,
yes,
like one of my craziest wins ever, a hedge could be $75 or $100 that I'm putting down to make sure I don't lose my nut, so to speak. This guy, okay, for him to hedge, now it's less, but we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that cash. You have to find someone to front you that money.
What would he have to do? Put $50,000 on a Thunder Panthers parlay?
Something like that, yeah. But where are you getting the money from?
Right.
Who's fronting it for you? I guess now he's a celebrity enough this week that maybe somebody, Mark Wahlberg or someone who's rooting for him could swoop in and hand him the money. But
I'm really excited for Cash Up, bro, okay?
It's just, it's not a thing. He's riding with the bet. He's probably going to lose the bet, and I'm going to feel terrible for him because I am pulling like heck for the guy. You mentioned the Nats who lost last night. We did quite a bit of Nats talk on the show yesterday, and the prevailing thought, not just from us, but on the phones was, you can't have a bad series against the Rockies. Because if you do, heads got to roll, or something has to happen. Everyone wants to just make it a fire Davey Martinez or not debate. There's so many more things that are on the table that could be done. But something would have to be done if the Rockies come in here and take your lunch. And last night, with a lead in the 9th inning, the Nats brought in their closer, Kyle Finnegan, who had not given up a home run all season.
All season.
And the leadoff batter for the worst team in baseball this far into a season since 1899 hit a solo home run to tie the game, and Finnegan had blown the save. He then gave up a base hit, and the Nats, despite having a tied game, still had a chance. Let's get to the bottom of the 9th. Let's try to walk this thing off and create some momentum. And then Finnegan gave up a 2-run home run, and they were down 6-4 before they came to the plate in the home half of the 9th.
This is when it's just like when it's broken. In other words, the guy that you can count on did something he hasn't done all year. Like Kyle Finnegan has been excellent this season. Excellent. Despite yesterday's blow up, his ERA still sits at 3.1.
My mother-in-law's song that I've told you about that she sings when Kyle Finnegan comes into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it is?
Kyle, I forget exactly how it goes, but it's basically revolves around Kyle Finnegan and then win again.
Yes. Kyle Finnegan helps us win again.
Helps us. That's what I was missing.
That's what she likes to sing.
Right.
I hope she didn't sing it last
Not
night.
last night.
Kyle Finnegan helped us find rock bottom again.
Kyle Finnegan poured kerosene on the conflagration.
Is an arsonist. Yeah, like
again, he's been fantastic.
He's been good. It's not his fault. But my God, they
timing.
needed him more last night than they needed him a long time.
I know it.
You want him on that wall, you need him on that wall. You turn around, he was not on that wall. So my question to you today is, what change are you making? You get to make one. Again, if you want to fire Davey or you want to make a change, that's up to you. That's your prerogative. I'm not suggesting that has to be the change. I'm just saying you get to do one thing today. You run the Nats. What is it? Let's get to that next. We can open up the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball, the Nationals are on a 9-game losing streak. They went into the ninth inning up 4-3 before Kyle Finnegan had his 5th blown save of the season, giving up his first 2 home runs of the year and 3 runs total. The Nationals fell 6-4 last night. They'll look to avoid the dreaded 10-game losing streak tonight as they take on the Rockies for Game 2 of the 4-game series. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Michael Soroka takes on Antonio Senzatella. NBA Finals last night, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109. Jalen Williams with an impressive 40-point game. The Thunder will look to finish off the Pacers in Game 6 later on this week. Stanley Cup Finals Game 6 tonight. Panthers and Oilers, a potential closeout for the Panthers. Panthers lead the series through 3-2. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
So Finnegan coming set, the 1-2 on the way. Swinging a fly ball deep right field. Lyle going back at the track. He leaps, and he can't get it. It's gone into the bullpen. And the Rockies lead it 6-4, a 2-run homer for Mickey Moniak. Finnegan, who had not given up a home run all season, has surrendered 2 here in the 9th.
Logan Paulson's on the show in 30 minutes. We'll talk Commanders. Want to get his thoughts on some of the kids he saw at minicamp and his takeaways from the new crop of players added via the draft and free agency this year who have been on the field with Washington. As we welcome you back to Grant and Danny on The Fan, the Nats had their losing streak fall to 9 last night, and they are 12 under 500. We spent the day talking about the gift that the Colorado Rockies being on the schedule were. It could also work out that it's not a blessing, but it's a curse, that you're playing this terrible team, and now you lose some games, and that's how baseball works. Sometimes you lose to teams that are better than you. And it could end up being not only the undoing of the season in the way of the standings, which is happening before our eyes, but it really could end up leading to major changes for the Nationals. So the question for you guys at 800-636-1067 is, you get to make one move. You're sitting in the Mike Rizzo chair, and you get to do one thing today as far as the Nationals goes. You're making a change. What is it? 800-636-1067 is the number, 800-636-1067.
So this is not something I say lightly. I never like to sit here and advocate for people's jobs simply because it's something that you should take very seriously. It's got to rise to a pretty egregious level, and I think we're here now. I don't know if it's all his fault, but I do know that symbolically, to show everybody that what's happening is not okay, I'll move on from Darnell Coles. That's what I would do. Last night, what's lost in all this is they managed 4 hits against a Rockies staff that's horrendous. Their starting pitcher is a minor leaguer. He stinks. A 7.77 ERA. Diced you up for a handful of innings before you eventually got to him in the 5th. But come on, man.
You mean Cy Palmquist?
Yeah, old Cy Palmquist, right? Now, is he I mean, it sounds like a weird character in a kid's novel about baseball. Palmquist, whatever the hell the kid's name is. Enough of this. They don't hit. I know a lot of the reason they don't hit is because Josh Bell is going to get 600 at bats, hitting $180. I know that, they have a bunch of 4A guys hanging out in the middle of the order, and Keibert Ruiz isn't any good. I know all the information. I just have to do something to show everybody this is what happens when this is happening.
Yeah, it's a results business. Say no more. The point I often bring up with their offense is that when you look at the expected numbers, which speak to the process, not the result, you know this better than most. You played college baseball. The process can be very good, and you can barrel the ball and do everything you were coached to do and everything you're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. And baseball's a cruel mistress. It's an out. Last night, you know how many balls they hit over 100 miles an hour?
No.
Just take a guess. What would be, what would be a good number in a baseball game? Over 100 miles an hour.
Like 8 to 10, somewhere in there?
They hit 10 last night.
Yeah.
They had 4 hits. So last night, they got unlucky. And it stands to reason, if that's true, then you could get unlucky plenty of other games. Mm-hmm. And they have, by the way. Their expected batting average, I believe, still top 5. Their expected slug is still top 10 in baseball. But I could say that out of one side of my mouth and on the other say, that doesn't make you feel any better, does it?
Mm-mm.
And to your point, the change is kind of the pulling of the goalie. It is the thing you can do to just rattle some cages, for lack of a better phrase, like to just, go into the clubhouse and make people uncomfortable and say, we got to do something here. So I understand the Coles idea. If I was making a change on the coaching staff, I feel bad. I don't know this guy at all. Might be the best coach ever, and he might be the best guy ever. Ricky Gutierrez, thank you for the time at third base. It's been real.
Let's get someone else a chance over there to get guys thrown out.
I don't know how to quantify a good third base coach versus bad. It's not an easy thing to look up in terms of like outs going from third to home, or what's a good send, what's a bad send. How do you statistically judge that? That's not a stat you can find on Baseball Reference. I just know they get too many guys thrown out. They have too many mistakes. They had one recently during this skid where Jacob Young didn't score. They had 2 guys thrown out at home while they're not scoring runs, averaging 2 per game this month again. And it hasn't been good enough. And when I look at Mike Rizzo talks about the back of the baseball card, he's not a guy with a long back of the baseball card in this role. It's not like he's done it in 4 places and he's got a bunch of people screaming about how good he is. So he might be great. Also, you could tell me it's a little bit of a cop-out because is that really that big of a deal? Probably not. Switching out the third base coach is like firing the kicker, essentially. It's just a move to make a move. But I think that's kind of what is necessary.
Kind of what we're talking about.
At least at that point, all of the people who are frothing at the mouth correctly about how terrible they're playing would be able to say that they did something. Okay, so if you want meat, that's the meat I will throw you for right now. I don't know if that'll suffice. I don't know as you're chomping on it if that's going to go down smoothly and be what you're looking for. But I will tell you another move I would make. Drew Millis would get called up from the minor leagues. This is kind of a rearranging of a deck chair. Their catching situation is a disaster at this point. Keibert Ruiz has one of the lowest OPSs in baseball, and I think we're kind of at the end of the road in terms of wondering, is there a corner to be turned? Can he get right? Is he going to be the long-term answer? I think the data has come back in for the most part now over a long enough stretch to have a pretty good idea of that. But his backup, Riley Adams, is 0 for his last, I believe it's 32 at the plate right now.
Oof.
Might be 31. He is 5 for the entire season. I've long liked Riley Adams as a power bat, a righty against lefties. A couple seasons ago, he raked against left-handed pitching. I think to some extent his season was derailed because he barely got to play for weeks at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all his fault. But Danny's 5 for 55 this season.
Yikes.
5 for 55. And he does not have a hit in over 30 at-bats. What is it that you'd say you do here? So Millis is up, and I would start Millis over Ruiz. And while he's benched, essentially, and not starting every single night, I'm working with him. I'm tinkering. They can't send him down, or I would do that. He's out of options. But I am basically on the side. He could start a day game on a Sunday or whatever and get a little bit of work until he gets going. But I'm acting as if he's in West Palm Beach, essentially, while Drew Millis, who's in AAA, not raking by any means, but he's athletic. He can run. He can throw. I think he is currently the guy that would give you the most offensively in the organization at catcher, and I'm trying that. They don't really have a great solution, but to me, this would be the one move they could make that's kind of, as far as players go, where you go, whoa, they mean business. Remember when they sent Luis Garcia down and told him to get in shape?
Yes.
That was a big moment, I thought, because you could tell Mike Rizzo's furious.
Mm-hmm.
Davey Martinez,
they've had enough.
Doesn't like this guy right now. The Ruiz situation, it would be similar. He has had a leash longer than the line at the DMV. If you made a move at catcher, I think it would be indicative of something. But what's your one move that you would make? Ramsey and Waldorf, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing, man?
What's up, buddy?
Appreciate y'all taking my call. All right. I'm going to just be honest with you. I really like David Martinez as a person. I think he's a good guy, great guy, but his intensity is not there for me. He don't put no fire on these guys. You know what I'm saying? No, he's just too calm and too cool and too collective for me. I would just like, like first base, like when you, not first base, when you shooting for the first time, the first pitch, no one swings at the first pitch. James Wood, I love all of them, but none of them switch at switch.
Well, I would argue with that a little bit. They see fewer pitches than almost every team in baseball, so there's plenty of swinging at the first pitch. C.J. Abrams writes the book on it.
He leads the league in it. Yeah, I mean, so
I would say that not that you should never do that. You pick your spots, but they could go the other way more often, which is to make pitchers work.
Yeah, but the fire element is such a hard thing, right? When you're losing, fans want to see. I'm upset. Are you upset at all? Wouldn't it be nice if you showed me some upset? But part of the reason the players love a guy like Davey Martinez, I'm just devil's advocate here, is steady Eddie. You don't know if we won 15-0 the night before, we got beat 21-2 the night before. Like he shows up and he's the same positive guy. Players appreciate that in general. Now, when it's not working, it all of a sudden looks a lot worse, right? I mean, again, my Rivera comp is always the same way. Like that dude seems like a pretty pleasant man, a nice guy. But when your cutesy, folksy little sayings when you're 4-13 and you don't know you could be limited from the postseason, oh my God, you clown shoe, get out of here. Like, it's infuriating.
I talked about this yesterday. His popularity and reverence from a player standpoint in clubhouses stems from the consistency, the never wavering, the never changing, the positivity not going away, which was the mistake that he made with his comments over the weekend. And his hand did shake. It rarely doesn't, but he showed some of the agitation and the frustration that's getting to him at this point. But I think more often than not, I do want a very stoic-looking manager who doesn't look phased. I thought it was a mistake when he was phased and basically came out barking this weekend while trying to defend his coaching staff. But I think it's not hypocritical to say that and to also say in-game, if he were to go out and defend someone who, doesn't like a strike call or something, be a nice time to do that. Like, go get ejected. You haven't been ejected all year. The next time one of his guys has an issue with a call or, a pitcher's getting squeezed or something, might not be the worst time to just go out there, show the boys you got their back, kick some dirt around, throw a rosin bag like a grenade and see what happens. Stewart's in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Howdy, fellas. I know you want me to be the general manager and make a change on the baseball side, but if I'm the omnipotent DC sports god, it starts at the top. The learners have to sell the team. It's organizational rot from the top down. And I mean this not just from a baseball operations perspective, the product that's on the field, but they cry poor, and yet they can't find naming rights for the stadium. They can't get a jersey ad patch that gives them money to actually invest in the team, to turn one of these $2 or $3 million bullpen arms into a $10 or $12 million bullpen arm that you can rely on. Because outside of Kyle Finnegan and Cole Henry, there's not a single person on the team that you can rely on in a stressful situation to get outs for you. And in a division where teams are investing money like crazy, whether it's the Mets, the Phillies, or the Braves, you just don't have enough talent on the field to compete. So yes, you can make a change at catcher. You can call it Millis. You can make a change with the hitting coach to try to find some offense. But until you're willing to invest in the team and find some talent that can compete in this division and in Major League Baseball, you're doing yourself a disservice. James Wood is a superstar. We can't market him. We're not making money off of that. He's going to walk. Mackenzie Gore is closer to walking than signing a free new deal with this team. And that starts from the top down. The learners refuse to invest, and we will be stuck in baseball purgatory until they sell the team. And it stinks, man. It really is a bummer when you were able to compete consistently for so long, but after that money goes away, you're just left in the wilderness. And that is a terrible place to be, man. And it's a real bummer as a Nats fan. Thanks, fellas.
Very well said.
We'll stop you when you say something we disagree with.
Yeah, we can put our feet up.
Now, that was the straw man answer in the sense that, that's probably going to help more than calling up Drew Millis.
Yeah, every Redskins conversation we had started with that for decades. Correct, yeah.
They're either going to sell or they're not, and there's no Major League Baseball getting involved in Jim Irsay saying they need to happening here. I mean, these are good people that treat people well that just right now aren't spending any money. This is not a Dan Snyder situation. So as long as they're owning the team, it looks like this is the scenario. And I'll say one more thing. I had different people over the last couple of years in my ear suggesting and giving me some optimism that they would spend when it was time. This past offseason being when they would have spent it.
That would have been time, yeah.
Hey, they're just not engaged right now or spending right now because it's not time to do it in the rebuild. And I go, I totally get it, but how do I know they're going to? Oh, look at the past they did. And then this offseason came and went and they didn't. And so fool me 6 times, shame on me. I'm not sure what the saying is. So there's going to be hope, because if you don't have hope, what do you have? That they spend this offseason. But I will just now be in the mode of being pleasantly surprised when they do. I have no expectation that it's going to happen. Because if you weren't willing to this offseason, there's no real reason why you would next offseason. You wasted a year of control of Abrams and Gore, who are closer to free agency. You wasted the first full season of James Wood and this Dylan Cruz year without supplementing and adding talent. So I don't think that there's now going to be some renaissance spend where they decide, okay, we're ready. It's time. We just took a little sabbatical from spending because you guys weren't ready for money, but now you are. I think this is what it is. And that's a reality we got to deal with. But you know what? You got to find a way to compete like the Rays do, like the Guardians do, like some of these other teams do. And it means you can't miss in the draft. You can't miss in development. It is maddening as a fan, and it should be. It's really, really frustrating. 800-636-1067 is the number you want to hop in on the Nats. What change would you make? Remember Logan Paulson on the Commanders at 3 o'clock on the Fan.
0-1 on the way to Josh, and Bell grounds one up the first base line. It's fair, diving stop for Tolia, underhand shovel toss to Halverson at the bag. It's in time for the out, and the Rockies come back and beat the Nationals 6-4. The Nationals' losing streak has reached 9 games. They had the lead in the ninth, but couldn't close it down, and a real tough loss, spoiling Brady House's big league debut.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for listening to the show as always. In case you're curious, I got a navy blue striped Under Armour polo with khaki pants and tennis shoes.
So I got these blue shorts that I like. It's like they're button and zip shorts, not like athletic shorts on.
Right.
I got this gray polo. I was actually just talking. It's funny. I was actually talking to the guys in the producer studio. I was like, I actually think this shirt looks good on me.
You
like
said that?
I did. I was like, I know this is an arrogant thing to say, but I was like, I caught myself in the mirror after I worked out. It's not a big deal that I worked out earlier. I just did. I'm just letting you know that
I don't know if you're doing a bit or not.
No, I am. I said, I was like, I actually think this shirt looks pretty good on me. That's what I said. You can ask him. That's what I said to him moments ago.
He did say that, but it was more so like he kind of propped himself up.
I prefaced it. I was like, this is going to be ridiculous.
Was he fishing for compliments?
No, he complimented himself.
I did that.
He did say that the shirt looks good on me, but I think it was more so like I'm making the shirt look good. Like Danny's feeling himself today. He should. He looks silly.
What was going on right before that? Were people talking about clothes and how they looked in them?
No.
Okay.
Not at all. Not at all. This was an agenda item in my brain.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's been something I've been sitting on since I worked out. Again, it's not a big deal that I worked out today. But anyway, I put the shirt on and I'm coming upstairs. I showered, and as I'm fixing my hair, I kind of went, oh, okay, look at you today. I was like, I look kind of nice.
Okay.
And I wasn't really ready for that. And I was like, I think this shirt looks good on me.
Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. Chris, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Speaking of shirts, Danny, did you ever try on that mammal jersey I sent you?
I certainly did. And it got worn around. Didn't I tweet you that I wore it around my neighborhood on a bike ride?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's my bad.
I didn't hear about that.
I either mentally
properly
tweeted you or you forgot, but it's probably that I mentally tweeted it. But yeah, I wore the mammal jersey you got from me on a bike ride.
All right, maybe you should tweet that at me.
Well played,
Grant. So I have one sort of big swooping macro thing that I would do, and that is any guy who's on the roster right now that isn't part of 2026 or beyond. They're gone. They're either DFA'd, traded, waivers, whatever, by the All-Star break or by end of July, early August. And I am accelerating the timeline of all of my top prospects. I don't need Travis Sikora wasting bolts in high A. I mean, he's already one of the top prospects. Let's move this thing down. Let's matriculate the ball down the field here. Okay. If we're trying to build a team of the future, the future is now. We need to see what we've got. And I'm so tired of these Mike Rizzo special rentals that, let's sign some guy who had a good year 3 years ago and see if we can flip him. No, I don't want anybody standing in the way of our best prospects on the roster. We need to see what we've got on the farm and then add big-time, real legitimate free agents in the offseason. No more Paul DeYoungs, no more,
That's definitely what they need to do, Chris.
No more Nelson Cruz.
But what's your level of confidence that they will? I mean, you're talking about spending money. When is the last time that they've spent legitimate money? The largest contract they've handed out over a 1-year deal, I'm thinking Nelson Cruz in this era was like 14, 15 million on a 1-year deal. And then this year with their starting pitcher, Mike Soroka.
Yeah, they're paying Nathaniel Lowe. They inherited his $10 million.
That was an inherited contract, though. In a trade, they took on $10 million. But in terms of a free agent signing, Soroka's $9 million since Nelson Cruz back around the 2021 or whatever year that was. I think this is the most they've spent on a player in a single season.
They're paying Steven Strasburg this year more than any 4 players on this roster combined. Almost any 5. If it's barely over when you get the 5 highest paid players together, their salaries are just more than Steven Strasburg. That's where they are.
Let's go to Dave in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny, home of the Fred Nats and Gus. What's up, buddy? How are you?
You better believe it, and I'm a season ticket holder. I've seen all those good talent come through Fredericksburg, every single one, just about all of them. But you know what? They're playing us for a fool, the learner, not the learner now, just not learners. they're playing us for a fool. Do you actually think, and you hit it on the head, do you actually think when Wood and those guys get to the point where they're going to, you think that, no, they're going to ship them off like they did Photo and all those guys, and they're going, let me ask y'all a question. Are they making any money? Sure they are, aren't they?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, it's probably not.
They're not making a ton of money.
When
There were
you look-
11,000 people in the ballpark last night.
Listen to what you're going to hit, I'm going to hit the point right now. When it gets like the Marlins over there, then maybe he'll sell the team and we'll get somebody that'll spend some money. But I was Griffith Stadium. I'm 77 years old.
Wow.
Griffith Stadium. I was there in RFK when they pulled the turf up and they had to stop the game and call it off. I was there that night when Washington.
Never heard of that. I'll take your word for it. Appreciate the call, though. Look, the idea that these guys are eventually going to leave, you're probably right. If you want to do business with Scott Boras, his guys are going to hit free agency. You could do what some organizations do, like the Atlanta Braves, where they just flat out don't take on Boras clients if you want to do it that way. And you might get to re-sign some of your guys. But you don't have Mackenzie Gore, and you don't have James Wood, and you don't have Anthony Rendon, and you don't have Steven Strasburg, and you don't have Max Scherzer. He represents some of the best players in the sport. So you're shrinking your talent pool if you do it that way. But for the most part, when you have those guys, you get them for 6-7 seasons, they roll out. That's what happens. Or you pay them huge money.
Yeah, you got a window, right? You got a window that's, at a minimum, you have a window. At a maximum, maybe you could win the bidding or you got a special relationship, a la Strasburg. But you have to maximize it. And it's not happening right now. I mean, that piece that Ken Rosenthal wrote, I mean, a lot of the things were frustrating, I'm sure, for fans, the timing of it. But one of the things he pointed out, Mackenzie Gore is closer right now to free agency than Juan Soto was when they traded him, or it's right about the same time clock. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the window where it should have already happened and should be happening, and it's not.
Yeah, this offseason was the botch.
Was the time.
It's when you had to start spending, and they didn't. Nats, Rockies tonight, 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Washington looking for its first win in 10 games, 9-game skid. Logan Paulson on the Commanders was out at minicamp. Want to get a report on some of their kids next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. NBA Finals last night, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109. Jalen Williams with a 40-point game. An update on Tyrese Halliburton. He's going to undergo an MRI. He's suspected to have a strained right calf. We'll have an MRI to determine the severity of that injury. Game 6 going to be on Thursday, 8:30. Thunder lead the series 3-2. Baseball last night, the Nationals fell to the Rockies. They went into the 9th inning with a lead, but Kyle Finnegan gave up his first 2 home runs of the season, his 5th blown save of the year. They fall to the Rockies 6-4. Now on a 9-game losing streak, they'll look to avoid the 10-game losing streak tonight, taking on the Rockies for Game 2 of the 4-game set at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-4 with a 5.14 ERA. He'll take on Antonio Senzatella, who's 1-10 on the season with a 7.23 ERA. In hockey, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, a potential closeout for the Panthers. They take on the Oilers and lead the series 3-2. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with our buddies and their team today at kmlawyers.com. They will take care of you. That's kmlawyers.com. Went to Lake Braddock High, George Mason University. They're local guys, and they're fans of the show, and they will look out for you. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's talk to our pal Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny. Nobody smarter in town breaking down the X's and the O's than Logan. It's been too long, brother. How are you?
I was about to say, man, it's been a minute since I've been on here, so it's really nice to catch up. Thanks for being patient with me, and it's always a pleasure being on the show.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, no worries, dude. No, you're busy, and you got a lot going on. I wanted to talk mini camp with you and some of the guys that stood out, but before we even get to that, what would you say to people who talk about mini camp not being important? You know, what's your take on, we had the big dialogue, whether it was, you know, Marshawn Lattimore, Laramie Tunsil, whoever skipping, and we got everything from people calling in saying this is the least important thing ever to there's a lot going on that's significant. Like, you were in the league, you were at everything. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so I think it depends on who you are. Like for Logan Paulson, between 2010 and 2019, a guy who's fighting for that 53rd roster spot, you know, minicamp is the thing, man. I told people all the time I used to practice, and every single OTA, minicamp, helmets, shoulder pads, whatever we were wearing, like it was a game. I'd go full speed in a walkthrough. Like, that was just the expectation, and that's what I knew I had to do in order to kind of show that I was bought in enough to make the team. And, you know, my standard and the standard for that 53rd guy is not the same standard for Trent Williams, as an example. You know, I think in 2015, he didn't come to OTAs. I think he came to mandatory minicamp, but he didn't come to OTAs. And, like, Trent came in and looked like Trent and was still the best left tackle in football with or without OTAs. So I think it depends on where you're at in the roster. It depends on what the coaches have to see from you. I think I've been a part of teams where guys have thought they were Trent Williams, and they weren't, and they ended up getting cut during training camp. And I've been places where guys, you know, who are Trent Williams come and get a lot of workout. Like, I think, you know, Zach was at OTAs, Bobby Wagner's at OTAs, 2 guys that are going to be in contention for the Hall of Fame. So whatever your process is to get you ready for week 1, and the coaching staff is willing to work with you in terms of flexibility and your availability, do what you think is best, but understand that not all players in the NFL are created equal.
Logan, what did you see at minicamp, just from this offense and just, you know, maybe new wrinkles, new ideas, new designs, new things, new toys for Jaden Daniels, his evolution? Just give me a 30,000-foot view of the offense.
Yeah, you know, the offense is always fun to watch when Jaden Daniels at the helm. It was so funny getting back to watch OTAs and obviously minicamp, and just remembering how good he is at football, like how sharp the ball comes out of his hand, how decisive he is with his reads, how quick he is with his progressions for such a young football player. I'm just always impressed with that. Obviously seeing Debo out there was nice, kind of just general utilization package and work from the slot, some reverse stuff, just kind of, I really think they haven't made any decisions about how they're best going to utilize him, but I think they're kind of exploring what they think that package with Debo could be and what it could look like and how it could help the offense. So, I think the tight end room is always interesting. Zach Ertz, like I mentioned, man, for a guy who's 34 years old and, going to put a yellow jacket on here potentially, like for him to be out there looking as good and as sharp as he did in OTAs and minicamp is always is always impressive and always a testament to his work ethic. So I think there's a lot of positive things. Minicamp OTAs are always, to me, a little bit of experimental. I think they're really important for the guys that a lot of fans don't know about, the fifth tight end, the third running back, the sixth wide receiver, whatever that is. And so those guys are guys that tend to watch during this phase. But from an offensive standpoint, when you got a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, it's always going to look pretty sharp.
Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny. What jump could Jaden Daniels make, and do you expect Jaden Daniels to make this year 1 to year 2? I remember one of your coaches who meant a lot to your career, Mike Shanahan, once told me the year 1 to year 2 growth of a quarterback is the most important of any developmental phase they're ever going to have.
Yeah, and I would agree with Mike. He's done it for a long time, or did it for a long time, and has coached some of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history, like John Elway, for example. So I would defer to him on that. But, yeah, I think so. I think one of the things about Jaden is he was so good last year. In my opinion, there's not a lot of space for him to improve. And so because he's done such a good job and been such a good pro in year 1, like the areas that I immediately go to is like, and it's really an offensive kind of identity thing, which I think could be affected by the new additions of Laramie Tunsil and Josh Connerly and moving Coleman to guard, like increasing the efficiency of that offensive line. But kind of can the intermediate passing attack, kind of that 12 to 18-yard range of the field, like open up a little for this offense? They were 24th last year in explosive offensive big plays, 3rd in plays over 50 yards. So there was this kind of like, we're not super explosive until we're crazy explosive. And so finding a level of consistency in that kind of middle of the field, mid-range target, kind of getting some explosive plays off of those easier, higher completion percentage opportunities, I think is going to be extremely important. So that's kind of an area I'd look at for him. And so what does that entail? That, is getting a little bit more comfortable in the pocket, getting a little bit more patient, throwing to space at a higher level. And not that he did any of those things poorly last year, but we're talking like going from a B+ to an A-, right? The margins of improvement are so small for a guy that's as talented as Jaden Daniels. But in terms of the offense, in terms of areas that he can get better, though that area specifically is something that I think is extremely critical, and I'd like to see him improve on. And we'll see how that looks in training camp.
Logan Paulson with us here on Grant and Danny. What about the running game? Despite having Jaden Daniels and his electric ability with the football in his hands, usually you see what happens to Derrick Henry. Usually what happens to Saquon Barkley, right? Where you have good running threats next to them and they go for 2,000 yards or more. Wasn't the case last year with this running game. What did you see from it last year, and how do you think it improves this year? Thinking about the running back version of the running game, not the Daniels part.
Sure. Even with running back runs, I think they were 10th in the NFL, maybe 8th. I don't remember exactly, but in that kind of top 10 range. So it wasn't bad. I think people were expecting, a little bit more efficiency from that department. And I think comparing this running game to what they did in Philly and what they did in Baltimore with Derrick Henry is a little bit unfair. Like those runs that they deployed with that group were not predicated off quarterback runs necessarily. So obviously Lamar runs the football, but if you look at Derrick Henry's most efficient runs, they're out of like 22 personnel running like power, counter, trap, kind of this more traditional from the dot downhill runs. Saquon Barkley, same thing. It's not like you saw a lot of zone read or RPO from Jalen Hurts last year. Did they do it? Yeah, but was it a huge characteristic of their offense? No. So that being said, one of the things I think about this offense is when you deploy the quarterback running game the way the Commanders deployed the quarterback running game, you're going to see a little bit less efficiency from the running backs because they're going to be running into what I would characterize as less efficient looks, right? You're relying on the quarterback's ability to run to block an unblocked player in the defense. You're relying on the quarterback's ability to make a decision on an RPO defender to block that guy. If you misread it, or if it's a bad look, or if it's a weird look on the RPO, you got to hand it off, and there's going to be an unblocked dude in the hole. So I think understanding kind of yes, the quarterback run game elevated the floor of this offense tremendously. I think it's also important to understand that it's going to hurt the running back on those runs because you're not going to always maximize those looks. So that's kind of what I would point to and say, this year with the improvement of the offensive line, I expect that group to be significantly better. I think they'll be able to run more of those kind of traditional, everybody's blocked up type runs. I think that was a big part of their offense last year that was very successful. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on and see if that matures and develops. And also I think as Jaden Daniels gets more comfortable in the offense, he's going to make more efficient decisions, which is crazy to say because he was so good at that last year. But I think all those things kind of factor into my belief that they're going to be much better on the football in 2025.
Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny. So let's talk O-line for a second. Specifically, I'm looking for thoughts on what you saw from Josh Connerly in a limited sample, and then also the move of Brandon Coleman, Dan Quinn saying to left guard officially. Like, what you think his game translate to looking like there?
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with Josh Connerly. He's a guy that, his athleticism just pops. Like, they're not doing a ton of teamwork. I think, in the couple days I was there for minicamp, I think they had 2 team periods, which he's in on. I think you see a guy that can just move so well in space. You see the athletic profile, you see the bend, you see the length. I think you see also a guy who's a young football player. He's only 21 years old, so you see some kind of baby deer moments, like I'm a little tight on my set, I'm a little wide on my set, but anybody who's been around football for a long period of time knows that young offensive linemen, to me, from college to the NFL is a significantly bigger jump than, high school to college, for example. Like, it just gets way more technical. Guys are stronger, faster. And so kind of honing in on some of those skills are things that he's going to have to work on, heading through training camp and probably through the first half of the year. But he's a guy that, man, I'm tremendously excited about because, like, when you look at guys that could be a starting right tackle in last year's draft, like, he was one of 4 guys that fell into that bucket. So I feel really fortunate that the Commanders were able to grab him when they did. Now, Brandon Coleman moving to guard, left guard specifically, when he came out, which was 2 years ago now, I had him evaluated as a guard, and I think I will give Adam Peters a lot of credit in terms of looking at his length, 35-inch arms, his athleticism. You're in a 4.9 40. I think he had over a 34-inch vertical, if I'm not mistaken, which is a great metric for offensive linemen, specifically at tackle. So I love that they were able to work him in at tackle last year and kind of provide some position flexibility. But when I watched him, just from like a bend movement standpoint, I always thought he would be a good tackle, but I think he could be a great guard, much like Sam Cosmi, right? I think he kind of fell in that same bucket. Like, I think Sam Cosmi could have survived a tackle, but now you've got a guy who's borderline Pro Bowl player. I think Brandon Coleman, because of the athletic profile, because of the length, falls in that guy that could be a special guard. You got to figure some stuff out. It's a new position, new techniques, or shifts in techniques, let's say that. But I'm really excited for both those guys because I think the offensive line just got so much more athletic. And I think, guys like Allegretti and Widely being in those swing backup roles, again, just makes this group so much more dynamic.
Logie, receiver position. McLaurin pretty much on one side. After that, Deebo Samuel, I think, is going to line up in 77,000 different places, which I'm excited about. I love that. Like, I literally can't wait for that. I'm so excited to see how it gets deployed. But your second receiver, and I put that in kind of quotation marks because there's other options in the pass game, be it Ertz, be it Sinnott, be it Eckler out of the backfield, Brian Robinson, Deebo Samuel, et cetera. But that receiver position opposite Terry McLaurin, how do you see it with Jalen Lane, with Gallup, with McCaffrey in year 2? Like, how does that position shake out to you?
Well, really, the guy that stuck out to me probably most demonstratively was Brown, man. He looked outstanding, I thought, through OTAs and obviously the first day of minicamp. Obviously, there's the injury, and we don't know his status, but he's a guy that, to me, started having shades of kind of a true number 2 kind of playmaking weapon in terms of his body type and stuff. So now, obviously, I don't know anything about the injury. Wish him speedy recovery, whether it's long, short, whatever that looks like. But another guy that had a great OTA period and minicamp period, I thought, was Luke McCaffrey. Like, it was really impressive to watch him kind of develop that receiver nuance. Like, he's a good athlete for a guy of his size. Runs fast, got great change of direction metrics, great decelerator. But it doesn't always show up when he runs route because I think he lacks some of the artistry, like the ability to accent certain routes and certain things that he does in terms of stems, indicators, what he does at the top of the route. And I think in this minicamp and OTA period, you saw him starting to do that. Now, it's not as good as, Terry McLaurin, for example, or Deebo Samuel, but I think a guy that's developing that skill set is always a valuable asset to the roster. So love that. And then Gallup, I think there's times where you see the guy that he was a couple years ago, but I also felt there were times where he was kind of getting his legs back under him. He didn't participate in minicamp. I think he was dealing with a hamstring injury, if I'm not mistaken. But in OTAs, like, he can move, he catches the ball well, he tracks the football well. But I think, take a year off football, you got to get kind of reconditioned to the game. So I do think it's an interesting conversation outside of Terry and Debo, like what that role looks like, especially with Brown's injury kind of calling the position into question. But I do think if you're a fan of the Commanders, and improved Luke McCaffrey is something to be excited about.
Logan, where are you on Ben Sinnott? He was drafted just outside of the top 50, and he was almost irrelevant last season. Ertz stays healthy. That's a good thing, right? I mean, he's on the field making plays. I feel like if he wasn't healthy, then Sinnott might be able to show what he's got. But how do they get both at the same time on the field and helping?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they do that, because I think, it's not only that he's negotiating with Zach Ertz, he's negotiating John Bates too. And John Bates is, one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL, who's not too bad catching the football. So you have, again, a guy who's going to be borderline Hall of Famer in Zach Ertz, one of the best blocking tight ends in football. It's a tough room to kind of crack, especially because of what I would, from my observation, the professionalism of that room. Like, you can tell those guys study and they prepare, and they are true pros. So I think what I would like to see is, like, obviously Ben is a physical freak. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's fast, he's strong, he's not afraid of contact. It's just, can you add a little bit of detail to the work? Like, when I'm watching film sometimes from last year, I'm kind of like, is this where you're supposed to be? Is this the spacing? Is this the depth of this route? Is this where your hat's supposed to be on this block? And that's very common for young football players, but I'd like to see that become a little bit more consistent, obviously. And again, like, I think in OTAs and minicamp, he started showing signs of that. You see the athlete, you see him able, and in some red zone periods during minicamp, to kind of get open, create some separation. That's always really exciting, but can he continue to stack days, continue to be a pro, continue to develop the process, and continue to learn from those guys that are ahead of him? And I think if he can, like, getting them on the field will be something that'll be tough to deal with, because it's like, who are you going to take off? You take receivers off, you take running backs off. But I think it's a good problem to have a guy of his athletic profile that can contribute at a high level to this offense.
Logan, you mentioned a few guys. You've just gone through people that stood out to you. Give me some other names, just to general offense, defense, anywhere that you kind of said, okay, and you kind of made a note to yourself, that guy looked pretty special, or better than you thought, or, kind of stood out to you in any way.
Sure. Obviously, I'm offensive bias, so all my guys at the start were offensive players, which is my bad. Sorry, defense.
Don't you dare apologize to us, Logan Paulson.
Yeah. Deron Payne, I thought he looked in excellent shape. And I know Coach gave him a shout out during his presser a couple weeks ago, but there was a play that I remember definitively where it was a fake run to the defensive right. He ran it down. It was a boot. He ran the quarterback down. The quarterback threw the ball. Then he pursued the football, 15 or 20 yards down the field. And I'm like, man, that guy looks like that freaky first round player that, we saw a couple years ago, and that he's been, but, we just don't always see that level of conditioning from those interior players. So that was really cool. I mean, Kinlaw looks like an absolute freak. I mean, I don't think I only saw him do warm-ups like on the second day of OTAs, but holy cow, man, if you're going to central casting for like freaky football player body type, like, it's definitely him. Trey Amos, I thought, had an excellent OTA period, like in terms of getting hands on guys, playing the football, like the ball skills, which were touted so heavily during the draft process, were fully on display. Love to see that. Some of the young linebackers, which I'm not saying any of these guys are going to make the team, but like Hamilton, Medrano, McGee, like that group is a fun group to watch because they're young, they're fast, they're long, and it's an interesting dynamic to think about them kind of developing over the course of the season. But yeah, those were some really interesting guys. Obviously, Mike Sanderstole is a pro's pro and moving all around the formation. Another guy was Harris, Will Harris, I think is his name, from
the safety
New Orleans.
from the Saints, yeah.
Yeah, he did a great job of like, hey, I'm the nickel this play, I'm a safety this play, or I'm, in the safety look, but I'm going to rotate to the post, and just the flexibility that he gave from a defensive perspective, I was incredibly impressed with. So a lot of guys on the defense side of the football, but again, it's so early to kind of make any declarative statements about them, but I thought there was a lot of dudes that were very impressive.
Last one for me, you mentioned Kinlaw, who's massive. Eddie Goldman's a huge guy as well. Am I onto something when I say they go get those guys as beef, basically, and then Newton and Payne can get up the field a little bit, maybe, but the idea would be that they got to stop the run better because, like, Kinlaw's never rushed the quarterback well. Goldman, it's been many, many years. It seems to me like size and maybe run stuffing was a priority. Is that a thing?
I think that's for sure a thing. And I think it'll be interesting to see what they do with Kidlaw, because I think when you watch his highlights or when you watch his explosive plays, man, he's disruptive. When he gets a good bull rush going, man, I don't know how many guards in the NFL can stop that. So I think about harnessing that, putting a package out there with him, Duran, Drazan, I think that could be pretty devastating. But I do think, obviously, in terms of the interior players, I think finding up someone who can play that true nose in Goldman is extremely important, because then it frees up Duran to play that 3 technique. And that 3 technique can be so disruptive in this defense. And he's that guy. And we've seen him at points when John wasn't healthy or not here or unavailable, like how disruptive he can be playing that 3. So that's something I'm really excited about. And again, Goldman's addition elevates Payne here. And so, but I think to your main point, that the addition of like Dietrich Wise, the re-signing of Holmes, like these bigger defensive ends also kind of shows, hey, we need to be better here on first down. And how do we do that? We get a little bit bigger, but I think maybe more nuanced than that is you get guys who are good at stopping the run. Like Dietrich Wise is excellent at that, right? Goldman is excellent at that. And I think Duran over the course of his career has been very good at that, right? So getting guys who are going to do what they're supposed to do, funnel the football back to Bobby, take good angles, set good edges, set those second level defenders up to make good tackles, be better on first down. So you get second and longs, you get third and longs. We can bring those exotic blitz packages. We can play more man-to-man coverage on the perimeter. I think that's exactly what they're looking for. And again, it all stems from kind of getting the right types of bodies in the roles to maximize your efficiency on first down, I would say.
Logan, excellent with us as always. You have earned bone broth, mung beans, kale, and 1 full carrot. Well done, buddy. Thank you.
Oh, my gosh, man. It's a party tonight, babe.
Yeah, babe.
A carrot, Logan.
Full carrot.
Let's go.
That's very rare. That's never been doled out before.
Go
1
crazy
carrot.
at the Paulson house. See you, buddy.
All right, boys. Thank you.
See you,
Be
pal.
good. There's Logan Paulson. You see why we love having him on. We always get smarter. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. 10 players in the NFL with the most to prove. We'll get into the list next. Are there any Commanders on it? We'll see. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel's giving you even more reasons to love home runs today and every Tuesday throughout the Major League Baseball season. Love me a Dinger Tuesday at FanDuel. FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost on Dinger Tuesdays like today. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast, an opposite field bomb, whatever it is, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GP to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night, NBA Finals, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109 behind 40 points from Jalen Williams. Tyrese Halliburton was injured in the game, believed to have a strained right calf. He's going to undergo an MRI. He struggled in last night's game. Game 6 coming up on Thursday with the Thunder having a chance to close it out against the Pacers as they lead 3-2. Stanley Cup Finals tonight, Game 6, a potential closeout for the Florida Panthers as they take on the Oilers. 8 o'clock tonight, the Panthers lead the series 3-2. And in baseball yesterday, the Nationals fell to the Rockies 6-4. They have a 9-game losing streak after Kyle Finnegan had his 5th blown save of the season, giving up his first 2 home runs of the year to fall to the Rockies 6-4. Game 2 of the series today, 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka goes for the Nationals. Antonio Senzatella goes for the Rockies. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Double play at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz. Next hour, though, I want to get into something that happened to me on Sunday. I want to run it by the fellas in studio here and see if there was more I could have done. As a good American.
This is a hard story. I believe you stumbled on another one of these, the Hey Bud situation,
right,
weeks ago. I think this is the next. Controversy is the wrong word.
Yes.
But the next divisive, there'll be 2 distinct sides on this issue.
I still have people coming up to me about the Hey Bud situation.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, yesterday at the Nats game, someone said, "You're so wrong about that." They said the Hey Bud guy was
Hey Bud's
a hero,
the hero,
basically. And I'm like, we do not see eye to eye on this, but thank you for listening. And how are you, sir? But I've got another one to run by you coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, Danny. So I will get your sage wisdom as my what would it be? An older friend. You're not maybe a life mentor?
Ish.
You're
Could
like,
be.
but you got a little Joe Flacco to you. I don't think you want to be a mentor.
Yeah, I don't think I'm cut out for it. Also, like don't do as I say,
Right.
or don't do as I do. Maybe be better. I don't know.
I could follow you.
I could be one of those guys that helps, but you don't always have to follow it.
That's right.
There you go.
10 NFL players with the most to prove in 2025. This is from Pro Football Focus. I want to go through some of these names with you, and then I want to set up a way to talk about Washington through this same lens. There are no Commanders on this list, interestingly enough, about the 10 players with the most to prove. This one's really easy. Caleb Williams. That goes without saying, right? Last year, while his numbers ended up being okay, he was a huge disappointment as the number 1 overall pick, and a head coach and a coordinator got fired. And I think the reason the expectations for him are so high now, one of the most exciting offensive hires as a head coach in years, Ben Johnson comes over, and they've rebuilt the interior of the offensive line in front of him. He's got good weapons on the outside. They're going to be able to run the football. There's really no reason, as a number 1 pick with all the physical traits, as a former Heisman Trophy winner, that he can't be better than he was last year.
So last year, before the season started, I said, I wasn't aware of how their offensive line played. We'll fully admit that I didn't realize it was going to be as bad as it was. But I said, this was the perfect setup in terms of personnel. Now that you've removed an offensive mind that shouldn't have been there, a bad coaching situation, replaced it with a great offensive mind, improved the O-line play, similar skill talent around him, now's the time. We've removed the excuses or the reasons for maybe some stunted growth.
Another quarterback on the list here. This is just kind of randomized. Players with the most to prove next football season. Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville Jaguars. Head coach number 3.
Yeah.
For Trevor Lawrence.
Not ideal, I would say.
Urban Meyer in year 1 was a fiasco. I don't blame him for what happened. He led the league in picks. Year 2 through 4 for him was Doug Peterson. I'm not a huge Doug Peterson fan. I know he won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, with Nick Foles getting hot in the postseason. I think he's a little bit overrated, honestly. Remember, the Eagles' tenure ended in flames, and then Jacksonville didn't go any better. Last year, Lawrence didn't play the full season. He was hurt, but they were 2-8 in his 10 starts.
Yep.
It's 4 seasons of sample, though. It's 60 games now. So what is the equivalent of 3+ years, 3.5 seasons, basically, of football to see what this guy is? And so far, it looks like he's closer to being very average and mediocre than a super impactful top 10 quarterback in the league. You get one more shot. Here's the good news for him. not unlike Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson coming over. Behind door number 3 is Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator who allowed Baker Mayfield last year to throw for 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns. He is a rising star, McVay coaching tree, LA to Tampa Bay, now to Jacksonville. And I think all the reports are that he and Trevor Lawrence really enjoying the melding of the relationship they have. But it's now or never for Trevor Lawrence. At the end of this year, we're going to know. This guy's going to be a 30-touchdown, 10-pick franchise quarterback every year, or there's a question as to whether or not you can really win big with him.
Yeah, you got Brian Thomas. Add Travis Hunter to the mix, whatever he's going to give you on offense. A really good offensive mind. This is the point I kept making with Lawrence. The pedigree is as good as anybody's we've seen over the last couple of decades. It's like Andrew Luck, maybe a couple other guys in there above him, but he was basically an NFL first-round pick as of his freshman year at Clemson when he's playing in the national championship game or close to it. Just you're counting down the time until he goes 1-1. He's had one good season in 4. I understand all the reasons why, but I keep saying the same thing. He's had one good season in 4. When do we get our consistent good play?
Also, to your point on the quality of prospect I don't think there was ever a single weakness. There was nothing anyone could point to, size or accuracy or arm strength or poise.
Mobility. He did everything.
Super mobile, athletic. He could run a little bit. Like even the intangible stuff was supposedly off the charts. So how did we get here then? As you said, to be 4 years in and to have 3 seasons you want back, it's going the wrong way. All right, let's navigate away from quarterback then. Players with the most to prove in the NFL next year, PFF's list. Running back Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson, who's been with the New England Patriots last year, sub 4 yards per carry, basically lost his starting job as the year went on to Antonio Gibson, went for 800 yards. I don't have a whole lot to say about him because the running back position's just not that interesting to me. I will say, though, he's going to be less involved, I think. They drafted Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. Gibson is a pass catcher. I don't know. I mean, does he have something to prove, or do we kind of know that he's just an okay back who's going to be getting fewer touches now?
Yeah, he's proven it to me. I mean, maybe that means he does have something to prove. He could change people like me and my mind. But this is a plodding downhill thumper who had a couple of nice seasons. But this is the typical shelf life to me of the starting running back or the fantasy draft pick, where he's the cautionary tale why you don't extend guys, you don't give running backs contracts. Now, for every one of those, there's a Derrick Henry who's on his 3rd deal and a Saquon Barkley,
There's also a big difference between those guys who are top of the board picks and Ramondre Stevenson, who was kind of a jag.
Right. And he played well for a couple of years.
Right.
That's the story to me.
I think that's why he's listed. PFF grades in years 1 and 2, 81.1, 81.3, and then they graded him 69 this past season. So a massive fall off. 35th of 59 qualifying running backs. And their point is he lost 7 fumbles. By the way, 7 fumbles.
That's a lot.
That's crazy. So they're, I guess, debating, is he a starter or not? I'm just saying, you got Travion Henderson. He's not the starter there by the time that the season is hot and heavy. I mean, if Henderson doesn't overtake him, I would be surprised. Here's another one that I'm over. Big year for, lot to prove for, tight end Kyle Pitts, Atlanta Falcons. I think Kyle Pitts is a bust. He had a 1,000-yard rookie season. I don't really know how, watching him these days, but getting to watch a lot of the Falcons last year, sub 50 catches, barely over 600 yards in 17 games. He drops passes. He's on team can't get right. And he's the guy that's like the ball goes off his hands for an interception. He's only 24. He's the youngest dude entering the 5th year of his career of all time. He's going to be 25 before the start of the season, or I guess at the start of the season in the fall. But I just think he's not that good. I mean, he is a fine little extra piece as a route running tight end, but he's not going to block that well. He's not a great route runner, and he's not overly reliable as a receiver. So I'd want him in my tight end room, I guess, for no money. But he's not someone, he was taken in the top 10 to be the next great tight end in the league. It's just not happening.
He's the cautionary tale for me, where you watch him in the T-shirt and shorts Olympics and you go, oh my God. Like the measurable traits are astounding. He's 6'6", 250 pounds, and he flies. And you already said it, can't get right. I will tell you that I bet he scores 5 touchdowns this year. Here's why. Year 1, 1. Year 2, 2. Year 3, 3. Year 4, 4 touchdowns. This year, maybe 5.
It's not happening.
You don't think he gets there? They've
no.
got a pretty good trend line going.
I think the Falcons are just about done with him. 50 catches is the average the last 2 years for about 630 yards.
Yeah.
So that's not terrible. I'm not sitting here acting like.
But for a first-round
he's
pick that's supposed to
John
change
Bates.
the world?
Yeah, but he's supposed to be.
Like Brock Bowers is what he was supposed to be.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the next great receiving tight end in the league, and he's not. He also doesn't help you that much as a blocker. He's really what he was supposed to be is kind of a Jordan Reed type figure.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Reed in his prime before all the injuries, I mean, Kyle Pitts can't hold his jock, in my opinion. Somebody with a lot to prove, according to PFF, at wide receiver. Brandon Ayuk, San Francisco 49ers. I like this one. Remember, he got paid before last year. They chose him over Deebo Samuel. He only played in 7 games and suffered an injury. But with the conversation about Brock Purdy being, hey, can you be as good without all the help around you? And I think that's a fair dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
We got to say the same thing about Brandon Ayuk, right? I mean, you don't have Deebo anymore. Kittle, still very good at tight end, is the other weapon in the passing game. McCaffrey comes and goes with his health. But are you a wide receiver 1? They paid you like you are. You made the case all offseason when you wanted out like you are. It's time to show that when he gets back on the field. Last time we saw him 1,300 yards in 2023 in a full year before last season where his numbers were way down before he missed a bunch of time.
Yeah, the 22 and 23 seasons, averaging 1,200 yards, 7.5 touchdowns. That's pretty damn good. I don't care what offense you're in. That's pretty impressive. And when you look at how San Francisco was humming at that point, last year disappointing all around because you already said it. He was on 700 or 800 yard pace before he was injured, right? Was not the same player for whatever reason. Maybe something was nagging. I don't know, but it hadn't gone well. So that's a great candidate because he got paid like a superstar. Now's the time to behave as such.
PFF didn't put any Commanders on the list of the players in the league with the most approved this coming season. We'll both pick one when we return next. Plus, we'll sneak in a double play on Grant and Danny. We just ripped through a bunch of the names on PFF's list of NFL players with the most to prove. They didn't list any commanders. Danny, who's your commander with the most to prove?
Marshawn Lattimore. It's been a long time since you were really, really good. You were. There was a time where Marshawn Lattimore was excellent. That has not been the case in 3 seasons. Injuries, excuses, reasons, whatever you want to call it. Whatever the headwinds are, they existed, that's fine. The fact is, are we sure? Are we sure that was a good trade? Are we sure that he's the baller that the organization seems to think he is when they didn't kind of go out and sign one of the marquee free agents at the cornerback spot that they could have? That's a big one.
He's the best answer because he makes so much money and because they've invested so much. They gave up the picks. Then they essentially traded for him and signed him, if you really think about it, because they had a get-out-of-jail-free card this offseason they didn't use. So you traded the picks for last offseason, the opportunity then to reassess. And they did, and they said, we're sticking with him. So it's almost like they've bet on him twice. They were cash out, bro. They got the offer where you could lose a little bit in the way of picks, but you still get a payment. And they go, no, we're hanging around for the best of Marshawn Lattimore. You better be right. I'm going to go with Ben Sinnott. I asked Logan Paulson about Sinnott earlier this hour. I really liked him coming out of school, and I'm not giving up on him yet at a Kansas State. I just think he looks to me like what an NFL tight end who can make plays after the catch and break tackles and make big plays looks like. He's hard to tackle. He is shifty. He's elusive in the open field. He can run with some power. He's not like a big, tall dude who just falls over. Jason Witten style, who's a huge catch radius. 6'4", 247, only 23. Last year did not do anything for his stock, but I think Ben Sinnott's got a lot left in the tank. And we are basically Ertz being unavailable for a month from finding out.
Yep.
Now, if he got a 3 or 4 game sample, my guess is he'd go out there and he'd catch 4, 5, 6 balls in those games and go for 40 to 60 yards, and he could put up some Ertzian type numbers. I really believe that. Now, is he as good as Zach Ertz? No. Zach Ertz will probably ultimately make the Hall of Fame. He's just smarter. He's just been around forever. He knows how to set up in zones and throttle it down and find little areas of the defense. I have no doubt that Zach Ertz is more helpful to a young quarterback like Jaden Daniels. I just think Sinnott physically and athletically can do some things that Ertz can't. And I'm not suggesting to like take playing time from Ertz, but if the opportunity presents itself, I think he'll respond.
Yeah, they're it's different things. It's like having, I'm trying to think of a good comp, like having a power forward that's a screener, not terribly athletic jumper, whatever, but he's going to do the little things, rebound well, box out, set screens, etc. Or having a 6'9" guy that can touch the top of the backboard. They're different players, right? It doesn't mean neither's effective. It's just sort of different skill sets at this stage. So you didn't see much of Sinnott just because there wasn't a lot of need for it. Ertz was healthy. He had not been healthy in a long time. And sorry, he played great. So you sort of keep rolling with that. But I'm not counting on that this year. So that's a good one. I think Sinnott's going to have a chance.
And how good was Zach Ertz down the stretch? In the NFC Championship game, he caught 11 balls.
It was incredible.
He was the best thing they had going against Philly in his old stomping grounds against the Eagles. But I think people do forget how many huge games he had in the second half of the season when we thought he'd be wearing down physically. The Atlanta overtime game, he caught 2 touchdowns, went 6 for 72. He had the 5-catch, 50-yard game against Dallas in the come-from-behind win, had a huge touchdown in that game in Week 18. Had a couple of 6-catch games in the division earlier in the year against the Eagles and the Cowboys. Had a 7-catch, 77-yard game when Jaden Daniels threw for his season high in yards in the Hail Mary win against the Bears. Zach Ertz, as the year went on, got better and better and better. Got to keep him on the field. All right, it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Season 3 of Squid Game comes out at the end of this month. And it occurred to me that I'm annoyed about that. Now, when it's here in a couple of weeks, I'll be excited because I'll get to watch it and to get the conclusion, etc. I've decided I'm not quite Team Paulson on this one, but I'm closer to your side than maybe I should be.
Okay.
When you've got content and you're just going to wait 6, 7, 8, 9, however many months, I'm pretty sure it's already in the can. It's already been shot. They've already got it. You can't turn out a season 3 that quickly after season 2 completed without having pretty much all of it done. I think I'm annoyed about that. Like, I think it's a little bit too long to wait. Now, I understand if everybody leaves and goes and does different projects and you got to bring the band back together and it takes a while to harness everybody's schedules and blah, blah, blah. But it seems like such a quick turnaround that all you did was kind of make me wait for no great reason. I wish it came out last month, maybe the month before. That's kind of where I'm at on that. I know they wanted to go up against nothing. They wanted to be like the summer phenomenon, and it's their right to put it out whenever they want. But I'm annoyed about that. That's what I got for you.
Netflix has some bangers out right now. They must have had a bunch of new movies drop because I was scrolling yesterday and I noticed there's a bunch that I haven't seen in a while that I want to watch. Sicario's got a couple of the best action scenes of any movie in a long, long time. I'm going to check that out.
Have you ever seen Sicario?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So good. But that's what I'm saying. These are like classic, great, older movies that I haven't seen in a while that I loved. The Town, which is, I think, one of the most underrated movies ever.
It's so slept on.
Probably in my top 10, to be honest with you. Big fan of The Town. Just watch that. But if you're into like cheesy action movies, there's a lot of those that dropped. Den of Thieves and Den of Thieves 2 with Gerard Butler. You definitely didn't see Den of Thieves 2 in theater like I did a couple months ago.
No, I did not.
I think you'd enjoy that. But it was one of those like recent, all right, we got some new movies on Netflix, and there's some things for your boy to chew through right now. You will hate Plane, speaking of bad action movies with Gerard Butler.
Oh, here we go.
But that's the #1 trending movie on Netflix right now. I saw it in theater. It should have been Liam Neeson. That's what I'll tell you about the movie.
I feel like it was Liam Neeson somehow. You know what I mean?
Basically, it could have been. It's actually kind of great. Again, go in and think this is going to be a terrible film and a lot of fun, and it's an action movie. And Gerard Butler's chopping skulls.
He's throat chopping.
That's what we're doing.
Because didn't they make that with Liam Neeson once, where it's like, I'm the air marshal. I'm going to just throat chop everyone.
They did.
And that's the
This
movie.
is very different though. This plane goes down, and then they're like in a jungle, and it's a whole ordeal.
Oh.
They got to survive, and they landed in the wrong
Wait,
place.
the show Lost?
Kind of.
Okay.
But without
No
Matthew
Smoke
Fox.
Monsters and Matthew Fox.
Yeah, exactly. Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. This is the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. NBA Finals last night, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109 behind 40 points from Jalen Williams. Game 6 going to be on Thursday as the Thunder look to close it out with a 3-2 lead. Tyrese Halliburton is believed to have a strained right calf. He's going to have to undergo an MRI to determine the severity of that injury. Hockey, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 6, Panthers and Oilers at 8 o'clock tonight. Panthers lead the series 3-2, looking to close it out for back-to-back Stanley Cup titles. And in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rockies 6-4 last night. They entered the ninth inning with a one-run lead, 4-3, before Kyle Finnegan had his fifth blown save of the season, giving up 2 home runs, his first 2 homers given up this season. The Nationals now on a 9-game losing streak. They'll look to avoid the dreaded 10-game losing streak tonight as they take on the Rockies once again at home. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka gets the ball for the Nationals. He's 3-4 with a 5.14 ERA. He'll take on righty Antonio Senzatella, who is 1-10 with a 7.23 ERA. Mission Critical, that's JTF Specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS Power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Danny, I do have to say, I just saw a clip that our social team put out on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. And it is you and I on high definition video in studio.
Yeah.
And I do think that gray polo shirt looks great on you.
You see what I'm saying?
I said, wow, I get it. I get what Danny saw in the mirror now.
Now,
you look good.
I did crowbar it in, and I was desperate to compliment myself. And
You're fishing for compliments.
Yeah, I sort of took over the conversation.
But I'm biting on the hook.
Right?
You threw the reel. I guess you didn't throw the reel in.
I did. What did I do?
I'm not much of an angler.
I baited the hook.
You baited the hook and you casted the rod.
I cast. Yeah.
And
Cast or casted?
I think you
stand casting.
You cast. You stand casting
You stand
the
casting
rod.
it, yeah.
And I bit the worm. It happened. So now I'm getting reeled right into the boat. Beltway Blitz time. We'll cover the NHL Stanley Cup tonight, the Commanders as well. Let's start you off on the diamond. Can the Nationals win a baseball game? Just one. Craig Heist joins us, 1067 The Fan, Nat Speed. So, Heisty, why don't we begin with last night? They have a one-run lead. They're going to the ninth. Their closer is coming on, who hasn't given up a home run all year. He allows a game-tying solo shot, and then subsequently, a couple batters later, a 2-run homer, and they lose by 2 in a blown save. They just cannot get right now.
No, they can. I don't know what it's going to take. It's going to take a solid outing tonight from Soroka, and then we'll see where it goes. But offense, obviously, is the biggest thing. We've been talking about it for a week, and certainly during this stretch, maybe more than that. Just the inconsistency. And then when you throw in an error or two here and there and you give a team extra outs, I don't care if it's the Rockies or anybody else. If you give teams extra outs, that's going to come back to haunt you. And it did, certainly in the last series against the Marlins. And, last night they had the game won, and all Finnegan has to do is shut it down. He was not able to do it.
Hi, Steve. You mentioned the lineup, and they're not hitting. On any given night, it's either 6 or 7 of their starters, the exceptions are Abrams and James Wood, have below league average on-base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS, any metric you want that measures offensive effectiveness, maybe outside of batting average here and there. But 6 or 7 of their starters are below league average. Whose fault is that? Is that a hitting coach thing? Is that a personnel thing? Is that a players underperforming thing? Or, I don't blame Josh Bell for being Josh Bell. He's going to be Josh Bell today, too. He shouldn't be hitting 5th or 6th in a big league lineup right now.
No, I don't think so. And he's hitting 6th tonight as Brady House has moved up to the 5-hole. And then C.J. Abrams and Wood back at the top of the lineup. So we'll see what that does. And this is after a couple of days of Abrams hitting 3rd. and giving Alex Call a shot at the leadoff spot. And then obviously that didn't work all that well either. So, you can blame the hitting coaches if you want. I just think it's more on the players, Danny. You got to be able to produce. You got to be able to know what the situation is with his team. And you got to be able to understand that you guys aren't getting it done from an offensive standpoint. I don't know. I know there's been a lot of talk over the weekend and certainly callers to the postgame show about whether or not this is Davey's fault and how much more can we take of Davey and this and that. And we saw what Davey said last week about, it's not the coach's fault. Don't blame the coaches. So, again, whatever happens, whether there's managerial changes, coaching changes, something's got to give to get this team a chance to win games again. And what that is at this point, I don't know. I mean, if they couldn't win last night's game, that thing was right there for the taking after the comeback and taking the lead. And it just didn't happen. And you're sitting there after that game. I was sitting here shaking my head. I couldn't figure it out.
Heisty, Craig Heist, we'll see you in the press box tonight. He is on the Nats beat with us. And tonight we're watching Mike Soroka pitch. You said it's a big start for him. He's had a few of these now where he's had to play stopper. Where are you at on his season so far? And does he have it in him to be the guy to go out and shut the Rockies down?
And guys, here's another thing. Sensatella, for them, he's 1-10. His ERA is over 7. I mean, if they can't win this game tonight and string some hits together, get a lead, and hope Soroka has a decent night, gets you through 5, then I don't know what to tell you.
Heisty, thank you as always, buddy. We'll talk soon.
All right. Talk to you later.
Thank you very much. Let's talk NHL/Caps. Everybody, Stephen Wino, the AP, covers the Caps, covers the NHL. He knows a thing or three. Before we get to the finals, Swano, just in general, how close are the Caps to being able to play at this kind of a level that we're seeing in the championship series?
Look, I think the Capitals are in that group of teams that is probably 2 to 3 years and 3 to 5 moves away from that. And just the level of these teams, especially the Florida Panthers, is they're an unstoppable killing machine. They're built exactly for this. They're built to beat the Oilers. They're built to just go through the playoffs in just a methodical fashion. And it's nothing against the Capitals. They're a very good team this year. But there's a reason why all year at the start of the playoffs, the Panthers and the Oilers and the Stars and those teams were favored to win the Stanley Cup. The Capitals are a really good regular season team that certainly don't have the depth and the sort of elite talent in their primes the way the Panthers and Oilers do.
What's got to happen for Connor McDavid to win one? And I understand they could still win one this year, but it's starting to look late early for them. How do they get over the hump?
They need a goalie, and this team on paper looks worse than last year. I think in a lot of respects, they lost Dylan Holloway and Philip Broberg to offer sheets, young players. They got older. I think they're going to need to get younger, but they got to keep the puck out of their net. And not that it's just been the goaltenders, but the Oilers are not the better team in this series. They have the best player. They probably have the 2 best players in the series at all. But you talk the number 3 to number 20 player in the series, it's all the Florida Panthers. And it's going to be on Stan Bowman and Jeff Jackson and the Oilers to sort of surround McDavid with more talent, because it is hard to win. And I know Sidney Crosby won 3 times, including his 5th season in the league. Alex Ovechkin finally got there. It's, as we all know, it's hard to win. And unless everything goes right, it's not going to happen, and it might not happen for Connor McDavid now or in the near future.
How wild is it if indeed Florida closes it out tonight? It's kind of as you referenced here, back-to-back champions. I kind of grew up in an era where that was just the most normal thing, like the Bulls won every year that Michael Jordan played, or the Celtics would repeat, or the Lakers would repeat, or World Series teams. It was always the Yankees when I was a teenager, etc. I've now kind of come to realize, like, it's ridiculously hard, maybe even especially in hockey. How absurd is it that they're going to be able to do this?
It is, and especially in a salary cap environment where you're going to lose players to attrition and free agency and all that. It's incredible what Bill Zito has done. You took a guy like Nate Schmidt, who obviously we know from his time with the Capitals, who was bought up by Winnipeg last summer. He comes in, he's having a career year and a great playoffs. They take players from not the scrap heap, but they're able to take great players or players who are not doing well and turn them into great players just from coaching, the system, all of that. It's really hard to do, but that they found a recipe. It really starts with ownership. I know it's cliche, but you hire the right GM in Bill Zito, you hire the right coach in Paul Maurice, and just everything has fit perfectly. And I think I'm with you, Danny. There's an appreciation for greatness that maybe everybody loves the underdog story and all that, but to see what the Panthers do and how methodically great they are year after year, game after game. They basically cruise through the regular season and just look like a machine in the playoffs. It's quite something to behold.
Steve Wino, Associated Press. I saw Team USA and the rest of the country started to announce some of their rosters for the Olympics that are going to come up, and I think it's going to be huge for hockey this coming winter. But what do we know about the early announcements for the Americans? Anything surprising there?
No, nothing surprising, really. I mean, the players we expected to be on that list are on that list. Talked to Bill Guerin about this yesterday, the USA Hockey GM, and saying they didn't want to pick any of the goalies. They wanted to sort of let it play out between Connor Hellebuck and Jake Ottinger, Jeremy Swayman, Thatcher Demko. 3 of those guys are probably going to be on the team. You don't know who's going to get hurt, but this is what we expected. I mean, Brady and Matthew Tkachuk on there. I maybe one of them gets the seat as the captain instead of Austin Matthews is also on the team. It's a good makings of what should be the best U.S. hockey team on paper that we've seen maybe in the history of the sport.
So I know one more Capitals one here. In terms of this offseason, where might they start to go? Where might they look? Because it's this eternal quandary where they've got some young kids from down on the farm and a couple of guys that we've seen. We've gotten a taste of the NHL. It might be time to have some of those guys develop for your internal reinforcements, but maybe you don't have time for that because you're trying to compete at the highest level. What's their offseason plan generally for you?
I think it's going to be a lot of sort of depth on the margin moves. I mean, you're going to need to find a replacement for Lars Eller, a third-line center, or maybe Connor McMichael becomes your third-line center and you go and try to get a top-6 winger. But they have a little bit of cap space. They have some cap space to use. They've got a lot of cap space to use next summer. So I imagine for Brian McClellan and Chris Patrick, this is sort of a setup offseason. You make the moves now where you're not committing a whole lot of long-term dollars and contracts. You're signing probably a 1 to 2 year deal. You're trying to find somebody who fits in your age range from like 25 to 30 or so that you get a little bit younger. Obviously, it has been an older roster, but you find someone who fits there as sort of a middle 6 forward. Maybe you could grab another defenseman and Alex Alexiev is traded. I think it's a lot of keeping this team good and also realizing that next year there's going to be a lot to spend and some big-time free agents who might hit the market.
Swino, see you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, be good. There is Steve Wino of the Associated Press. Let's keep the blitz going. Localize the football convo with Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond. Michael, we've got a Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day right now on our 1067 The Fan Twitter account. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Go vote right now on that poll. I'm going to ask you the question, though. Who is the commander with the most to prove this season in your eyes, Michael Phillips?
I would pick probably one of the 2 young draft guys. I would pick Ben Sinnott or Luke McCaffrey as my top 2. A year 2 in the NFL, it's expected you're going to make a jump, right? If you impress in your rookie season, takes the heat off of you. Nobody's saying, hey, Mike Sanders still has to prove himself or else. Same with the rookies, right? Amos, will be allowed to come along at his pace. But year 2, consistent system, consistent coaching, and good coaching. Certainly, we've eliminated a lot of the variables here. I would say it's time for those guys to produce and earn their roster spots.
What do you expect from Deebo Samuel this year? Just I'll put kind of the bar at what he did last year, which I would be excited about, but some fans maybe are saying he's on a decline. If I get what he did last year in San Francisco, I'd be thrilled, hopefully with some upside there. What's kind of the bar and where are you looking?
Yeah, and I think, too, we're watching the run-pass split, right? How many times are they going to use him in motion as a running back, even if it's, one of those touch passes real quick? That's still essentially using him as a running back. I think he can take heat off the run game. Now, the Noah Brown situation obviously complicates that. You need a full complement of wide receivers, but I'm excited to see how he can make Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson better by being a part of the run game and make Jaden Daniels better by running some of those things that Jaden would have run last year. We saw some 1st and 10, 2nd and 10 runs from Jaden last year. I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't love those. Prefer to keep my quarterback as clean as possible. Obviously, he's going to need to get the yards on 4th and 1, 3rd and 1 when you need to move the chains. But I would love to see Deebo take some of those carries. And, I'd love to see that production from last year. I'd sign up for that right now.
Michael, another Mike, Sanders still had a great rookie year. They've made a bunch of additions in the secondary, so there's some question about where he's going to play. Do you keep him outside? Do you put him in the nickel? It sounds like he was really good at minicamp, moving all over the place, but he's going to have to major in something. What would you do?
I mean, that's the most impressive part of his rookie season to me, Grant. You know this. They threw him in a ton of different roles. And by the way, he's a rookie in the National Football League, and he handled them all, and he handled his business, and he put up great stats. I think we may even be sleeping on how good his rookie season was from that regard. I am putting him outside. I know there's demand to put him inside. I know everybody, he's more comfortable there, whatever. I just don't think you can take to the bank right now that you have two quality outside corners, and I don't want to see him shoved out there on an emergency basis in week 4 because, oh my gosh, Marshawn Lattimore's not as good as we thought he was. Oh my, Amos isn't ready to handle the number of NFL snaps, whatever it might be. I'm going to bake in that insurance now. I'm going to have him be outside as much as possible in camp in the preseason because you've got to be good there.
Miguel, for years, I basically would use Austin Eckler as my point of reference, where this is where I would find my running backs. I would have undrafted free agents, 6th, 7th round rookies that, went to, unheard of schools who could catch passes out of the backfield, pass block, and then also run the football. And then they actually got Austin Eckler, which I was very excited about. Heard a bunch last year, though. He was on a podcast with Ross Tucker. We'll talk about this a little bit later on probably, but basically saying, I don't feel like I'm 21 anymore because he's not. He's 30. He's got some of the wear and tear. Fair expectations for him this year. He was so effective when he was on the field, but it was a matter of when he was on the field.
And those are spooky injuries too, right? There's ACLs, there's all that. But I mean, you guys know this better than anybody because you chat with him so much. That's a real deal injury. Remember Jordan Reed, of course. Those are the injuries that can force you from football. It's a tough reality of the game. I think he's still very productive, and I loved what he brought to the team last year. But I agree. To your point, though, you're not going to do much better than a late-round draft pick who's unknown because he didn't play college football last year. I'm kind of excited about that, right? I always love the mystery box. Give me the mystery box over a known guy any day. We got a mystery box at running back, and I'm hopeful as the season goes on. I'm hopeful Eckler can play 17 games for his own sake, for his own health and well-being. But if he can't, I kind of like the idea of Krusky Merritt sliding in a little bit and getting some reps with this offense this year.
Mike, at 5 o'clock, we're going to talk about a piece in the Post today about the idea that Washington was super lucky last year. And it's not just an opinion, right? They use a bunch of stats and numbers, and it's some of the things we've been talking about. But the idea is that it may not carry over. Do you think that they were more good or more lucky or both? And are you worried that a regression could come because the luck doesn't translate year to year?
I'm worried about a regression. I'm not worried about talent. Jaden is talent. Everybody sees that. On the other hand, is that Hail Mary going to land 10 out of 10 times? It's not. You can acknowledge there's a degree of luck to that play in addition to the skill it takes. Is Raheem Morris going to forget how to call timeouts every time you play him? No, there's going to be a degree of regression there. He might have a guy in his headset this year telling him what to do, and the corner might pay attention and come block the Hail Mary. That's 2 games right there. 2 games is a big swing in the NFL. That's the difference between, maybe missing the playoffs and making the playoffs. I don't worry, though, about the core talent underlying this. I think this is a solidly built roster. I think Jaden's the real deal. I think the messaging is this is a team that can get better or stay the same, but also lose more games because those things don't happen for them this year. And I think fans need to make peace with that right now. But, boys, I'm glad I got you on the line because I need you to fix the Nats, man. I can't watch losses to the Rockies much longer. I need you to get on this situation.
Listen,
we've talked to a couple people.
They're playing a really good team right now.
A buzzsaw.
It's hard to beat the best in baseball. Unfortunately, it's the Rockies in town at a bad time. You need wins, and then the juggernaut, the World Series favorite, comes to town. What do you want them to do?
Do you realize that on Monday, June 16th, the Rockies have a 1,000 winning percentage this year? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you beat that?
We've got the Richmond Flying Squirrels down here. They tied a game on Sunday. It was a tie at the end of the game. Bud Selig came out and announced the tie All-Star Game styles. It's not a great time in my baseball world right now, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I need that to never happen again, Philly, if we could arrange for that. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Take care, boys.
See you, dude.
We'll fix the Nats for you.
We're on it.
Don't you worry about that. We're taking out shovels and digging them into the ground, solving the world's problems. Danny, on Sunday, Father's Day, I found myself in the middle of a controversy. I'm not sure if I did the right thing. You will be the judge. Next. Hello, it's Grant. FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It is. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Use it tonight on James Wood, hit number 19, perhaps. That means when you bet on moonshots, you take your winnings to new heights. Whether it's a big blast to left field like Woods yesterday, or maybe somebody pulls the ball down the right field line, perhaps C.J. Abrams, you're a winner. FanDuel.com/GP. Gear up to go yard all season long. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP. Claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. You got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply. That includes any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Baseball last night, the Rockies hit 2 bombs in the the top of the 9th inning to put them on top before the Nationals ultimately fell 6-4. A 9-game losing streak now for the Nationals. They'll look to snap it tonight and avoid the dreaded 10-game losing streak. 6:45 tonight right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka takes on Antonio Senzatella. NBA Finals last night, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109. Jalen Williams with 40 points. The Thunder will look to close it out on Thursday as they lead the series 3-2. Tyrese Halliburton believed to have a strained right calf. He's going to undergo an MRI. Stanley Cup Finals tonight, Game 6, Panthers and Oilers at 8 o'clock. Panthers lead the series 3-2. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. We'll take you up to 6:15, and that's pregame tonight.
Exclusively. That's what we are. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Sunday was Father's Day. Hopefully everybody had a very good Father's Day. Danny, how was your Father's Day?
Lovely.
Good.
Perfect.
Dad, how was your Father's Day?
Love you, Dad.
I love you, Dad.
It was good. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it.
We texted Darius Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
And he said something along the lines
Save it
of,
for the real dad.
Yeah, save it for the guys with kids. You're our dad on the show.
I don't know what else to say. I'm grateful. Thank you, guys.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be that grateful. We didn't get you a present.
Yeah, we got you
probably
nothing.
should've.
I mean, you guys acknowledging it is great.
I should have.
can take that.
I should have made a homemade card and woken you up by sitting on your chest with all of my weight. That's what my kids did. They all just jumped on top of me with the homemade cards. Very cute. And I'm like the stickers that they put in them, a sandwich.
Here's
and
soap on a rope or a tie.
steak. Yeah.
Any macaroni cards or just like regular?
No, we
with,
just
like,
went
crayon
straight
and
up
stuff?
stickers
Yeah.
and crayons and markers and pens. It was a win, though. It was very, very cute. I loved it. Sunday, Father's Day.
Yep.
I went to the movie theater. I was driving down to meet my parents in Fredericksburg. That was my original plan. We were going to go in Central Park. My parents still live in King George. I got on 95 without looking at traffic or anything. I left my house about an hour and a half before the movie because normally it takes me on the weekend 45, 50 minutes to get down to Fredericksburg, which is way longer than it should. I'm going about 25, 30 miles. We didn't move. We're just sitting in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
It got to a point where a half hour in, we've gone about 2 miles. And I said to my parents, I'm sorry, Dad, I'm not going to see you on Father's Day today. I'm bailing. And they said, just take him up there. No problem. So I got off of the highway and we went to Woodbridge and I saw Potomac Mills movie theater. I took them to go see How to Train Your Dragon in 3D. They loved it, right?
Yep.
But while in the parking lot, before we saw the movie, something happened, Danny. And I don't know if my response was up to par. That's where you guys will come in to tell me if I did anything wrong. So, have you ever seen a movie at the Potomac Mills, Woodbridge, AMC 75 or whatever?
I've never
it is?
seen a film there. I have been to several furniture stores there, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
good enough.
Right.
It's a gigantic parking lot.
Yeah, yeah.
It's at the mall, and it is impossible, apparently, on a Sunday afternoon to find a parking spot. So I'm circling around for a couple of minutes. Imagine you're at the Springfield Mall near your yard house on a Friday or Saturday night, right? Just trying to find a spot. As I'm approaching a car, I'm trying to see if it's pulling out or going in. That is, as I find out, pulling into a spot. I notice, I'm like, this van, it's a white van, is way too close to this SUV, a white SUV.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where I'm thinking, they're not going to keep going in, right? They have to back out again and then try again. Like they're doing a terrible job. And they keep going and they stop and they're, I don't know how close. They're really close to the car. I could tell from where I'm at. And I'm thinking, this person is an idiot. Either they don't see that there's a car next to them, or they cannot drive. But one way or the other.
Yeah, either way, it's not great.
This is a stupid person who's doing a terrible job parking. And so they're taking a really long time. I'm not going to honk. We've got plenty of time until the movie. I'm being very calm. But I'm just kind of sitting there. And they're deciding what their next move is. And then they pull forward. And I see the entire SUV next to them basically on the back left tire get lifted off the ground a little bit. Like it moved just slightly. Clearly, they had hit the car next to them. Okay,
it's so bad, dude.
Not hard, but when you rub a car when you pull into a spot or something. But to get back out, what has to happen? You have to rub that car again because you're going right back where you came in. So I'm sitting there going, I can't believe I just saw this. This dumb person. I knew it. They knew it. Everyone knew it. If you keep going, you're going to smear the car next to you, or you can back out and try again. And they did the thing that was dumb. So now I'm waiting for them to back out. And I'm not joking, Danny, like 90 seconds goes by. And they're still door to door next to this car.
Oh, it's so bad.
And I'm thinking maybe they're thinking, can I jump over the front? There's a car in front of them.
Yeah, where are you going to go?
What can I do so I don't have to back out? Well, sure enough, I kind of pull up a little bit to the point where now I see that their reverse lights are on and they're about to come out maybe. And I kind of look to my right and I see into the side mirror a woman who is looking back at me with like big beady eyes. Like I could see the white in her eyes. Like she's like, oh no. And we make eye contact. And now it's kind of awkward. And we just kind of stare at each other for like 2 seconds. And I'm like, okay, now I'm kind of invested. So instead of pulling away, I back up again. Like I'm waiting for her to leave because my assumption is maybe she's going to leave and I'm going to take this spot. But also, I want to see how this ends.
Yeah, now I'm invested.
I'm kind of nosy. So I'm waiting. Okay, we've made eye contact. She knows that I know. She eventually, almost 2 minutes later, backs up. Again, the car kind of moves a little bit. She's completely rubbing the back left of this SUV.
Like it's all happening in slow.
It's like slow motion scratching, like all the way back.
Yeah.
All right. She gets back to the point where now she's off of the car, but like half in, half out of this spot. She goes forward again. This time, you would think like, oh, she's not going to rub this car again. She does it again.
Oh my God. It's the second time.
Stupid person. All I wanted to do is get out of my car and go up and just yell at this lady. Let me help you. Let me get in the car and help you.
But you learned your lesson from the one time you tried to help someone parallel park and they told you to pipe down.
That's a really good point.
Remember that?
So plus it's I'm a guy, and it is it going to be like mansplaining?
Are you mansplaining now?
And I'm not just a guy, but I'm the worst kind of guy. So like the whole thing is bad, right? So I just said I'm not going to go help this lady. But in the meantime, I'm going to circle back around because I need to find a spot still to see how this resolves itself. So there was like a car behind me that kind of wanted to get by. That was like clearly annoyed by the whole thing. Like,
yeah, they want to go.
They honked. So I'm like, okay. So I go to drive around in a circle and I'm going to come back and see what's what. It took me maybe 45 seconds. The last time it took her 2 minutes before she even tried to move back out. By the time I'm coming back around, she is pulling away.
Oh.
Okay. Minute or so later, whatever. And I see her driving off slowly and turning left like she's leaving the parking lot. So in my mind, I'm now going, okay, do I follow her? Or do I assume she did the right thing and left a note for these people? I didn't get her license plate or anything. And if she left a note, then everything's fine because it's not the first time someone's bumped into someone's car. That sucks. But as long as maybe when the 2 minutes went by the first time, she was writing her name and her number and she put it under the windshield and she rolled out. And the other problem is if I do follow her, which is weird because I'm a guy and she's a lady.
Yep.
I do have 2 kids in car seats in the back, but I don't know if that makes me less of a threat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like if I pull up next to her and just imagine this, some nosy fat who pulls up next to you, who goes
making the roll down the window motion.
Like, down. And she's like, yes. And I'm like, I saw you.
Did you leave a note?
Yeah, you bumped into that car. Did you leave a note? And if she had left a note, I'm the worst person on the planet, and I'm an idiot, and I'm nosy. If she had not left a note, then I'm still nosy and annoying.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it? Make her write a note and go back?
No, I think I would have taken her information down so that the other car had it now. Now, it wouldn't have been her name. She's not going to give me anything, but I would have given the make, the model, the license plate. I'm an eyewitness. I saw her.
That's true.
She jacked up the back of this dude's car, by the way. Jacked it up pretty good. So I don't do anything. She drives off. She goes to the left. She's away. She gets away, but I'm assuming maybe she left a note. So I keep looking for a spot. Okay. Final time I come back around the loop. This is like a scene out of a movie. I'm not doing a bit. It's not even 2 minutes later. The guy is back at his car taking a picture of the back of his car. So he's now back out. It's a dude, his wife, and this little baby in a stroller. And he looks furious. It's like a hidden camera show, though.
Yeah.
What are the chances that this all happened so quickly in 3 loops around the parking lot? He comes right back. She just drove away. I saw the whole thing. So this guy's now bent over, taking a picture. And of course, can't help myself. Too nosy, too curious. I put my window down and I pull up and I go, "Hey, neighbor." I didn't actually say that, but I might as well.
You Ned Flanders.
Hey, neighbor, how you doing? I said, "Did she leave you a note?" He's like, "What?" I'm like, "Did the person that did that leave you a note?" He's like, "No, did you see it?" I'm like, "I saw the whole thing." He's like, "You're kidding. When was it?" I'm like, about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, not even a minute ago,
He's like,
dude.
"You're serious? Like, what was she driving?" I'm like, "White van." I knew what it was, but I didn't know the license plate. I'm sure they'll get right on that, by the way.
Yeah, hop right on it.
And he's like, "Oh," he's like dying. He's like, "You got to be kidding me." I'm like, "How bad is it?" And I like pull up and look. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Right. And so he just got pummeled. I'm like, "She didn't leave anything?" And he goes, "Nah, dude. This is it, man. It's just, I'm screwed." And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, man." And I could tell, like, he was like, "Oh, don't worry about it, whatever." But like his day was ruined. And I told him, I said, "If it makes you feel any better," and this was a dumb thing to say, by the way, because of course it didn't. I said, "She was the stupidest person I've ever seen in my life."
Does that help you?
And he's like, what? And I said, "I watched the whole thing. I've never seen a worse driver, and I've never seen anyone do anything dumber. She just kept going back and forth, rubbing the back of your car over and over again." And he's like, "Oh," he's like, "Bro," like did not make him feel any better, right? But that's where now I ask you guys, what should I have done? Did I do anything wrong? I was already super nosy. I was already a detective. I fancy myself a bit of a detective. I think I did a great job, except I let the perp get away.
Right. You had him dead to rights.
But what am I? And I'm not even doing a bit. Like, how weird would it have been if I followed her and confronted her?
Incredibly.
Is that the expectation? Should I have done that? Do you just... Also, I did not know that she didn't leave a note. And I do mean this. If I knew she hadn't left a note, I think I would have followed her and at least gotten her license plate, seen if I could have pulled up next to her before she left. Because the parking lot there at Potomac Mills, I mean, you're talking about a bigger footprint than the new Commander Stadium at RFK that's not ever going to happen, right? I mean, it's just gigantic.
Yeah.
So there's 4 or 5 different little flash points along the way where I could have pulled up and been like, "Excuse me," and beeped, and she would have known because we made the eye contact. We already looked at each other, and I'd have been like, "You're not leaving, are you? Are you really leaving?"
Are you going to leave?
It's kind of messed up. Like, even that is like so cringeworthy. Like, if you rubbed someone's car and drove off, which you shouldn't do,
right?
But then someone confronted you about it who has nothing to do about it, how much would you hate that person?
The most possible. So there's an incident years ago, and I'll let you ask your question, where 2 moms that I know and like had dealings with because they were moms at my kid's school. They didn't know each other yet, but they got to know each other this way. Pouring rain, same thing. 2 kids in the car with my friend, right? She's my good buddy's wife. And she scrapes a car trying to get through this narrow roadway, is like going back to her car to get a pen and paper in the pouring rain. And this nosy woman comes up and is like, "Excuse me, are you going to leave a note?" The return of phrase from my friend, and I quote, "Mind your bleeping business, you bitch." And that's how they started their relationship.
It's a good relationship.
Yeah. And so like the one where she was doing the note, it's a risk reward. It's like, if you think you catch him in the act, that's fine. But if she's actually on her way to write the note, which is what she was doing, then you're the worst person alive.
I agree. And she could have already left a note.
Right. That's my point, is you couldn't know.
I can't help but think I let my guy down with the baby in the stroller. And he was just like looking up into the sky like, "Why me?" And I could have helped him.
Yep.
He wouldn't be paying for the fix. She'd be paying for the fix. And also, I just hate when people get over on people. Like, we have a contract that we sign with society that says, in that instance, you do the right thing. And she didn't. And I wish I would have gotten her. It was my chance
she gets away with it.
To be Detective Paulson, and I let the perp slip. What should I have done? Did I botch it? That is the question. I want to hear from you guys next. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Would anybody have gone further than I did? What would you have done? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. I don't know if you could tell by my voice, but I ate salmon and asparagus for lunch today.
Atta boy.
Yeah, that was my big lunch. CoPair is helping us to make healthier decisions, have a healthier lifestyle, and lose the weight that we want to lose. This is the old EMP 180. Hundreds of our listeners have gotten on programs and lost thousands of pounds. You know that men lose an average of 3.4 pounds weekly on the CoPair program. That is what you can do if you get on board.
So without CoPair's guidance, I've tried to do this on my own. I've dieted, I've exercised, I've done everything you possibly could. I'm in a period right now where I haven't lost weight in a couple of weeks. So I'd normally be so fed up and so ticked off and so irritated, I would say, screw it, whatever, and then yo-yo and go back up. But I know I get my body comp measured every time I go into CoPair. I've actually gained a little bit of muscle. I've actually done some things that are good for myself. I've rearranged my body composition. That's good. I know I'm making progress, even though the weight isn't coming off. That kind of guidance you can't replace. You need the professional assistance, not just to drop the weight one time, but to keep it off for life. Do what we've done. So many of our listeners have done as well. Give them a call at CoPair at 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com.
All right, Danny, I see this terrible driver rub the car next to it in a parking lot. We make eye contact. She knows that I know that she did it. I circle back around. She's leaving. I got to either chase her or not. I got the kids in the car. I elect not to do it. I am regretting my decision. I think I let my guy down, who I subsequently met after, whose car got ruined. So my question to you is, what would you have done?
You know the guy behind you that honked?
Yes.
That. Go away. Not your responsibility. You got 2 kids. You got a mission. You're there not to inspect the parking lot. You're there not to check on how people are parking or not parking. You couldn't help yourself. You had to wait to see how it unfolded. No, you didn't. You could have gone to find a parking spot. That was your mistake. You owe nobody anything. It's part of the social contract. You're not a detective. You're not a private investigator hired to follow. You're not there to follow this dumb woman who wasn't able to drive effectively. You couldn't take your eyes away. That was your problem.
Detective Paulson presiding. Alex in Arlington, what's up?
I agree with that take. You didn't do anything wrong, but darn, you could have done something real right. Imagine you pull back up. Did she leave a note? He's blown. No, she didn't leave a note. And you text him a picture of her license plate scraping up the side of his car. He would have been winning off the field big time.
That was, yes.
Would have been such a hero move.
That's my big regret, is that I didn't write down her license plate. I just assumed, and I need to not do this with people anymore, that she was going to do the right thing. Because it's only my time to be nosy and help my guy out if she's going to screw him over. And I just didn't think she was going to, especially when you know there's a witness. That's pretty damn brazen. We made eye contact, her and I. She knows that I know what she did. I know what you did last summer kind of thing.
By the way, they're making a new one.
I know. I've seen the trailer. Let's go to Jonathan in Warrenton. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good.
Good. Hey, all in all, man, I think you did the right thing. I know, like, when you pulled up and you saw your boy and how he was feeling, it kind of broke the bro code. But I think, you never know what kind of day that idiot driver was having. And you've got 2 kids in the back and car seats. And if they see you taking a picture of their tag or pull up next to them, you never know what's going to happen. So I think at the end of it all, like, I think you did the right thing, dude.
That is a really good point.
Yeah.
Like, this was, I don't want to get into the specifics of the person that was driving. My eye contact with this lady left me very little concern or fear for my safety, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But I don't know if she's
You don't know.
I don't know if she's got a pistol in the
You don't
shotgun.
know, man.
Like, if it was a big burly, like if it was a dude that looked like me with a resting mean face, maybe I would have felt a little more nervous. I did not have that feeling, but I will say, just generally speaking, in the world today, I said this when we talked a couple weeks ago about Hey Bud guy, who wanted the guy to turn his phone down at the bar. I don't really confront people for this reason. When I got cut in line at Capital One Arena and the guy in front of me is like screaming at these dudes and they turn around like they want to fight the guy. People are just awful. I'm a grown up. I don't want to get into a fist fight. That doesn't make you more of a man than me. It just makes me a grown up and an adult and you something else if you're trying to fight me. I don't want to get shot. I don't want to get stabbed.
I'm just so not into being shot or stabbed.
The best thing in the world is to
I'm
go
not
home at
into
the
it.
end of the night to my kids without being shot or stabbed. Like, that's my goal every single day.
Yeah.
And these people are insane. Watch 3 videos of a flight today.
Yeah, person's fine. People stink.
People put their seat back in front of you. Am I going to confront them? No, they're a jerk. If I say something, now I'm on a 3-hour flight with this guy who's yelling at me and telling me he sees ghosts in the back. I just leave me alone. Joe in D.C. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
How things going?
Good.
You didn't do anything wrong, but in the end, you had a chance to do something real right. I run across these situations all the time. All I do is just pull out my phone, take a picture, and keep moving.
Oh, so
In the
okay. But
situation.
let me ask you: if the wrong person sees you taking a picture, aren't you now putting yourself and your kids in some danger of a real awkward situation?
These days, you're in danger just because you stopped and looked. I can't believe you stopped and looked for that long.
That's my point.
That's
Grant's front row. Get out of there, dude.
That's a great point, actually. Yeah, I guess if it's the wrong person that's going to be annoyed by my photo, they're
Uh-huh.
probably also annoyed that I'm just watching them scrape this car up and making eye contact.
Yeah, with big eyes, like, because you can't believe what they're doing.
I
Yeah.
wonder, though, and I don't know the answer, if it was a scary-looking man and we made eye contact, do I just drive off and never think about
excuse
it?
me. I'm sorry. I thought this was available.
I was
Excuse
just
me.
looking to see if you were parking, sir. Calvin in Stafford, you're on G&D.
Yeah, hey, how you doing, fellas? Love the show. Pretty much what everybody else been saying. You didn't do anything wrong. The last thing you want to do is approach the person because, like the other gentleman said, you don't know if they have a gun, you don't know what type of day they had. But if you feel like I need to do something, like that's just your heart is saying I can't let this slide. Since you were there watching the whole thing, yeah, take a picture and then. And if you don't want to wait for the person to come out, create your own note. Hey, I witnessed this.
Right.
That way you can see you can see for yourself if it's a note on the windshield. You're like, nope, there isn't.
So
hey,
that
man,
actually is really
this,
smart.
Took a picture.
Because I thought about it, Calvin. I was like, there's no chance I'm ever going to actually see this. I'm going into the movie. I'm not going to bump into this guy or whoever drives this car that got damaged. I ended up doing it anyway, which is luck of the draw. But he's right. I could have actually just written down the license plate. I saw this person bump your car. This was their license plate. Hope that helps. That would have been a good head start to, even though I'm the real investigator,
right?
The secondary investigators,
the actual victim, the actual person involved in it, they could have done something about it.
Well, they definitely could have, but I could have too. Let's go to Sean in Richmond as an investigator. Yeah. What's up, Sean?
Hey guys, how are you doing?
What's up, dude?
I do think if you would followed the car, that would have been a mistake. I think that's inserting yourself into the situation. I think the general point, you're sitting there, you're watching, you pull your phone, you take a video, you take a picture. If the driver leaves a note, you delete it, never think about it again and go enjoy your movie. But if she drives off like she did, you walk up to the car, you leave your number and say, I saw the incident, give me a call.
Love that. It's actually very good.
But again, now you're involved. Like all I'm trying to do is go to a movie with my kids, and now do I have a court appearance coming up now because of that?
It's possible.
You know what I mean? Like I was in the car years ago when my buddy.
Do I have to sit on a stand and the lady sitting there like, well, she backed up, she went forward, she backed up, she went. You ever seen Austin Powers, Your Honor, when he did the 18 turns?
Yeah.
That was this dummy in a parking spot.
Right. Like,
except he's just rubbing an SUV the whole time.
What's like you gotta tell the guy I gotta miss the show because I have to go to court to like testify against this idiot lady?
I'm a little bit surprised, but I like the fact, I guess, nobody thinks I should have followed this person. Like not one person is saying, yeah, go see this thing through, Grant. Lou is in D.C. What's up, Lou?
Hey, man, I think you really dropped the ball. You had an opportunity to be a good person, and you weren't. Sorry to say it, but you should have taken a picture. You should have put a note on there. And you know what? If you had to miss a day of work to be a good person and do the right thing, so be it. But doing the right thing is doing the right thing.
By not doing anything, I was a bad person. Or are you going Davey Martinez here and saying you're not suggesting I was a bad person, just that I wasn't a good person?
That is correct. I'm not. I don't think you're a bad person, but I do think you had an opportunity to be a good person, and you chose not to.
Damn, that's gonna sting.
That's harsh from Lou.
That's gonna sting.
Because I guess the point is now there's fog of war here for a second. Well, this is all happening in real time. Like you having every step down and ready. Like, I'll make sure my phone is at the ready to take the picture.
Totally true.
And it's not as if you're anticipating these
kids
things.
Screaming in the back to go into the theater, but they're excuses. I had an opportunity to solve a crime, and instead my guy's out probably a couple $1,000. I got to live with that.
Yeah,
that's not good. And I actually agree with the last caller. I've been beating myself up.
So do you think
the
guy that was behind you that honked and went around you, should he feel as guilty?
Well, no, he's 97% of people suck. He's one of those people. I had a chance to be in the 3%.
Mm-hmm.
And I chose to be one of the 97%. I got messed with by a bunch of dudes on the Metro once. And I was on first date, great time for it. And we're going to a game or doing whatever we were doing. I don't even know if you would consider it a date. It was two of us, like just outside of just around high school age, going to RFK Stadium for a Nats game from King George on the Green Line.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get messed with, and I just remember the entire Metro car is full with people, and I'm getting harassed and accosted, and without going into all the details, it sucked. And everyone just watched, including like a security guard that was sitting there. Not one person did anything. Not one. That's normal. Most people just don't want to have the court date, or they just don't. And it's like, if everyone does that, we live in a bad place. If everyone writes down the license plate, we probably live in a better place. But you do occasionally get shot, or like messed with. And that's, people suck. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
But I do. I think the last caller's right.
No, he's not.
I think I screwed up.
You did not screw up. You didn't. You didn't go above and beyond.
Tell that to the guy whose SUV's in the shop.
I will. I'll say park in a parking lot at your own risk. Sucks. Sorry. We're every time, man. There's something could happen.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Top of the hour. I want to get into the piece in the Post today from Sam Fortier about the Commanders being lucky last year.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast. Is now open. Baseball last night, the Nationals fell to the Rockies 6-4 after Kyle Finnegan came in with a 1-run lead and gave up 3 runs in the top of the 9th inning. His 5th blown save of the season, giving up his first 2 homers of the year. The Nationals now have lost 9 straight games, looking to avoid the dreaded 10-game losing streak tonight as they take on the Rockies. Game 2 of 4 tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. Near the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals, looking to play the role of stopper. He is 3-4 with a 5.14 ERA. He'll take on Antonio Senzatella, who is 1-10 on the season with a 7.23 ERA. NBA Finals last night, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109 behind 40 points from Jalen Williams. Game 6 going to be on Thursday with the Thunder having a chance to close it out. They lead the series 3-2. Tyrese Halliburton is believed to have a strained right calf. He's going to have to undergo an MRI. Hockey, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 6 tonight. Potential closeout scenario for the Florida Panthers, looking for their 2nd straight Stanley Cup. Game 6 tonight at 8 o'clock, Panthers and Oilers. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! Town is going crazy!
Such a great call by Jim Nantz. Good to relive that CBS telecast of the Hail Mary. Commanders over the Bears last season at FedEx. Probably the high point in the regular season for Jaden Daniels and the boys. Of course, they would top that in the playoffs with wins in Tampa and Detroit and a trip to the NFC Championship game. There was a story in the Post that dropped today. It'll be in the paper tomorrow, I'd imagine. Saw it online from Sam Fortier that I wanted to turn our attention to here. I thought this was really well done. It chronicles what you and I have talked a lot about with data. So the Commanders, as Fortier writes, appear to be a team on the rise. Talks about their sharp front office, strong coaching staff, star young quarterback. He says, but don't be surprised if they struggle to match their 12 regular season wins from last season. As Washington heads into summer vacation, they just wrapped up minicamp. Bookmakers have them pegged around 9.5 wins. He says that reflects the improved yet incomplete roster and a tougher competition of a second-place schedule. But he says the biggest reason for a dose of pessimism might be luck. The Commanders' breakout season last year included a lot of good fortune. And you and I have talked about this ad nauseum. This goes deeper, as he mentioned, than the Hail Mary you just heard. It goes deeper than a 9-4 record in one-score games, which, by the way, does not normally carry over year to year. Like being great in one-score games this season doesn't mean you'll be good in them next season. There's almost no correlation. I would say, Danny, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, I think having a weapon and an athletic dual threat like Jaden Daniels makes it more likely that you'll win a lot of those one-score games. See Lamar Jackson? Yeah. Because in playmaker time, it gets a lot harder to defend a guy who can beat you with his arm and his legs.
Sure, you're built to win close games. You're built to win a lot of kind of games, but sometimes you don't have the ball last. You know what I mean? Sometimes the clock doesn't work your way or change of possession, or you lose a fumble that has nothing to do with a quarterback that's a playmaker. That point, I think, is really good. Like, you were 9-4 last year in one-score games. If you're 7-6, you're so successful in them, but it's a totally different season, different record.
As a point of order, 9-4 in one-score games was 6th best in the National Football League last year. Sam goes on to write, it goes deeper than injuries. Washington finished as the league's 5th healthiest team by the metric adjusted games lost. We've also talked a lot about this. They were a top 5 team in terms of health, and the types of players that stayed healthy for them. Bobby Wagner at his age, Zach Ertz, who always gets hurt and is old. That was what was so surprising to me. Is it likely that that happens again? I'm not so sure. They did lose Austin Eckler to a concussion. He missed a little while, so it's not like he was fully healthy. But for the most part, from a legs and ankles and feet standpoint, like all the stuff that's ailed him over the last couple of years, even he was healthier, older as a running back in terms of the lower body than he had been. But Danny, adjusted games lost, best metric for figuring out what teams were the healthiest. Washington was a top 5 health team last year.
Yep.
That almost never carries over. Now, that's a great thing when it happens, but it is rare. And you would not go into the season expecting it to be replicable.
Right. And oftentimes the most successful teams are the healthiest. And that's good fortune. You could put in all the deposits, the off-season conditioning, weight room stuff, making sure you're spending the extra time, stretching, rehabbing, doing all the painstaking, unfun training things to help injury prevention. But sometimes, and not to be gruesome or graphic, your leg bends the wrong way. It had nothing to do with the work you put in. It's just, a 330-pounder and another 400-pounder and a 200-pounder going in all a bunch of different directions, and bad luck happens. So you were very fortunate in that regard. So, yeah, a lot of times the healthiest teams at the end, if you got quality players, especially in terms of important ones, you end up, on championship Sundays.
So far, I would say I like the piece. It's everything we've already been talking about, nothing overly groundbreaking, right?
Right.
Here is some of the data, though, that I didn't have, that I haven't referenced, that I thought was really well done.
We've been trying to quantify it, and here it is.
So this is via the Washington Post. You can look this up if you want more detail when we're done talking about it. But I'll just read from 48's story here. He says, the good luck is perhaps best captured by a luck dashboard created by NFL data scientist Tom Bliss, published on the league's website. Bliss identified 4 key scenarios where teams benefit from actions in a game that are almost entirely derived from opponent performance or lucky bounces, and measured their impact with win probability. That's a little bit wordy. So bottom line is, this guy who's a data scientist tried to figure out how to quantify luck, and he came up with 4 categories where the team benefiting has almost nothing to do with what happened. You didn't cause the good thing for you, the bad thing for your opponent. Something they did or something nobody did caused it, essentially.
Yeah, so my best buddies and I, we'd watch games together back in the day, and like the other team, a guy would run the wrong route, and the quarterback would throw it to the spot he was supposed to go to, and our guys would clap like seals and run off the field, and he would say, nothing we did well. Like, in other words, they messed up, and you were the beneficiary. That's what that is.
You'll take it.
Yes.
But it's not you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the Bliss luck dashboard. Number 1, an opponent drops a pass on offense. I feel like tons of drop passes against Washington last year. Until now, I haven't had the numbers. We'll get into that. Number 2, an opponent drops an interception on defense. So this is the big difference between picks and turnover-worthy throws.
Mm-hmm.
There is the data we've always had, which is interceptions, which is a flawed metric. Sometimes the receiver runs the wrong route. Sometimes somebody slips and falls. Sometimes it's the end of the half and you're throwing into the end zone on a Hail Mary and it's picked off. All interceptions are not created equal. Some interceptions are actually maybe good interceptions, or probably no good interceptions.
The old arm punt on 3rd and 25.
Tolerable interceptions, reasonable interceptions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the terrible pass that you can't make where you didn't see the linebacker. That's egregious and awful and a rookie mistake. But the other way to look at it is dropped interceptions on defense. That should have been a pick, and it wasn't. Daniels obviously protected the football all year, had a low interception rate, generally didn't put it in harm's way, but did he benefit from luck on balls not getting picked? It should have been. So that's number 2 in this metric table. Number 3, an opponent misses a kick. You don't do anything. You don't block the kick. You do the everything normal, right? Snap, hold, kick. You collide at the line of scrimmage. You're rushing off the edge. The kicker boots the ball, and it's either in or out. And then finally, either team recovers a fumble. That is considered something of chance. So I put the ball on the ground. If it bounces right to me, I didn't do anything as much as the bounce of the football worked in my favor. If it bounces right to Danny, you get possession, but you didn't do something better than I did to recover the ball, per se. You just happen to be closer to it, which is luck. By that metric, again, those 4 bullet points, he designs this, what he calls his luck dashboard. Washington was the luckiest team in the NFL last year, and it goes further than that. Washington in 2024 was the luckiest team since at least the 2022 season. So it's multiple years of football. In fact, 2+ years of football since they began tracking this data and information. And it's not even close, as Tom Bliss points out. Most impactful plays. Dropped interception, Browns against the Ravens. Dropped pass, Saints 2-point conversion against Washington. If you remember, they would have beaten the Commanders.
Yep.
If I think it was Juwan
Johnson?
Juwan Johnson's his name. Yeah, tight end for the Saints. He drops the pass that would have won the game. A field goal. Atlanta made a 58-yard field goal against the Saints in the fourth quarter, and then a fumble recovery for the Bengals against the Ravens in overtime. But when you look at this table of the team that was the most lucky to the team that was the least lucky last year in the NFL, the Commanders, and I don't know how it works for a percentage, but were plus 185.5%. Nobody else was even plus 127%. Far and away, not close, the luckiest team in the NFL in overall margin of luck. Unlucky team like the Packers was 155% to the negative. Seattle, minus 145. Atlanta, minus 137. The Commanders, plus 185% when you look at the things they don't control that went their way.
So, by far and away, drop passes by an opponent, Washington benefited from those by double digits over anybody else. The only other team in their ballpark was Dallas, and Washington still benefited. Again, I don't know how to quantify the numbers exactly in terms of the percentages, but most teams were either neutral or negative on that. Washington was by far and away the greatest beneficiary in the league of drop passes by opponents. I mean, think about how much worse this all could have been, right? I mean, anecdotally, I'm sitting there going, they can't cover anybody. And I'm right, even though the pass numbers don't look as bad as they probably could have. Think of the Malik Neighbors drop, which Sam references in this piece.
The Malik Neighbors one, before you move on, because people may have forgotten, week 2, at home, they're driving, Neighbors on the sideline. If he makes the catch, the Giants beat Washington almost certainly in week 2.
And they hadn't stopped him, hadn't covered him the whole game. Right. 10 catches for 1,000,000 yards. This could have been catch 11. He just doesn't catch it.
And they went 1-1. They get the win that day. They could have been 0-2.
0-2.
Not mentioned in this piece because I don't know that it's relevant necessarily, but you want to talk about luck. Remember the Giants, Graham Gano, the kicker, got hurt before the game.
Yep.
So they did not have a kicker that day and multiple times had to go for fourth downs they normally wouldn't have. Had to have kicks attempted by non-place kickers, or else they probably win that game outright anyway. That's another sign of some of the luck. He points out the Juwan Johnson drop for the Saints, points out another play. I think it was Kyle Pitts dropped the ball when they played the Atlanta Falcons. Remember the fourth down fake by the Pittsburgh Steelers? They ran a fake punt against Washington, a wide open.
The guy was so open.
I think it was the personal protector fullback, and he was out in space in the flat, and they threw it to him, and he just dropped a wide open fake punt. The Falcons missed a 56-yard game-winning field goal attempt. Now, 56 is I'm not going to say it's lucky, I suppose, but it's not like it was 43 or 29 or something. 56 is a long field goal. Young Wei Koo made one to beat the Saints earlier in the year, and he missed that one. He hit a 58-yarder to win, and he had missed a lot of kicks. He had a terrible season last year. But, you go back through and just some of these memories he brings up, everyone thinks about the Hail Mary. In most of their games, there are one or two plays that were abnormally fortuitous, probably. Now, this is not to say that they weren't good, they didn't deserve it.
Because that's what people hear. When you hear positive luck, there's immediately a defense mechanism going, well, they're great. Jay Jones is great.
I'm sure we're haters.
Let's spin both plates, please.
We're trying to say that they weren't good. Grown-ups are talking. I mean, relax, please. Awesome season, way improved, good football team, well-coached, spectacular quarterback play. They deserved everything they got, but they did benefit from luck.
Yeah.
Can that carry over? We normally just zero it down to the fourth down percentage, which doesn't really come up much in this piece, but they were historically great on fourth down. There's nothing suggesting that will or even can happen again for a second straight year. When you're that far over your head, the normal number in the league on fourth down, let's say, is a little over 50%. And you're operating over 80% on fourth down. You're probably not doing that.
Yeah, even if you're regular great, 75%. You're like a normal, excellent, unbelievable percentage, which I think they will be, by the way, because they got Jaden Daniels. When you have Jaden Daniels or you got Lamar Jackson or you got Josh Allen, you got a great chance to be pretty good on fourth down. No problem there. Let's be regular great on fourth down. 90 whatever percent is what it was. They missed 23 for 25 last year or better than that counting the playoffs. So yeah, I mean, those things regress. Obviously, those are some of the things that we've pointed out kind of throughout. And the mistake people make, I want to go back to it, is this somehow discredits them. And Sam does a great job of then in the piece going and talking to some of the players and asking them about it.
Yeah, I'll read some of these quotes here. We made a lot of lucky S happen last year, offensive lineman Andrew Wiley said. I'm not going to just discredit that, but a lot of winning time moments went our way because we practiced them every day. The winning time moments is a phrase that Dan Quinn uses, and they go through these situations and they focus on situational football, and they really do believe they won those games because they had rehearsed them. They're not the only team doing that, though. That's my only pushback. Every team is rehearsing them. Now, maybe they rehearse them more.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that would be the case. But if that's the case, okay, maybe they have a leg up. But, yeah, there's certainly something to preparation, that practice helping in the clutch. Nick Allegretti said, I feel like there's absolutely a component of luck, but I also think that the most well-prepared teams are the luckiest. Probably true. It's an Oprah Winfrey quote. Luck is being prepared. Tyler Biotish was asked, do you believe in luck? He said, I believe in 5. Talking about Jaden Daniels. 5 with the ball is important. That increases our luck factor by a lot. I don't know what the backing of that with data is, but I think, just putting myself into their shoes to try to guess, when you got a great player, he's going to make great plays a lot of the time. Call it what you want, but your fourth down percentage might be a little higher than everybody else.
Same way a Chiefs player, if asked about luck, would say, you guys have bet Pat Mahomes, right? We end up, it somehow seems we win these games when he's around.
They have a lot of luck too.
Right. And so my response would be, I bet you Green Bay was pretty prepared in drilling those situations when they went from the luckiest team in the league a couple of years ago to the least lucky the year after for these metrics that you can't control. Again, players and people will bristle at this. The things that this thing is measuring, this data from Bliss, your opponent dropping a pass, you had nothing to do with that.
Yep.
And that's okay. That's okay. You had nothing to do with Malik Neighbors dropping the pass. He was open. I'd love for him to be more covered. Now, Noah Igbenogany actually was covering Juwan Johnson on that play. Didn't make it easy for him. He still should have caught the ball. He's an NFL player, and they should have lost that game. But that's fine, too. It doesn't take away the drive against Tampa Bay where Jaden Daniels is in the grasp of a defender and still dives for it for a first down before the game-winning doink. It doesn't take away the Atlanta drive in overtime when you shove it on them, and we all know it's going to be a touchdown. Then it was.
The doink was some luck too, by the way.
Yes, it was. It doesn't change how good you were against Detroit. It doesn't change some of the most amazing moments that you had. It's simply also acknowledging you benefited from this, and you probably weren't an on-paper 12-win team. It doesn't mean they changed the record. No one's going to go back and go, well, they won 12 games, but it really probably should have been 9.5. So now they're 9.5 and 8.5. No, they're not. That is a 12-win team forever. First time since 1991. Nobody changes that. No one takes anything away. It's also acknowledging that some of these things aren't repeatable. So when they don't start repeating next year, don't all of a sudden wonder what the hell's going on.
Well, there's a 2-part to this for me, right? They're talking a lot. It seemed like linemen that he was talking to mostly, and maybe that's why. But you hear the comments like, were we lucky? Yes. Did we create some of our own luck? They thought that they did.
Absolutely.
There could be something to that. I actually think there probably is. They also said, call it whatever you want. I'll take Jaden Daniels. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Same
either.
here. Yep.
But dropping a pass has nothing to do with Jaden Daniels. And I don't mean your receiver. I mean, when Malik Neighbors does it, that's not a Jaden Daniels thing. They played together at LSU. I don't think he put some, spell on him before the game. An opponent drops an interception. It's not like Jaden Daniels throws with a certain spin to make them do that. An opponent misses a kick. Again, this has nothing to do with the quarterback. This has nothing even to do with the offense. I think the offense is going to probably be a little luckier than most teams because there's some element of being really good that can play into that. But recovering a fumble, dropping a pass, you cannot explain that away with anything other than it went our way. And who knows if it's going to next time. That's the flip of a coin. But I want to open up the phones with you here, Danny, to see what people think about this. First of all, the idea that the Commanders did get lucky last year. This metric says they were the luckiest team in the league by far. This is statistical. And that they were the luckiest team in the NFL over 2+ years. 800-636-1067 is the number. Also, do you think it carries over? Is there something that they did or do, either with coaching or preparation or because they have Daniels, that makes it likely that, yeah, they were lucky, but they're going to keep being lucky? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rockies 6-4 last night. They've now lost 9 in a row. They'll look to snap the losing streak and avoid the dreaded 10-game losing streak tonight. Game 2 of the 4-game set against the Rockies, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. Antonio Senzatella goes to the hill for the Rockies. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 6 tonight. Panthers and Oilers, Game 6, 8 o'clock tonight. The Panthers looking to close it out in Edmonton. They lead the series 3-2. And last night, NBA Finals, the Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109. Jalen Williams with 40 points. Game 6 going to be on Thursday. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center, hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Live tattooing, contest, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at FredericksburgTattooInvitational.com. That's FXBGTattooInvitational.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tom Bliss has a luck metric that he put together with 4 prongs. It's a luck dashboard for NFL media. And the Commanders, by way of these metrics, were not only the luckiest team last year by a wide margin, they're the luckiest team in 2+ years of analyzing this. The metric takes into account things that teams don't control at all but can benefit from. An opponent dropping a pass, by far the luckiest team in the league in that category last year. An opponent dropping an interception on defense, not nearly as lucky in that regard, which speaks well to Jaden Daniels not putting the ball in harm's way. An opponent misses a kick, they benefited from a lot of luck there. And then either team recovering a fumble. They just recovering their own fumbles had a lot of luck last year. But the question we've got for you guys, number one, do you agree that they were lucky? I mean, the data speaks to that, but I guess you could have your say. 800-636-1067. And my fear is that these things don't carry over. There is no real way to make your opponents drop passes again this year. It either happens or it doesn't. Oftentimes, it's completely random. And if you get less lucky this season, while you're playing a harder schedule, that's how 12 wins can become 8.
Yeah, it's why the over-under's 9.5.
Right. That's how 12 wins becomes 9 and you're outside the playoffs instead of being there for a second straight year. I do believe if Jaden Daniels is spectacular, very few things matter and you'll just win double-digit games and have a chance to win in the playoffs because at that point he's the real deal in a top 5-ish type quarterback. But until we know if that can be putting down in Sharpie this year, then I think this luck conversation matters. Let's go to Vaughn in Alexandria on the Fan. What's up, Vaughn?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I guess I don't like the title of this category. I don't like a luck metric. I think it's football. The better team wins. So here's my thing. When we were bad all those years, could we say we had bad luck or we just won a good football team? I mean, I guess even if you recover the fumble or you drop pass, what's the next play? You still have to benefit from that next play, right? You have to score after you get the fumble recovery. Or if that person missed the pass, you still have to make a next play in order to put yourself in position to win. So I think it's football at the end of the day,
well,
right?
Vaughn, let me just
ball bounces.
I want to let you keep going Kanye style. I'll let you finish. But I to redirect this for a second, what you're talking about isn't really part of the metric. The metric is just these 4 things. Like, do you agree that when an opponent drops a pass, if you didn't break it up, that's lucky? A wide open guy dropping a pass, yay or nay?
No, I don't believe that's luck. I think that's the guy happens on both sides. It equals out. If you look at throughout the league, right, you have teams that miss field goals, teams that make field goals. Is that luck because one team missed the field goal? I don't get that.
Yeah, if you're not doing anything to create the missed field goal, then you benefited from good fortune that they missed the field goal.
Yeah, if his point is you're going up against a bad kicker who performs badly, is that luck or just a bad kicker? I see the perspective, but again,
that's not really what he's saying. What I gathered him saying, he like in baseball, the axiom is over the course of the season, if you hit, when guys are hitting a lot of balls hard and there's no hits, it's all going to even out. You're going to get just as many jam shots that fall in. And so you say it, it'll even out as the year goes on. It really doesn't. Kevin Franzen made this point when he was on our show. He's like, anybody who tells you that's the liar, they just say that to make you feel good. In the big leagues now, with defenses as good as they are and the way guys can cover ground, you're going to have a lot more swings that should be hits that aren't than you are going to get lucky on jam shots that fall in. But it sounded like to me, what he was saying was everybody benefits from those things. Sometimes you're on the good end, sometimes you're on the bad end. And he's right. I'm just saying we can now quantify how often you're on the good end and the bad end, and Washington was on the good end as a margin way more often than most teams.
See, I thought he was talking about all those years when Washington was bad, where they just dealing with bad luck.
He brought that up too.
Yeah, and the point being, sometimes football happens, you don't perform well. The other guy doesn't perform well, maybe he's not that good. I guess the thing I'm saying is they were lucky. Every time they'd have a winning streak, every time they'd do something special, it was incredibly fortunate. It was every break would go their way on one of those 7-win, 5-win, 4-win situations. Todd Collins should not be winning 5 straight games for you. You know what I mean? Like a hobbled Robert Griffin and Dick Crawford returning a punt in crunch time shouldn't be winning 7 straight games after the coach said he was going to evaluate everybody for next year. That shouldn't happen, but it did. It was a charmed ride. It was awesome. Doesn't mean it wasn't fun. Like, I don't know. And
by the way, even though that team didn't feel like it was good enough to win 7 straight, we'd have to go back with this dashboard and see where their passes dropped, where their interceptions from opponents that were dropped. Through these metrics, did they get lucky? They may have just outplayed teams 7 straight weeks. A really bad team can beat a really good team.
All the time.
The Jets this year are going to be awful. The Chiefs are going to be really good. The Jets could beat the Chiefs and be unluckier than the Chiefs in that game while doing it because they were just a better football team that day. Bargos in Gaithersburg, you're on the Fan. What's up? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Doing well. Thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
You got it.
Yeah, so I think last year we undoubtedly had a rarefied, almost mythic, magical luck, I would say. It was very alien and unfamiliar to digest at that time. You know, as someone born in 91, it was very unfamiliar, to say the least. I don't think it's sustainable. However, you know, with JD5, the positive cultural vibes we have going, I do believe and definitely hope that we can get around 65, 75% of last year's luck. That'd be a major victory. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, listen, to the previous caller's point and to Bargov's point, there's always going to be a good bounce or a bad bounce that happens, right? I mean, in week 3 against Cincinnati, I remember being there, and I think it was Zach Ertz who fumbled, and I think it was Nick Allegretti who was hauling ass down the field, just hustling to be in the right spot, recovered a fumble. And it was a hidden play. No one remembers it, but they probably don't win if that doesn't happen. So yes, to some degree, you make your own good fortune by being in the right place at the right time. That's what this group is going to do. And I think that's what all the quotes that Sam Fortier got from the various linemen sort of illustrates. It's not an accident that we are prepared for it, work at it, put ourselves in good positions. I think that's part of the culture now. So you're going to be in a good position to win some one-score games because you're going to be in some.
Well,
right?
and luck can be the coaching and the preparation and what they call their winning time moments, which is, you know, it's one of these things that kind of eye roll, sounds silly, sounds like a high school football coach or whatever, but it worked for them. They really master situational football by drilling it a ton. And maybe they do drill it more than everybody else. Maybe they coach it better than everybody else. Maybe they've got the best staff in the NFL. I think all of those things, in terms of them accounting for some of their own luck, are possible. But I cannot stress this enough, and I'm a broken record. You can explain away the luck when you have the ball or that you dictate or the things that you do, maybe. Nothing that they're coaching has to do with a player dropping a pass when he's wide open in the middle of the field. Like, everyone listening should be able to acknowledge that on the fake punt by the Steelers, when the punter throws the ball to the PP, who's out in the flat, who's wide open, and he drops the ball instead of getting a first down, Washington takes over. That wasn't a coachable moment. That wasn't situational football. That wasn't winning time, whatever drill. That was the Steelers dropped the pass. Malik Neighbors on the sideline. That is the Giants squandering an opportunity. Now, you could say they're a bad team. He's a rookie in his second game. He's more likely to drop that pass than Justin Jefferson. Sure. But he caught more of those this year than he didn't. And so the things that they didn't control went their way more often than it did for 31 teams. I think 2 things are true. Let's acknowledge that. Probably doesn't happen to the same extent, but Bargov's got a great point. Maybe you're not as lucky. They were crazy amount more lucky than the number 2 team in the NFL by this metric, this dashboard. Maybe you're 65% as lucky, though, because it's true that Daniels' skill, being so good at quarterback, having this good staff, doing the winning time moments thing, makes it more easy for you to be lucky. So over a 5-year stretch, we'll find out that they're the luckiest team over 5 years because they're always in the top 10 or 12. But you might not be running away number 1.
Right.
And if that's true, then maybe that's enough for them between skill and a little bit of luck.
Yeah, if you return to neutral luck, say like middle of the pack and mean, median, mode, whatever math metric you want to use from 5th grade, then you still have a chance to have a good football team. Nobody's saying this means they're going to now go 4-13 and be like Sam Howell all over again. That's not the case. But as things get tougher, schedule, quarterbacks, teams have more time to prepare against you, and this is regressing naturally, I guess that's my point, is just be prepared. That's the only point here. I'm saying things that we lived this charmed life, that may not be the guarantee. I guess that's my only point.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Do you buy this Washington Post story citing a analytic now that evaluates how lucky teams are, saying the Commanders were the luckiest team in multiple years in the NFL? We'll sneak in one more. Bobby in Calvert County. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks
Somebody.
for taking my call.
You bet.
Luck is I don't like the word luck, personally.
It seems like people do not.
This is the point I made, yeah. People don't like it.
Not a good word. I mean, like you said, preparation is the key. If Allegretti wasn't prepared to follow the play, he wouldn't have got it.
But okay, Bobby, but
missed field goal.
What about when the player drops a ball with no one around him? How is that not luck?
The ball. He dropped the ball.
But that's luck.
They dropped. See, that's what I'm saying. That means every missed field goal is luck. Every interception is luck.
No, not every interception. Just when a team drops, when you throw the ball to the team and they should pick it off and they don't, that's lucky.
That's what I mean, but no, I don't know any receiver, any cornerback in the league that has caught every pass or everything that they had.
Right. Sometimes they catch it.
If you catch 95% and then the 5% happens against you, like it feels good.
Well, even if you catch 50%,
yeah,
50% of the time they catch the ball, and then 50% of the time they don't, and you got lucky.
Okay. Well, I guess that's just terms that some people use, some don't. I don't necessarily.
So what term do you use then?
It was a play. He dropped the ball. Way to go. We're happy. Yeah. But I'm not going to say, oh, man, we got lucky right now. I'm not, no. Because I don't believe every missed field goal is luck if it happens against us. I don't necessarily see it as luck.
So the missed field goal one, I tend to agree with you a little bit more. I go back to the drop pass because you're doing nothing to force the drop pass in these situations. A missed field goal from a reasonable distance, though, is luck to me. Unless you get a hand on it, unless you do something schematically where somehow you
bother the kicker.
Exactly. You get a guy in or the kicker is thrown off because the timing of the play is off or something like that. If he just lines up and misses a kick inside of 50 yards in today's NFL, you got lucky. Because that's something he's going to hit 80-some% of the time. 99% of the kickers in the league. 800-636-1067 is how you hop in with us on Grant and Danny. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. We're taking you up to 6:15. Who's moving? Metropolitan Moving and Storage should move you. That's who you've got to get to move you. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official, unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, I love them. They've moved me a couple of times, actually. They've moved my in-laws. They've moved Danny. They've moved his dad. They've moved, CK and Drabby and JP Flame from the Junkies. You name it. They've moved us at this radio station. We love Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They will help you stage your home. They will pack your boxes. They will build a custom crate for your chandelier and sculpture. They'll even send a moving consultant to your house or office. Great news for people looking for a long-distance mover. Metro Moving and Storage will provide a dedicated truck and crew for your long-distance move. Metropolitan Moving and Storage provides East Coast Express service. No one gets you there better and faster than our crew. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. 301-279-0090. 301-279-0090. DCMetropolitanMoving.com. At 6 o'clock, I want to play audio of something funny that happened on MLB Network. Nothing to do with baseball, actually. but I think it's relatable content, and the audio is really funny. So, little mini audio vault for you coming up at the top of the hour. To the phones we go. Washington Post piece today. It'll be in the paper tomorrow. Dropped online, written by Sam Fortier about the team being lucky. There's this luck dashboard NFL media has come up with 4 things that a team has no control over, can benefit from, like missed field goals against them, interceptions dropped against them, dropped passes against them. You look at those metrics, Washington, the luckiest team in the league, top 5 in injury health last year. They were top 6 in winning percentage in one-score games. Some of these things that won't carry over. Is that something we should concern ourselves with?
There are 2 categories of folks who hear this, by the way. Category 1 can listen to the stats and hear the numbers and remember, the Hail Mary was pretty fortunate, or having Jalen Hurts get hurt was pretty fortunate, and Malik Neighbors dropping a pass and not having a kicker for the Giants was pretty fortunate, and Juwan Johnson dropping a pass was fortunate. And acknowledge that and still kind of move on. There's the other half can go, they can't go, rather. I hear luck and I bristle. I get offended.
Yeah,
it's like a knock against me and my team.
It's a pejorative for people.
Mm-hmm.
They think luck means you're not good or you're not skilled or that it takes away from excellence. Matt and Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, Grant, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
I was just telling you, call screener. First off, Grant, your definitive breakdown of Tom Brady as the luckiest SOB in the NFL stands out as one of the best segments in radio.
My man, I need to find that. That was my Mona Lisa. I mean, I spent a lot of hours of prep on that. That was fun.
It was amazing. It's not. I've been looking for it online. I can't find it. It was amazing. But having said that, I think that those teams were way more lucky than the Commanders and particularly last season. But I do think there was luck involved with how we were able to do, to Danny's point about the Hail Mary, which, doesn't happen that often, which means that there's some luck involved. Neighbors dropping that pass means there was some luck involved. But I think I think every team in the league has had drops, has had missed interceptions, missed sacks, and things like that they can look at. So I don't bristle at the fact of luck, but I just don't think that we were the luckiest team, in the course of history. I just
it's just in these metrics over 2 years is all. But I understand that you're saying, he didn't handpick the metrics after the fact to get to Washington being number 1, but it's like the Triple Crown in baseball: home runs, RBI, batting average. They're just 3 metrics.
Yeah, and nowhere in here, for example, you go back to Ron Rivera's first year when they won the division against terrible teams. In these 4 numbers, there's no got to play Ben DiNucci. There's no, Joe Burrow got hurt and they had to play a way worse backup. So this is just one subset of metrics that tells you in this grouping, that's the luckiest team in the last 3 years.
Yeah, no team last year had more passes dropped against them that they didn't do anything to have dropped than Washington. Like, that is a statistical fact based on this data point. Umar Chantilly, home of the Chargers.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Somebody.
Good.
All right, so I think I know why everybody doesn't like the luck idea. I think it's because Commanders are number 1. If it was like Cowboys or Eagles or New York Giants on that list as number 1, everybody will be like, yeah, they're the luckiest son of bitches on the planet. What do you guys think about that?
I agree with you.
Yeah, because it's like it
you
feels
don't
like
hear that
right.
Your team. The perception is didn't earn it, which is not what we're saying,
Right.
but that is how they're taking.
But that's the automatic link that people make in their minds. I mean, and I'm not picking on anybody, but a couple callers ago, last segment, it's just like, I just don't believe in luck. Well, what happens when the other guy's wide open and drops a pass? Then he dropped the pass. Yes, but can you admit that that's good fortune for you? And what's another name for good fortune? It's luck. It's good luck, right? I mean, you can get you call heads or tails 10 straight times. You can get it 10 straight times. That doesn't mean that you're now the best heads or tails caller in human history. You got lucky for that streak of 10.
Well, it's not lucky.
It's
not lucky, Danny. It's not lucky if you get heads or tails,
right?
Because you prepared the winning time moments.
You prepared for winning time.
You practiced it. Zeke in Southeast, what's up? Zeke.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm here. How you doing?
What's going on?
Yeah. I want to make sure I heard you right. You said that over the last couple of years, we were considered the luckiest team over the last 2 years?
The 2024 Commanders last year were the luckiest team over the 2-year period, not a 2-year.
What 2 years? What 2 years?
22 and 23.
Okay, so weren't we 4 and 13?
No, you're not understanding. So, Zeke,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
The 2024 team, just last season's team that went 12-5. So think of it as there are 64 teams that they're ranking 1 to 64. 2 years of football, 32 teams each year. The 2024 Washington team was the luckiest team. Where the year before that's Washington team was, I'd have to look up. I don't know. But they were the last season's Commanders were the luckiest team over a 2-year evaluation of luck.
Okay, so now I understand that. Now here's my question, right? If Malik Neighbors would have dropped his first 3 passes in the game, but caught everything else, but at the end of the game, we still would have won, would we say that was lucky? We were lucky?
I don't understand the question. If he would have dropped 3 passes,
then he's got that day full of drops. You go, hey, this guy had a terrible day against you. So I guess that's the point.
Yes, but the point is drops are always lucky if you're not defending the pass. So it doesn't matter if it's 1 drop or 3 drops at the end of the game, at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and then if I'm in New York media, I'll go, Malik Neighbors dropped a bunch of passes. What a bum, right?
Exactly.
But for me, as the opponent or the other team, I'm going, the wide open player that didn't make the catch, that's good fortune for me. Nothing that I did is responsible for it.
For me, this is not that complicated. It seems like people either don't like it, which is fine, or are struggling with understanding it. But it's real simple for me. It's what you control and what you don't control.
Mm-hmm.
As a team, if you control it, then you dictate. If you have no control over it, a pitcher is a good example. Mackenzie Gore. Anything that happens when he's on the mound, you could say he has some control over. If you get how many runs you give up, even if they're unearned runs, by the way, even if James Wood misplays a ball in the outfield or a ball gets by through the legs of C.J. Abrams or something, or a wild pitch or a pass ball or whatever, and you go, oh, it was unearned runs, it's unlucky. Well, kind of. He's on the mound. If he shoved, then runs wouldn't have been scored. When they're hitting, he has no control over it. He's just sitting there. He's a bystander.
Mm-hmm.
He can't do anything about how many runs the Rockies are going to score against the Nationals. That's the drop pass thing. That's the missed field goal from medium range thing. That is the dropped interception in the hands of a defender thing. You're either benefiting from them screwing up or you're not, and you don't have anything to do with it. That's where the luck comes in. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I do want to get to that fun audio next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. Nationals looking to snap a 9-game losing streak before it gets to double digits tonight as they take on the Rockies after they lost last night 6-4. They'll look to bounce back tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-4 on the season with a 5.14 ERA. He'll take on Antonio Senzatella of Colorado, who is 1-10 with a 7.23 ERA. Charlie and Dave on the call right here on the Fan at 6:45. Hockey tonight, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 6, a potential closeout for the Florida Panthers as they look to end the Edmonton Oilers for the second time in 2 years, winning a Stanley Cup title. That'll be at 8 o'clock tonight. The Panthers lead 3-2. Last night, NBA Finals, Thunder beat the Pacers 120-109. Jalen Williams with 40 points. Game 6 going to be on Thursday. The Thunder lead the series 3-2. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D, welcoming you back. We are sponsored today and every day by Condori and Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. If you missed Logan Paulson on the show earlier today, breaking down all the young commanders from their work at minicamp, you'll want to podcast that when we are done at thefandc.com. Danny, I heard a funny audio clip I wanted to play for you. You have not heard this yet. I think you'll enjoy it. Let's get into the audio vault. There's so many doors closing.
It's a heavy door. It takes a minute.
What is happening there? I mean, there's like 10 doors. MLB Network is where this audio comes from. This is their MLB nightly show where they go around Major League Baseball and do highlights. It's Greg Amsinger hosting with Harold Reynolds and Dan Plesac. And I guess Plesac just brought up to them off air that he had been scammed. It was so funny to them that they asked him to tell it on air. And when he did, they just absolutely lose it. It is pretty incredible. Not only that he got, but how badly he got. And as two guys that are, I would say, pretty good at not getting scammed, although you did get scammed once.
Did happen once, yeah.
The clothing thing.
You're right.
I almost got scammed this exact same way that Dan Plesac got scammed. Almost identically. Now, I don't think I would have gone all the way in like him, but I'll let you guys hear it. We can discuss on the other side.
Dan, what happened? You know, Greg, Sunday night, I was sitting around and I'm looking at my phone and I get a text message from Indiana, which I think is the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, saying I owed a $6.40 toll, right? And so, and put a credit card in and pay it, or you have 72 hours, or they're going to put points on your card, lose your license,
Scares you a little bit, right?
So I'm like, whoa, I'm playing golf. Wednesday. I'm not taking an Uber. So I put my card in and it said it does not take this card. I'm like, damn. So I took my wallet out and I put my second card in. I'm like, come on, this can't be. And then I put the third card in and it said that the expiration date doesn't correlate with the card. So I'm like, wait a minute. I've gone through, whether our sponsors or not, 2 Visas, a MasterCard, and I had one last card. American Express. So I put my American Express in, and I'm like, damn, this can't happen. Like all 4 of my cards. Like, really? So I got up Monday morning, and I called what was the Klein Avenue toll bridge, and I was on hold for like 15 minutes. So I'm like, I can't believe this. So heck with that. I'm going to call the Indiana Bureau of Motor Vehicles. So I call Indianapolis. The guy answers. I said, hey, I'm here to dispute a toll for $6.40. He goes, you didn't get that on a text, did you? I said, yeah, I've got it. It was 72 hours and 24 hours. He goes, oh, man, you got scammed. I said, what? He goes, you got to cancel those cards immediately. I'm like, how many do you there's the main card you use? I said, no, my whole damn wallet. All 4 of them. I put all 4 of them on there. So for the last 72 hours, I've had lint in my money clip. I haven't been able to do anything. Yeah.
The best part of this story is we will never know. Whoever was on the other end of that scam.
You got me.
It's like, holy crap, he's getting me.
Yeah. And the best part, I got the text about an hour ago. I'm like, you messed with the wrong guy.
4 credit cards.
Oh, my God.
Put one in, something's not quite right. Another one, he gave it 4 credit cards.
Oh, my God.
That's so bad. But I don't know if you've gotten this text. I got this exact text.
Yeah.
From the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles or whatever. And I lead the league in tolls getting mailed to my house because we have one Easy Pass. I don't know why inexplicably we have one, but it's whatever car I'm in, it's always not in that one.
Somehow,
I don't know it until it's too late. And also it's like they'll bill you on the back end, so it's not the end of the world. But a lot of the time I'll either, some bridges now, going to the Harry W. Nice Bridge from Maryland into King George or a couple of places. It doesn't even matter if you have the Easy Pass. They just bill you. Like there's no way to pay.
I see.
You can't do cash or change or something. You just drive through no matter what, and you either have the Easy Pass and it's done automatically, or they just bill you anyway. But I get so many of these little things. I get camera tickets all the time because that's stupid. And I'm the bad guy, I'm sure. But all of that's dumb. And so I'm getting all this stuff all the time. So I get a text message that basically says, hey, you're overdue. You need to pay $9.57, whatever it was. And same thing, you have, I think it was like 48 hours, or you will lose, your license gets suspended or something. And it's one of those where your heart sinks, and I'm like, oh my God.
Like,
I'm
wow.
going to get pulled over on a suspended license and go to jail and all over a $6 toll. This is terrible. And I think of myself as pretty hard to scam, and I'm not the guy that gets got. And I said to my wife, I'm like, there's text in this now? And as I'm doing it, as I'm saying it to her, like that I have to pay this, it kind of dawns on me, and she's like, don't pay that. She's like, that's definitely a scam. And I'm like, you're probably right. But if I was sitting at home alone that night, maybe, just maybe, that it caught me in a weak moment.
So
I definitely wouldn't have given my debit card.
Well, what's genius?
I'm not that stupid.
What's
but
genius
they did fool me.
is the small amount.
Yes.
That's what's genius, right? If it's like some weird amount, you go, no, I don't owe you $288
Well,
from
I'm
tolls.
sure they just originally charge you $6, and then they have your card information, so they come back and bang you for more money later.
And that's the deal. So I had this whole mess where we had, I didn't even realize what was happening, where we had the Easy Pass was next to this window, was in between, I don't know how to say this the right way. It was underneath window tint for like a sunshade. So it wasn't reading a lot of the times that it would go, this is years ago, that it would go through tolls. So we were getting these, hey, you didn't pay the toll, and I was leasing the car, and like the dealership was like, dude, what are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know, I got an Easy Pass. What's the problem? And there was a miscommunication. So I'm like now like head on a swivel anytime there's something toll related. So the texts I've always known are fraudulent. It's the emails.
Emails are tough.
I've gotten emails where it's like, hey, your Easy Pass has been refilled. Or like, hey, we had a problem refilling your Easy Pass. Do you want to do something about it? I definitely do. I'm very nervous. And I got to like the 11th out of 12 steps, and I went, wait a minute. This isn't right. But my point is, I'm with you. I was close.
What was the one you got with your clothes that you gave your card and you got screwed?
Yeah. No way around that. I thought I was buying, it was like the greatest sale in human history. And purchased the items, checked out, obviously put in the credit card info. I mean, it looked like the real site.
Yeah.
And, the tracking updates, it was like, here's your tracking page. And every time I'd go to it, it was like, it's left Zhongshui province in the Tanshan region. It's like, no, it hasn't. Nothing's left anywhere. Yeah.
And there's a movie called The Beekeeper with Jason Statham. Where he's basically taken in by an old lady, and then she gets scammed by someone and loses her life savings. And he goes and just busts every skull that exists to basically avenge her. It's pretty badass. James in Woodbridge, what's up?
Fellas, I know you're up against it, man. Same thing happened to me this weekend, only it hit my wife's phone. and I'm notorious for not paying a bill here or there.
Yep.
And my wife gives me, she gives me a shrieking call. I'm down on the computer. She's upstairs in the bedroom. She's like, James, they're gonna suspend my license. What'd you do? I'm like, holy cow, what are you talking about? Like, forward that over to me right now. I'm going through hoops right now. I'm pulling out the wallet. I'm trying to pull it up online. It won't come up online. So I'm going through the phone and I get all the way to it. And I'm like, $6.50. I'm like, ain't no way. I was like, yo, they trying to scam us.
Yep. These texts are everywhere. James, like me.
Yep.
You almost got, but you didn't. That's a win for you. Yeah. I'm not giving you my debit card over a text message. I'm not going full police act. It is time for the leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Danny, the Nats trying to snap a 9-game losing streak.
You never want to go full police act. You got to beat Antonio Senzatella tonight behind Michael Soroka. Leading off on shortstop seat. Jake Abrams batting second in left field. James Wood batting third at second base. Hello there. Luis Garcia Jr. batting fourth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth at third base, Brady House. Batting sixth for DH, Josh Bell. Batting seventh in right field, Dalen Lyle. Eighth catcher, Keibert Ruiz. And ninth, that's Jacob Young's spot.
It's Jacob Young's music. They need to get a couple of hits and to score a couple of runs early. Breathe a little bit easier. Take a baseball lead. You can do it. You're allowed to.
It's allowed.
They're down in the first inning, it seems like, in every game here lately in this stretch, and then they're chasing, and you get a little bit tight. Last night, they led going into the ninth, though. Should have been enough. It wasn't. Kyle Finnegan blowing a save opportunity. James Wood, by the way, on pace for 40 home runs, the only Nats ever to hit 40 home runs in a season. Alfonso Soriano, Bryce Harper. That's the entire list. He would be the third to do it, and he would do it at age 22 in his first big league season. Go vote for James Wood to be an all-star.
I did that today, yeah.
Ninth in all-star voting among NL outfielders right now, despite being one of the top 3 outfielders in baseball this season. All right, for Darius, Toby, Ryan, Grant, and Danny saying so long. We are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you for listening. We appreciate you. By the way, Austin Eckler back on the show next week, Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
Nice.
We're excited about that. We'll talk to you tomorrow on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.